start recording.
It's a great way to start a recording.
Yep.
Great way to start the night after the wedding.
It's still the night of the wedding, buddy. What are you talking about?
That's fair.
It's the nuptial night.
The nuptial night.
Can that just be the title of this video? Nuptial night.
Nuptial night.
Or night of nuptials?
It's her wedding night.
It's a wedding night.
Think of it.
Technically, we are married.
Let's see how it goes.
You did say I do.
We both said I do, so technically we are married. He is my husband.
Yeah, he's for being undead, he's a good kisser. I mean, his charisma is an 18.
He's had an eternity to practice.
Well, okay.
You know,
I think we're both equally good. So
Rhunon would know.
okay.
It's just an assumption.
Last time on Curse of Strahd, our heroes were in the town of Loch. They plot, they prayed, they planned, but eventually the wedding day came. They came to Castle Ravenloft and were surprised to find old friends, parents, other unexpected guests, and the ceremony went exactly the way that you expected, but perhaps not the way that Strahd himself would have liked. Chaos ensued, and after about an hour of combat, he banished everybody from the castle, almost banishing you, but some strange force protected you. So you made it your mission to try to track Strahd down after he disappeared, and after trekking through the castle a little bit and finding a mysterious hunchback as Strahd's unlikely assistant, you eventually found yourself all the way back in the chapel, going through one of the doors that was where you initially began, and you began down the stairs, and you found yourselves in the crypt. And before you could think to check for anything, the walls began to close around you, and your exit to go back up the stairs was gone. And you found yourself in this room with the Lord of the Castle himself, wearing a ceremonial all-red armor with a dragon on the front of it. And he welcomed you into this chamber, and as he did, the coffins flew off. All the lids off the coffins flew off and embedded in the ceiling, and a good almost 30 skeletons popped out, ready to bring you to your demise. And I believe Darren said something clever, and Strahd said, strange last choice of words. And he put his helmet on, and this is the situation you guys find yourself in. Any questions before we begin? And just to be clear, all the little boxes are indeed coffins. There's a door over there and over here, and then that door over there is just to symbolize where you guys came from. And then over there is a flight of stairs going down.
Going down.
And
There's more?
How far down can you go?
the ceiling above you has a lot of stalactites, and you can see, if you look close enough, you see the occasional bat like resting there. But you would guess that the ceiling is a good 50 feet up, and it's not a flat surface whatsoever. But yep, he is fed up with you, and he is ready to annex you from the castle himself.
That's fair.
And Loch is first.
Bring it on, bitch.
Don't die. You don't come back, don't die. Clear the room, Loch. Clear the room.
So it begins. Round one.
And this is Talon, by the way. This is the skeletons.
Hey, at least we all go before the skeletons.
Hey, go figure, skeletons aren't that dexterous.
Did they also get a 10?
I think they got a 5.
Oh, wow.
Strahd. He gets to go into Loch.
Oh boy. We're all right.
No pressure, you're the first turn there, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I know.
So I think I know what I'm gonna do.
I don't. I don't try and plan that far ahead.
Right, especially your Strahd's going first. God knows what he's gonna do.
You gotta keep your dice off so you can't
I'll be sure to use the cat dice so that way it doesn't seem as intimidating.
Intimidate us all the way. Make it feel real.
Alright. Been waiting for this moment.
If I die, I die. Just fucking say
So
motion.
This is how it ends.
So I'm gonna start by casting a spell.
Okay?
I need a 10-foot cylinder. Blah, blah, blah.
Like circle, cone.
Yeah. Cylinders or circles. They're circles that stand tall.
So 10, correct?
Yeah. Okay, can you put that around me and any people near me who might be able to fit in there?
Looks like Adiran and Emir.
Okay, so put them in there. Cool. So I have just cast Magic Circle, and I choose undead, because those are undead creatures, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I choose undead. The creatures cannot willingly enter the cylinder by non-magical means. If the creature tries to teleport or interplanar travel to do so, it must succeed on a charisma saving throw.
Okay.
The creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder. Targets within the cylinder can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature. And when I cast the spell, I can choose to invert it, so I could put it around creatures and they just can't leave. But I think in this situation, I'm just gonna cover my ass.
Protect the healer at all costs.
Yes.
So what, does it travel with you?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, because it's on the spot. It's not on me. So
Okay.
it's on the location that I cast it to.
Alright.
And then my seahorsey is going to do this. There's another fun one that I might use, maybe. I'm going to use... I can roll for this knowledge if you need me to, but for undead beings, does healing actually cause damage while necrotic does not?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I use...
I would say that as a spellcaster, that would be knowledge that you would be privy to.
Okay, so if I cast a healing spell on an undead creature, it causes damage.
Correct.
Everything.
And vice versa if you did necrotic.
Okay, I had a feeling it was something like that, so I wanted
Actually,
to
no, mine is
check.
a 20-foot cone or a 30-foot line, 5 feet wide.
Mine's 30 foot.
How much damage does it do?
86.
8?
Mm-hmm.
Do you only get one charge?
One charge, and then I can spend a third level spell slot to get more often.
That makes sense. That makes
So
sense.
I guess instead of
Four
doing
charges.
damage, what's going to happen is Seahorsey is going to cast Bless, and I'm going to bless
I can either sneeze on stuff to do it, or I can do it.
5 people. So I'm going to bless Amir, Adarin, Rhunon.
At first I was like, where is Amir? And I was like, oh, there he is.
Amir, Adarin, Rhunon. Where's Amir?
Yeah, he's just so short.
I'm in the
See
cone.
you.
He's
Are
right
you
next
in
to
the
you.
cone?
Yeah.
It's just Ivanova's bell is keeping it up.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Ivanova makes 4,
Okay.
and then number 5. Who should 5 be? I shouldn't bless myself. That just seems wrong.
I mean, like, you can, otherwise you can do Talon.
Strahd looks like he needs some help.
I'm gonna bless myself.
Do it, yeah.
Okay.
We
So
won't
each
judge.
of you are blessed. So whenever you make an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, which the spell will last up to a minute, which is going to be like what,
10
rounds?
10 rounds.
10 rounds. You can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to your attack roll or saving throw. So you can do that each turn.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can roll that after your roll if your roll's too low. Unless DM decides to override. But
Nope.
okay, and then that's it. I just set up.
Okay.
So do you have 5 blessings?
He does
No.
not.
Some of them are inspired, some of them are blessed.
Use inspired, because no one else does inspired.
Yeah, no, that's why I have 2 inspires out there and should have a
Do you have
third
any
somewhere.
inspiration?
That's what inspired is, right?
Poison.
Uh-oh.
You changed the tense, it caused confusion.
I have a 20-foot one right here.
Okay, that's what I need.
Oh, good lord.
Just hoping he didn't need that one.
Oh no.
Don't do it.
Just give me one. Just put my hex.
Okay, I guess everybody except Talon. I need you to. You see him go, and fire blazes up in his hands. And he's going to cast Fireball. Everybody make a dex save, please.
Oh, wait,
Oh, thank
but
goodness.
how does that work with us being inside the circle?
Well,
Well, he can't.
yeah.
He's not entering
not-
it,
He's not
right?
entering it, yeah.
Well, but he has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder.
But
Okay,
it's not an
then-
attack roll, it's a save.
Yeah, I was
Is-
gonna say for us.
Yeah. The target save is a 17.
Dang it, 1 off.
And you said
But I
dex?
do have resistance.
Nice. I got it. Still see
There is immune, I have resistance, so I failed to save. So it's still only half.
16, but even if I fail, I only take half. I love being a monk.
Okay, everybody who failed takes 34 damage, fire
And you
damage.
can add 1d4 to your save throw.
Oh, well then I
And
make
everybody
it.
else takes half.
I
So
made
make
it.
So what's half of 17?
So everyone who makes it takes half.
Yes.
And I'm fire. I'm a monk who.
Everybody who made the save takes 34. Everybody who failed takes half.
Yeah.
Did I word that wrong?
Everyone who made the save
Save
takes half.
Everybody who
Failed
failed
to
takes
save.
34.
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Okay. Also, I am a monk, so I'm not taking any damage because I succeeded on the dex saving throw.
Bjornin is immune right now, and I'm resistant. And made the save, so quarter.
I'm burning. I'm glad you guys feel good. This shit hurts.
You're not supposed to inhale that. That's not good for you.
What happened? Is you alright?
She started laughing because of what he said, right? She took a drink. You just killed her. We're 1 turn in and she's dead.
Jesus.
She saved and took no damage.
That D4 saved.
That
So
D4
much.
is saved so much, yeah.
And then I need the nightmare.
Ooh,
Oh, he's so good.
terrifying, but
This
ooh.
guy's nightmare horse, huh?
Your nightmare, good sir.
Your case is so pretty.
Okay.
Right? So
And he just stays there for now. Amir.
This is good music for this.
Hmm?
I said this is good music for us.
It is intense.
This is when I wish I had Petal of On and I'd be like, "Arrow, arrow."
That's what I wish I had creamed, like fireball, 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 clear the room.
Like
Let's see.
Rain of Thorns, I think
Okay.
it's called.
I'm going to turn my boots up to 12. I'm going to start smoking again. And I'm going to bolt.
Smoking even more than you already are.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And I don't provoke any opportunity attacks. And that person, this person, that person, that person, that person are all going to take 1d6 of fire damage. So they all take 2 fire damage.
Okay.
these guys do.
You see what was the remainder of their flesh just go up in flames, and it's like the bones start to get charred as they kind of just wiggle about.
Oh yeah, wiggle away. And where'd you put that 20-foot?
It's right here.
Yeah, sitting on over.
He's hanging on to it for reasons.
Fireball reasons.
Okay, it's a Hail Mary.
Go
See how
for
it
it.
goes.
Hail the Mary.
We should polymorph him.
I feel like he has some legendary saves.
Okay, I'm tossing my holy hand grenade.
Yes!
And I'm tossing it. Acid's flying through the air. Just,
Okay.
right here. And these blue guys and Strahd are all going to take the brunt of it.
Do they make a save for that?
Guided bolt, is it to hit or is it a save?
Let me tell you. Guiding bolt is... It's a hit.
Okay, so since the grenade created the radius and it's not a save, it's just a to hit, it would hit everybody within that radius, right?
You still need to roll to.
You still roll the throw.
Well, there's... Oh, okay, to throw it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's just free damage.
So just,
So,
is it just a basic
'Cause-
dex?
yep.
Because he's not throwing it at someone, so he doesn't even have to... He doesn't have to meet AC, does he?
Well, with the standard dex, I'm looking at 18.
Okay.
And I just want to toss it from here to here. Just kind of like...
So the guiding bolt is to hit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got 4... So the way the things works, the way I described it,
Yeah.
was that when it hits, the fireball spell activates the gasoline that's in the canister, and
Yeah.
blowing it up. Canister's made out of silver. Blows it up and activates all those pills of guided bolt and creates the radius
Yeah.
of whatever damage it was. And it was
Right.
radiant damage for 4 of them.
Okay. So the AC for the skeletons are 13, and for Strahd it's 21.
Okay.
You have... Is it technically an attack?
Is it an attack roll?
Yeah.
So I'm going to add bless to it, which is a 4, so that gets up to 22.
Okay, that hits all of them.
Okay.
Bless.
Now the question is, do we have enough
Do you need-
What-
D6s
Oh, I got like 15.
to
How
roll
do you
them?
need?
Oh, I need 24 in total.
What
So,
the fuck?
yes.
Take
So,
your pick.
Here's 8.
alright, so I got 6
Here's
here.
8.
79. Plus 8, that's 17.
I've got plenty more.
18 and 20.
You don't have enough.
1, 2, 3, 24. Plus all those is 24.
Okay.
There you go.
At
Alright.
least we know who's the metal ones are. Good lord. Alex, you let him
I'm
do
just
something stupid.
There's no way they're gonna.
Okay. Let's do some math here.
How many 6s?
24.
No.
Oh, he's got it.
So, one of the effects of the spell that he used to create the grenade
Yeah.
is that you get advantage on that everyone gets advantage on attacks following until your next turn because they're shrouded in
I thought
light.
Guiding Bolt was only for the next person that hit him.
Is it the next person?
I thought so. If I'm wrong, that's fantastic.
No, it's until... Until the end of your next turn.
Oh, even
75 radiant damage.
Okay.
So,
As this grenade just explodes, the skeletons get turned into dust, and then you see the ray hit Strahd, and his armor glows red, and you just see it kind of like indent into his armor, and he just kind of falls to one knee. How much damage was it?
75 radiant damage.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, take that, you bitch.
I think you just came target number uno.
I know. That's why I called it the Hail Mary. Okay, so what other ones do I owe you?
The metal ones. Minus. Did I get. No, I
that
have my
the end of
one
your
metal
turn?
ones, so.
You
That
know,
is,
you no longer have bless, right? Or does it?
It lasts for
lasts
a blast.
10
Okay,
rounds.
gotcha.
Yep, so that is the end of my turn, yeah.
Yep.
so So I'm missing one.
One metal die.
Shit.
Okay, let me separate mine.
Well, he's got the holy symbol, but Strahd's so far away.
Sure you're missing one?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
I'm sure.
Because I don't think there are any more metal dice over there.
It's not this one. This one. This
That
one.
one's
here.
That's
his.
mine.
How many did you give me?
Let's see.
The bulk.
All the minus the 8 that she had in yours.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Sounds right.
Talon just is making a beeline towards Strahd. Murderer!
That's the spirit.
Oh, no,
pulls-
okay.
Right.
And then Ivanova pulls back. And she's gonna let fly some arrows. First one misses, the second one hits.
Who she hit?
Strahd.
Oh, amazing.
Go big or go home, baby.
Sure.
Ivanova knows what's up.
Yeah, she
Hero
does.
of the swamp
Ivana
up
used
here.
her bless.
She did not, but she didn't. It's not going to help. She rolled on her second one.
Alright, I'm gonna try and clear out some of these ads.
Yeah.
He's
And
Yes.
Strahd is going to take his legendary action. You see him turn into a mist and fade into the wall.
Oh, shit.
Oh boy.
If you take one set, I'll take
Rhunon?
the other.
Alright, so I'm going to use my bonus action to grow nice and large. Large and in charge.
This is where you get to the ones from.
What?
Don't worry about it.
And then let's see. Can move it here and what's the best way to angle this? Probably like that to hit all these guys.
Okay.
They need to make a dexterity a dex 15 save.
One success out of all of those.
Alright, that one's going to take half damage, and this is going to be fire damage.
Okay.
It's going to be 23 total, so half is going to be 11.
Thanks to you softening up all of them a bit, even the one that succeeded is so damaged he can't take it. You just see them all just turn to
It's
dust.
going to be all minus this one and that one in this area.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Those are yours.
And this one as well, he was also in it.
Okay.
Nice. Makes me feel a lot better.
Right? I was like,
Where you are.
Anything else? I mean, you got Fearnet, right?
yeah. Fiernan is just going to move. He can't take an action because he took bonus action to grow. He's just going to chill right there for now.
Just vibing.
Okay.
Alright, that's my turn.
Darren?
I'm gonna slap my gauntlets together, and we're doing lightning damage for this conflict.
Combat.
I'm getting there. Yeah, that's what I wanted. All right, so we are going to charge this person, this person thing, and I'm gonna do. I lied. I'm not gonna charge them. I'm going to. Where was I? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
Sidestep him.
35. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
40, 45. So I'm gonna attack this person.
Okay.
Pitchfork man.
That's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Yeah. 13.
13. I need two. Do I need it? No, I need 2 of these now, right? Because now I'm big now. Okay.
How much light is in this room?
There's torches on the
Okay.
wall that have been lit. So it's low light.
Okay, just make sure we weren't like blinded in here.
No. He wants you to see him coming.
Terrifying.
Are they specifically vulnerable to lightning?
Not that you can
Okay,
tell.
cool. It's just 20 points of damage then. I can break down if you like or not.
Alright, you You fist him, and he just explodes in a hail of bone.
That's what I like to hear. So for my second attack, I'm going to use my last 5 feet of movement, and then
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to hit all 3 of these with a Breath of the Dragon. They need to make a Dex 14 saving throw.
Dragon breath, dragon.
They all fail.
They all fail. Beautiful. That was not the best, but it's fine. They're going to take 15 points of...
You get to choose, don't you?
I do. We're going to go with fire damage.
Okay,
Fire
you prop
safety.
yourself up on
Dead.
top of this coffin, and you let go your dragon force, and it just blows them all into oblivion.
Awesome.
I think that's yours.
I've used all of my movement. So then for a bonus action, I'm just going to prepare, what is it? Dodge. I'm going to prepare the dodge action using my bonus action.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right, Strahd is going to use another legendary action. You see a this, and then he's going to use his third legendary action to attack you.
Is he gonna slap me?
You see like claws come out of his fingers, and he's going to rake you.
He's just not whipping me
18.
like my papa. Yeah, that'll do.
You take 7 piercing and 10 necrotic.
So 17 in total.
Yep.
I'm going to go head to Strahd. I think I'm the only one that's resistant to necrotic damage.
Right now,
I think
I'm
you're right.
going head to head.
Yeah, you are.
Just
And-
head with knees.
Skeletons.
Oh, yay, skeleton's turn.
Is he coming for me?
I can take him.
I can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering, splendid day.
Move all those up to 5 squares towards Darren.
Okay, all 4 of them.
Yes. The most direct route. You just see them.
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down my spine.
Okay.
Wait,
This one's going to make an attack against Amir.
got him here.
10.
Nope.
He's
Too short.
You useless fool! And then these 2 are going to go against Fiernan. 22
That hits.
and a natural 1.
That does not hit.
Okay.
Shot him down in the
You're going to take 5 piercing damage as it stabs him. And let's see what happens to...
He turns Fiernan invisible.
You see like him step on a rock, and the rock like wedges between his foot, and he falls over.
Hey! Let's see.
They got weak ankles.
And those 2 are
They
going
have to
attack.
roll with disadvantage because I took dodge as a bonus action.
Okay, no problem. Can do.
Good.
All attacks until the start of my next turn have disadvantage on me.
Another natural 1 and a 12.
I know.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down my spine.
Stuck in my head now.
You're welcome.
You have advantage against him the next time you hit him.
Bet.
What
This
else?
one hasn't moved.
He's not moved.
Does he want to move towards me or does he want to move towards Ivanova?
That's fair.
Towards the big man.
Try it, bitch.
9.
No.
Good old cannon fodder.
Good old turn wasters.
That one over there pulls out a bow and is going to try to shoot you.
Who's you?
Me? He
Yep.
has disadvantage.
12.
Is this one going to as well?
No, he's got a sword. God. All right.
Because he didn't try and attack me.
He moved though.
Yeah.
Oh, you did, yeah.
He can't reach.
That's true.
Round 2, Loch.
Alright, so this is the second round of Bless. I'm keeping track.
Okay.
So I'll let you guys know when you're no longer blessed. So 2 things are going to happen.
You're gonna instantly kill Strahd.
You may try.
She'd be like, so, this wedded bliss I've heard about. Is there a side room? What do you want to bet if we go down these? We're gonna find the weird hunchback dude who makes some furniture.
I'm still convinced Cyrus is actually the real bad guy. He's the big bad. So you beat my apprentice. It's all lantern battle, lantern combat. That's all it is.
Okay, so I'm going to cast Bane on Strahd.
Okay.
Strahd, that random skeleton who's going after who's his face. Yeah. So that random skeleton.
The guy you've been on an adventure with the past 2 months.
Yeah.
3 months now.
I don't need a ban on any of those. They'll be fine.
Which one?
So Strahd, him, and then I'm not sure who else.
The skeleton?
One
Go for
behind
it.
us.
So those
Okay.
3. They're now cursed, kind of, sort of. I
Okay.
cast Bane on them.
Is there a saving throw for that?
They have to make a saving throw, a charisma saving throw.
Okay. What's the save?
16.
So it's the two skeletons and Strahd, right?
You do need to alphabetize those.
Yes.
The skeletons rolled an 8 and a 12. Strahd. What's the save?
16.
Rolled 22.
Okay. I didn't think it would work, but I tried it anyway.
You got the skeletons.
So both the skeletons, when they make an attack roll, have to roll a d4 and subtract the number from the roll.
Okay.
Attack rolls or saving throws. Okay,
I got it.
and then
I
the
got
other
it.
thing I'm going to do
I got
is
it.
cast...
Did you find a...
I'm giving you enlightened.
Yes. I do.
Thanks. What is your AC?
18.
That's kind of shit. So, increase your AC by
Jeez.
2.
Yeah.
Feel bad about. Made me feel worse about mine.
And that will last you 10 rounds.
Okay.
How many concentration things do you have going right now?
Huh?
How many concentration things do you have going right now? So you only have one.
I've only got one.
Isn't Blessed and Baned and your circle all concentration? Wild.
What's your AC?
21.
God damn it.
Oh, Bane is. So that's fine.
Am I taking
Bane
away
basically did crap. How about this? I'm gonna give you a shield next round, is what I'll do.
That's not good.
I apologize.
You're fine.
Because he's right, and I didn't catch that.
I mean, anything that hits me right now is disadvantage anyway, so...
You are dodging.
I do be dodging.
And nobody took damage, correct?
I took a lot of damage.
He could use some healing,
Okay, so you could use some healing, so...
is what I'm hearing from that.
Just a touch.
Just a touch.
Do you need to give yourself the bottle?
Give me a little touch it. I may have to, but we'll see. Let's see what Strahd does next.
Did you
On
take the
his
full
turn.
fireball?
No, half of it.
Okay.
Two half of
So only 16.
it. Yeah, it's
Or
17
17,
damage, yeah. And then he got me with them nasty nails of his. He's gonna
He-
wash
he
them
just
damn
cut them.
fingernails.
Does he know about COVID? Hygiene, come on now.
Seriously.
He's not worried about COVID.
Trying to give me AIDS.
I'd be more concerned, about an STD.
He does have a lot of wives.
Is that herpes?
Where have you been, Strahd?
Did you give me
Plus
chlamydia?
By
Is
the
that
way,
gonorrhea?
oh shit. Your curse.
Yeah.
You're supposed to take damage twice from
Oh
me.
yeah, you're right. Completely forgot about curse.
One
Your
D4.
D4. You have a D4 right there?
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I was just
Oh
thinking about
no.
curses.
That was cocked.
8,
It's
Oh,
the
no.
same.
16, 16
I rolled
and
2
8
fours.
is 24, and 4 is 28.
That's how much I'm healing.
Yes.
You can take
You made me math.
Ooh, I'm feeling good. Hardly feel Daddy's whip.
Other than that, Miss Seahorsey is going to cast Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame.
So he's going to make a dex saving
So
throw.
these are not.
It's the only thing I don't like
They're
about
not
Sacred
ranged,
Flame. So Strahd's got to make a dex throw.
Okay.
Amir, you're so short.
What's the target number?
16.
He failed, but he's going to use his legendary thing to resist it to automatically succeed.
Darn.
Gotta wear through his legendaries.
Yeah.
If only somebody had feeble mind.
Okay, he doesn't even take half of it, so that's screwed.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
We do.
Is that it for Loch?
That is it for Loch.
Oh boy.
All right.
Yoo-hoo, Strahd!
Papa, no.
And I think he prefers to be called Daddy.
Loch said, "Oh, I'm your son's godfather."
You see
Don't do it.
Go out like this, pull out a bladeless hilt, and a flame of purple and black energy comes out.
It's like the opposite of
and
mine.
he's gonna
You gotta,
slash
you gotta
with
use
it
your sword, dude.
twice.
You
I
gotta get
know.
up close.
I know.
Get there.
Oh, fuck.
Let
Maybe
me
I
worry
should
about
bust you.
crowd control.
That's fair.
16 and 11.
Neither of those going to hit because I'm going to activate shield, which makes
Okay.
my AC 20 to the end of my or start of my next turn.
Oh shit, he's got advantage. I totally forgot.
Fuck that. I still used it.
Yeah. So 23 and 19.
So one hit, so the 23 is going to hit because I still activated shield.
Okay, as it slices into you, you just feel this pure evil energy enter your body. You take 20 necrotic damage.
Whew. Good thing I just healed you.
I'm still standing. Where you going,
And it
coward?
disappears, and as the
Again.
flame clears,
Oh.
there's a horse.
I love horses.
This one's looking a little fiery and demonic, but sure.
And it's going to trample you.
They remember that horse at the bar at the winery?
Yeah, yeah.
Same thing. It was foreshadowing.
23.
To hit or
Yeah.
damage?
23 to hit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Even
did
with
you
my
just
shield.
kill
You
him?
take 13 bludgeoning and 7 fire.
I'm still alive.
Okay.
Am I prone?
No.
Oh no.
You might want to get back to my little circle.
Amir. It's your turn.
My turn.
Yeah.
Your boots are still on 12, though.
Get back to my little circle.
Run away!
You don't provoke
Run
opportunity,
away!
right?
No, I don't.
I'm in the safe zone, folks. I set up a safe zone.
Get to safety. Throw out some cannons and get some safety.
I just want to make sure. Concentration 2 minutes.
Just run. Don't even fucking worry about that.
Let me just lay hands on you, please.
5, 10, 15,
Oh, yeah, you got your boots, right?
25, 30, 35, 40,
Woo!
45.
Safety!
And I'm going to load up my shotgun with 2 scorching ray bolts and aim over this direction.
Okay.
So, let's see. 4. So for the initial hits, both those are poo. Oh, I get to add the D4. Huh? So one of them is a 13. I need a 13 to hit, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's not a +8. It is a +8. So they both hit. One's a 13 and one is a 14.
And which one's you attacking?
So that was to hit with my scorching rays.
Yeah.
And all 4 of them are going to come out. So I have 8 rays in total that are going to go out.
Okay.
So first, let me see how many of those hit.
All right.
So it's not shit. Okay. So they're all +8. So 14. That hits. That hits. That hits. So they all 4 of those hit.
Okay.
4, and then one of them's a nat 1. 11 misses, 16 hits, and 19 on the die hits. So,
Go ahead and do your damage
so
first.
6 of them hit. 1's a crit miss.
Okay.
I mean, out of 8
6 of
die.
them hit?
6 of them hit. Yes. And each one...
Reinforcement is 2d6?
Yep, 2d6. So each one's going to be 2d6. So we're going to do six rays. 2, 2, 2.
Okay.
So for this one, that's 7 and another 7, so 14 fire damage in total to him.
Okay.
Him. 10. 17 total fire damage to him. This one, 10 and 17 total fire damage to him.
Okay. Give me all those 3. Yeah.
All 3 of them?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey.
Here we go.
And as you're celebrating, you're like, woohoo!
Yeah.
The spell misfires, and you hit everybody within 30 feet of you. Just roll flat out damage for everybody around you. Just roll
Oh no, the
once.
seahorse.
Just for
Oh no.
Yeah.
Scorching Ray.
Yep.
Okay. 8.
Okay, so
Eight
everybody
fire.
within 30 feet of you takes 8, whatever damage it is.
That's
Fire
5
damage.
squares.
Yeah.
So it'd be Rudy Bear.
Yeah.
So what about, is it all friendlies or everybody?
Everybody.
So this zombie takes 8 fire damage.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanova takes 8 fire damage.
The seahorse.
The
takes-
seahorse takes 8 fire
I have
damage.
to roll 3d4.
Can the water that it's surrounded in, because it's in a water bubble, just negate the fire?
No.
Oh no.
It's not that powerful.
Oh no.
It's
You
just
can,
water.
you can resummon it, right?
Yeah, but I have to do it overnight. Because I have to resummon it.
Have it make a dex saving throw.
Oh, nice.
I'll at least meet you halfway.
Do you want my DC? It's 16.
I was gonna go 15.
I'll take his 15.
Come on, seahorse.
And we're not done when she's over.
Oh boy.
Oh, guys, it may
One
curse.
misfire.
Oh, God, no.
Oh shit!
16?
One more.
16.
Okay. It makes it. And what do you say after you hit your friends?
Sorry.
As you say this, you feel something underneath your foot, and you slip and you fall, and there's a banana peel there.
What?
And you're
What the fuck?
immediately confused.
I'm like, Rudy Bear, you have bananas?
No.
You've been holding out on us? I love bananas.
I don't have any.
Anything else?
No,
Oh shit! I don't.
that's
have
it.
anything.
All right. Strahd's gonna use one of his legendary actions to pop behind you,
Oh boy.
and is gonna use
What's that
his
advantage?
second one to attack you. Natural 20.
I'm gonna use my ability to make you reroll.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
it-
What is that exactly?
It is my runic shield. I force it if I roll d20, and you have to use the new roll. So if you roll another d20, you're stuck.
14.
That does not hit.
Okay. Good shot.
I have one more use of that.
As
That's good.
I'm saving it for nat 20s.
Yeah, for real.
Yes. I'm in danger.
So long.
he's going to use the symbol of Ravenkind on the Nightmare. Let me make sure that it's dead first.
I think they are technically demons. So I'm not sure if
They're
good.
fiends.
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, does he know that, though?
I think he's an expert undead, right?
Yeah.
Who killed that?
What a good guy. Yeah. Alright, with this katana, he slices up the Nightmare's neck a little bit. So much shit going on. Mirror! You alright? What the hell happened? Why are you on the ground?
Because Rudy Bear's been eating bananas.
No, I haven't.
This shit is bananas.
Shit is bananas.
B-A-N-A-S.
Shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Thank you. Alright, so she lets fly her arrows, and Strahd bitch slaps his one out of the way, and the other one goes straight into his neck.
Ooh.
And you see her eyes flash with psychic energy. Almost max damage.
Atta girl.
Okay, there it is. And Rhunon.
Alright, I'm going to start by taking opportunity from him to circle into the circle before I attack Strahd.
You gotta take a nap
Yeah.
attack of opportunity.
Yes.
14.
No. Alright, and then I'm going to attack Strahd twice.
Okay. You need 21.
That's going to be a 17 plus, I think it's 10?
Okay.
Yeah, plus 11.
28.
That'll do.
Alright, Furion's going to boost it with fire dice. That's
Can
going
you
to
do
be...
that even though he's over there?
Yeah. That's going to be, as long as he can see me. 4, 5, 14 radiant and 2 fire.
Okay.
And then my second attack,
For my second trick.
it's going to be an 18 plus 11.
Okay. You're hitting with the sun sword?
Yep. That's going to be 19 radiant damage.
Okay.
And then bonus action, I'm going to have Furnin.
Go for the one that's on the ground.
Which one? Oh, there is one on the ground. He's going to attack Mr. Prone.
Senor prone.
Yes, Senor
You
Prone.
need a mirror?
No.
No.
Oh,
No, please.
Just check.
No.
I didn't mean to hit you.
Fair question.
Which is going to be... It has to beat a 13, right?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, that's going to do it. So let's see. He's going to take... 9... Wait, no. 5 fire and 7 piercing.
You just see him like flail about on the ground and turn to dust. And if you could, you just see.
Alright, and that is my turn.
All right. As you were slashing Strahd, you notice again there's like a red energy as you hit and it's like kind of break through his armor. And he is going to take another legendary action and he's going to try to hit you.
I'm now in the barrier, though, so that
He is
does something.
disadvantage.
Okay.
Is it a disadvantage, or is it he can't willingly pass through it to strike through the barrier?
He cannot willingly pass through it.
But can I still attack?
You can attack, but it's at a disadvantage.
Ah, okay.
I'll take it.
I was right.
And I hate to be the one to remind you of this,
25.
but when my Scorching Ray did damage to everybody...
Oh, I rolled the dice.
You already did
over it,
all
yeah,
that?
Yeah.
How much was it?
I think it was 8 total. It was 3 d4s.
Yeah?
Yep.
Nice.
You see him slash through the force field and it stabs right into you. You take another 20 necrotic.
Ow! Oh, healer.
Throw another banana peel on the ground.
Darren.
It'll be fine.
Oh, healer. I'm down 50 HP. I still have 73, but I'm down 50.
Okay, I am... 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Nightmare. Strahd. Nightmare. Strahd. I would engage an opportunity attack, and I don't want to do that.
Against who? Then just on your way, punch him, kill him, then keep going to Strahd.
But I could take care of the nightmare.
He'll take care of the nightmare.
Okay. And I
Yeah,
go...
I think you should take care of the nightmare.
I'm gonna go...
Nightmare 20 damage and hurt ya.
Can I jump up onto the nightmare as I run towards it? I still have like 10 feet of action left.
I'll move it.
Yeah, that's here.
Let's make opposing strength rolls.
Strength? I'm just trying to get on top of it. Like,
It's let's go try to buck you off.
dexterity? 17?
I rolled a 9.
Yes! Alright, so now that I'm just up there, because that was just for flavor.
I need a D2.
Destiny 3. There is 3d2.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so now that I'm on top of it, kind of, I'm just gonna go ahead and attack it twice. Do I get advantage, or am I just...
You're
out here?
just staggering.
Was the advantage that I got from the last thing just for the one person that he then killed?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't forget to add D4.
Oh, you're so right. That's an 8. That would be a much different.
Our AC is 13.
Oh, beautiful! I don't know why I said it like that. I apologize. Both of them are gonna hit. One's a crit hit.
Okay.
Hey!
Okay, one's cocked. I'm gonna re-roll that d4. Cool. Okay, so...
I'm in a lightsaber duel with
Let me
Strahd.
know. Let me know the damages as well.
Damage type?
Yep. In theory, it might have stuff. That was a cool. Did you paint that, Trey? You did a really good job.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's gonna be lightning, force, and cold.
Okay.
Do I need to break it down by type for you?
No.
Okay.
I think it's on fire, so it might be kind of obvious what it's resistant to. You know?
The cold?
Poison.
It's resistant to fire. That's what he was checking.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, you're right. I was thinking something else. Don't mind me. I recognize that. Right. Okay, sorry. I was counting. That's at 37 points of damage.
It's looking pretty rough.
Okay, that's fine. Because I'm going to do a flurry of blows using a key point, and I'm going to attack it twice more.
Okay.
I'm going to add bless to one of those because
Don't you get for every roll for bless?
I
Or is it
do.
once per turn?
I think it's for every attack. But you said it's a 13, right?
Yes.
So it only needs it for one. Okay, so both of those are going to hit. And then once again, none of it is fire. It is not as good of a roll, but these things, they happen.
Still carry around Mushu's little egg.
And
You feel it shake every time you make a successful attack, like it's cheering you on.
yes, 31 points of damage.
Describe your fatality.
Yes!
Okay, so the first two, I jumped on and I just kind of sat and I punched twice. For the last one, I'm going to wrap my arms around its neck and punch up into its throat and then backflip to right here.
Awesome. Talon cheers you on. It's like, we will win this day. We shall avenge all those who have fallen.
I'm not as optimistic, but sure. We're gonna do our best. Alright, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Don't count anything else but that.
Spooky scary.
God damn it, Strahd.
Spooky skeletons and shivers down his spine.
Good cannon fodder.
Hey, as long as Fiorin's holding off the cannon fodder.
Right, exactly.
Let us focus on Strahd.
Alright, Ivanova. Misses. Talon. That also misses. And then Darren. 23
Hits.
and 22.
Hits.
You take a total of 10 piercing damage. And then
Okay, you have to roll.
Huh?
You have to roll.
What am I rolling?
Uh,
I got hit twice.
God damn it. God damn it.
and then Fiernan.
I'm being honest. Oh god.
Dirty 20 and a 19.
Both those hit.
Okay, and then hold on. I'm going to roll for the other ones that don't have advantage. The others miss and a natural 20.
Damn.
So you're
take
going
it.
to take a total of 20 piercing damage.
For how many of those? How many times did you get hit? Because I need to know for mine.
3.
Okay. Ow.
One of them was a crit. So. Just make sure I didn't forget me, buddy.
God damn it! 2 4s.
Yes!
Round 3. Loch, it's your
Loch!
turn.
I need an adult.
I need adult supervision.
Am I
You
an
still
adult?
have over 50 HP.
Out of 125.
Yeah, you're fine.
Strahd does minimum 20.
This banana really took it out of me.
Oh shit, yeah, no, Amir needs it a lot more than you
I'm
do.
not doing too well down here.
We're both struggling.
Amir needs it more than you.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd say if you heal anybody, heal.
The person with the
Right.
sword that can do the most damage.
Yeah.
And the one standing right next to Strahd.
Please.
Yeah, heal Rooney Bear if you're gonna heal anybody.
I need some love.
No, he's got
I
plenty.
need a hero.
He's got plenty of potassium in his blood right now.
It wasn't me.
Just to be clear, that's your curse, by the way.
I know. I
Which we
figured.
gather.
Is it every time
But-
he deals damage to his own party?
Yeah, that's
No,
fine.
it's when he rolls a critical miss, he
Oh.
slips on a banana peel.
That's
fair.
awesome.
Ends up being thrown.
But Amir doesn't know yet. He has no idea. He's like,
What's the banana
He's like,
peel
wait,
doing in a crit?
wait,
Is that
He
how
really
Strahd
thinks
heals
he really thinks it was you.
Potassium.
I'm sorry, Loch, did you it's your turn?
Yeah, I'm looking at stuff because I'm trying to make a decision. I had a
Yeah, what he
decision,
meant
and
was
then I
chop-chop.
realized that it was a bad decision, so now I'm making a better decision.
I hear the council's decision, but I recognize it's a
It's a
stupid ass
stupid-ass
decision
decision.
and have chosen to ignore it.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Good old sassy Nick Fury.
Yep.
You could also see Mace when you're saying that, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably my favorite character. One of my favorite characters growing up was Mace Windu.
Oh,
He's
yes.
so cool. Still think he's
So
cool.
how low are you?
I'm at 58 out of 125.
Good lord.
I'm sure
Don't forget, you
60,
got that
80.
staff of healing as well.
I know.
And then, who else in the party? Amir's not looking great. I think everybody else is okay.
How's Talon doing?
Talon is at full health. He didn't get hit by the fireball. Ivanova is 69 out of 94.
I've only taken 10 points of damage.
Must be nice.
I'm only taking 10.
Are you volunteering for tribute?
I mean, if Strahd wants to come and go like, I'll take it.
He's got some nasty nails on him.
I know, necrotic.
Hold on, I have to look up a spell.
Yes, you are so pretty. You are.
I'd say handsome, but that works for
You'll be so pretty.
me.
You know, those eyes.
Hello.
So
Yep,
pretty
you do have
eyes.
pretty eyes.
Okay. That's not what I said.
Dang it.
What?
I bookmarked the weapons that I wanted to show Alex on my other computer.
Nice.
Oh, good stuff.
I just need to find them on your account because you're a subscriber and I have a free account.
Did she need this or something?
Not yet.
Yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
Is this gonna be like a next turn, like where as soon as Loch's done, you're just gonna blast us all?
Everybody has a dart with Revivify in it.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the reminder.
It's armed. Don't you worry. It's the second thing I have. I have a dagger, a Mirror's dart, a quarterstaff, a scimitar, and then 2 different types of unarmed strikes.
Keep that in mind if one of us turns too crisp.
Thank you.
Crispy.
That's right. I still have a couple of your, you know what?
Oh yeah.
It's bigger on
Don't
the
forget, you
inside.
got that love potion too.
Thank you, Strahd, for letting me know.
Oh boy.
I feel like I was wrong. Choose.
Over
Loch.
Talon. Oh, I love it, Talon. He's got a thing for amputees.
Okay, so there's 2 things that I'm about to do.
Okay.
What's your-
First, I use my Staff of Healing and I cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Okay, so you are going to heal.
Give me the numbers.
Let me get you numbers. Because I have to look up the spell after I use the slot on the staff. So... So you're going to heal 22?
Ooh.
Okay. Then what the fun thing I get to do is I get to use one of my class features, which I always forget about. And I am going to turn undead by channeling my divinity.
Okay.
So I take my holy symbol that I wear around my neck and I pray to Paylor and tell him that there's these dirty, nasty undead creatures and I want them gone. In response,
Halo? Hello?
hold on. Is that you, my lord?
Okay,
so all
We're
of
trying to reach you.
those undead creatures, everyone over there, including Strahd, I don't know if he's considered undead.
He is considered undead.
Okay, and
So everybody except these three over here, right?
these three over there,
and that one.
and that one, it would not work.
Okay.
So because I'm pushing the spell that way.
Okay, understood. I would say
They each have to make a wisdom saving throw, and their wisdom saving throw is gonna have to be. Hold on, I have to look that up because it doesn't tell me directly. And then I can tell you what the spell does.
all right, let me roll for the skeletons first, and I'm gonna. Does it say anything about walls specifically? Because this guy is blocked by a wall.
No,
Okay.
it does not.
All right, so I'm gonna say
your spell save
he's
is going to
fine.
be 18, and it's going to be. Hold on, what kind of save are you making? So it's going to be.
Good God.
Is that a good or a bad good going? Good for us or good for you?
I'm good for us by the tone of the sun.
So it has to be an 18 wisdom,
They all failed.
including
No,
Strahd.
no, all the skeletons failed.
Okay.
I'm trying to reach you about your cars.
Paylor? Your cleric's extended warranty is about to run out. Please turn undead.
Strahd's going to use the legendary resistance to succeed.
Okay.
I respect that. Don't like it, but I
Okay.
respect it.
So each of those skeletons now is a turned creature and must spend its turn trying to move as far away from me as it can. It can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of me. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge action.
So on their turn, they have to move, try to get away from you?
They have to for up to 10 turns. And it doesn't say that you get to reroll.
Okay.
That it's stupid broken the way that they did that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Oh, the only thing that will affect it, the only thing that would break it, is if it takes damage. So for the next 10 turns, unless it takes damage.
Okay.
So don't touch them.
But I don't know
so that was me. And then, so I'm gonna yell, "Don't fucking touch the zombies over there!" And I'm just like pointing over in a random direction.
The big monster.
Okay, so
No,
channel
I'm gonna do
divinity.
I'm gonna try and do like the split kick.
Like Fiona.
Oh, so I guess when I
So-
channel divinity, both things happen. So when I channel divinity, it says that I turn undead, and then the next thing that says is channel divinity preserve life.
I think you get to choose
Choose
between
one of
them.
them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because a lot
I was
of my
like, what?
features, it's like it's either or.
but it doesn't say either or. And when I'm looking at my channel divinity stuff, it says. Oh, okay, so I choose which effect. Okay.
Yeah.
It just says that I get additional effects as I level up. Cool. So I can do it up to one more time. The other thing that is going to happen is... I'm scrolling all the way down. Mr. Seahorse is going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
And he's going to direct that at Strahd. So that's not going to hit, because that's like 10.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
So, nope, he does
Anything
not.
else?
That's it.
All right.
Where is it as well? And now I'm sad.
There's your lovely host.
I wouldn't call him lovely.
You see him into the floor and pop up over here.
Oh shit.
Everybody make a dex saving throw. Yeah.
It's weird, buddy.
Yeah, and the save is 17.
You just made that by the fucking skin of your teeth.
I made it, but it might not matter.
Oh no.
Okay. Let me do this real quick. Uh, 45 fire damage.
Oh boy.
And Avama rolled a critical hit. You see her like flip backward out of the way, and you just see these get destroyed. So everybody who succeeded is going to take half of that. Everybody else is going to take.
Are you down?
Yes. You just see a mirror. He's crisp up. He's all black. He's all crispy and smoking.
Gosh, I'm gonna take more damage from you all getting hit then.
How did Rhunon and Loch do?
I made it, and I'm also resistant, so I take quarter.
I made 20, but it was dirty.
Okay.
So the being 45, it took like a total of 22 damage or 23 damage.
Yeah.
I had 10 health left. So did I fail any saves?
No.
So I'm
And
just-
half is. What about the seahorse?
It did its turn.
No,
No,
I mean,
it's
like
Oh,
the
fireball.
Oh, these do dex.
I didn't even think about it.
I mean, 1 HP, whether it makes it or fails.
I'm gonna say
Yeah, unless it's
It's
a
dead.
crit success.
right.
Yeah, it's not.
And
So
it's,
Yeah,
fine.
it's gone.
It's toast.
Rhunos.
Birds away.
And then.
Is he gonna turn around and hit me?
No. Better.
Better.
Bite me, bitch.
You feel a hot flame behind you.
Damn it.
Shit.
Is that the end of Strahd's turn?
Technically, yes. The nightmare goes with him.
Alright, I saw them at the end of Strahd's turn.
Okay.
Don't
So,
let him here.
hold on. It showed up.
It's a fiend.
It's not undead,
It's
yeah.
not undead.
Okay.
Who's it attacking, by the way?
Rhunon and it is 12. It is the end of his turn now.
Alright, I'm gonna use one of my other runes I have carved onto my shield. Stoner. In addition, when a creature you see in strength at 30 feet, you can use your reaction to evoke the rune and force creature to make a wisdom saving throw. I'm going to force Strahd to make a wisdom saving throw, and if he fails, he's charmed for 1 minute, which just makes him fall asleep until somebody does something to him.
And then we run.
Uh-oh.
Has speed 0 and incapacitated, descending into a dreamy stupor.
What's the save?
Someone goes up
It
there and
is
stabs him in the
a
neck.
It's
save
until someone
14.
happens to him.
And what's... I'm sorry, what was the thing?
It is a wisdom save
Still
14.
take shit.
Dirty 20.
That's fair. Worth a shot.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
definitely.
That's it.
Mirror.
So hoping if he failed, he'd use another one.
Death saving throw.
Oh boy!
16?
Okay,
Hey.
that's one success.
Yay!
Alright, put it right here because I'm gonna need it for a little bit.
And he's going to take his legendary action.
Who's he more pissed at?
How many legendary actions does he get?
35.
3 per round, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, he is like.
Who is he
God.
more pissed at? Yeah.
He's going to use
That's
one.
fair.
Use one to move against you and then the second one to attack you.
That's fair.
Should have played that better. 12.
Does not hit.
You shoot Luke Skywalker underneath this lightsaber.
Seven faces. Whew.
Did anything have the dark saber?
Oh, yeah. And then Talon
Hero of the soul.
It's gonna use
Somebody save a beer, I can't.
hold vampire.
Yes, nice.
Please.
Yes.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
So you see, no, Talon, no, it's Strahd.
Oh, damn it.
20. He has to make the save.
I appreciate that you clarified.
Right.
Well, you got real excited. I was like, no, you shouldn't be that excited. But he is still going to attack that skeleton. You just see his katana explode with radiant energy and chop this bad boy in half. Somebody got Amir, or do I need to get him?
I don't have them.
My crispy charred corpse.
Millennials,
is laying in front of
though,
me.
I can revive them once my turn.
Who?
is
Who's the lineal?
Oh, fuck.
Loch.
Loch.
Alright.
Names. Hard.
I'm just gonna revive him though.
But he's not dead, so Revivify. For him, he's just unconscious.
No, Revivify brings him up to 0. I have something that brings him up to 0, not.
We need him to be 1.
Yeah.
So I
Alright.
shove a potion down his throat.
Give me the bottle.
Give him the bottle.
Got crispy little lips. Might have to pry him open.
It's okay, she successfully surgery to
So I have Spare the Dying, so it all it does is make him have to stop rolling.
Gotcha. Just shove a
Because
potion
all
down
it does
his
is
throat.
makes him stable.
Shove a potion down his throat so he's actually
You
wakes
should
up.
have like a superior or something on it.
Okay, Ivana let fly some arrows and stuck them right into Strahd's back.
Yes, queen!
Right up his ass.
Atta girl.
Probably likes it.
Rhunon.
I'm gonna turn around and attack.
Yeah,
The horsey.
we got a horse in here now.
Oh, I forgot I had this.
Always a good thing to hear.
That's gonna be a 25 to hit the horse.
Yeah, it needs a 13.
But I wanted to do something else.
And that's gonna be a 12 damage for the first attack.
Okay.
And then it's gonna be a 21 to hit. And 16 damage for a second attack.
Okay. You fuck him up pretty good.
And it's all radiant, if that matters. And they're interfering into... These guys are all running away, right?
Yes, except for the one in the very back.
You made it?
He was
He
blocked
was
by
behind
the
the wall.
wall. There's a wall between.
The ability so specifically say it goes around walls and corners, if it can.
Okay.
And if they're running away, then Inferior is going to come protect our healer. And bite him.
Okay.
That's a hit, and it's going to be, unfortunately, he's not going to do a whole lot of damage, because he is a fire right now. So it's going to be 9 piercing and 4 fire. And that is my turn.
Okay. You grab onto one of its bonier legs and just kind of thrash about.
It's a little
Like
ashy.
a dog with a bone.
A Darren.
How would I hit with a stake? Would I hit like it's a dart? Would I hit like it's a
stake?
dagger? Yeah.
Make
Wouldn't it be just with her dex?
make a
It wouldn't be like an unarmed strike or anything.
make an Arcana check.
For a...
I'll
Just do it.
She's a toe.
a 2.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, I've hit things with a stake before. It's not the first time I've staked something.
I know, but it's for
I
something
think
else.
it's his armor.
All right. Yeah, it's basically an unarmed strike, and you do the stake.
The armor seems
Okay.
special.
I'm going to... Oh, I recognize that. However, it's no ordinary stake.
Silver?
No.
It's probably one of them enlarged ones.
No. Alright, so I'm gonna hit him with a... I'm gonna grab the stake from my side.
You do have advantage because Ivanova's
Exactly.
right there.
And I'm going to do an unarmed strike with the stake in my hand. Because that's how you said we were gonna play it?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I no longer need that.
It's a crit hit.
Okay.
And do you want me to roll damage for the unarmed strike in addition to the stake, or do you just want me to do the stake? Because it's a stake infused with guided bolt.
Okay. Just go ahead and do both.
So that's going to be 12 points of force damage, I guess, because it's technically an arm. No, this is the stabby stab.
Okay.
And then it's a 66, right?
66 hit this card.
It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's going to do 21 radiant damage.
Okay. Are you doubling any of that with your crit?
Oh, yeah. Would both of them double, or would it just be the stabby stab?
It'd be the whole thing.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
all dice rolled.
So you had 9. Well,
No, I had 12
12, yeah.
for the stabby stab.
for force damage to be 24
So,
force
no, because that was with a +6 because of my...
Okay, good.
So it would be 18 stabby stab.
Okay.
And what did I just say? I just said 21. So it'd be 42 radiant.
Okay.
And that's my first attack.
You see an opening in his armor where one of your compadres probably hit him, and you stab it right in there. And he's, ah! And what's next?
Oh, another attack! But
And
of course.
whoever attacks him next gets advantage.
I don't read it. I also don't manage
You don't get advantage.
No.
Don't forget to add your +4.
I don't need it though.
Well, then why not bless you?
Because
For
there's
when we
sometimes that I
miss,
do need it.
it helps.
No, that's gonna be a
Or his
26
fireball
to hit.
saves.
Yep, you
That's
need
been
21.
helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to use it a couple times.
Did you?
Yes. So
Yeah, it's this one.
it's the only reason I've made the past 2 saves.
That's gonna be 16 points of damage. It's a mixture between force and lightning. Does that matter?
You don't think so?
Cool. How's he looking?
Angry.
His armor is looking pretty rough.
Cool,
It's hard
cool.
to see the man underneath. You just see glowing red eyes underneath the.
Question is his armor taking all the brunt so far, and we haven't hurt him at all?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
I think it absorbs the radiant damage.
It's fine. I'm gonna use another key point, and I'm gonna do once again flurry of blows. So I'm gonna hit him twice more.
Okay.
It's a 22 to hit. And a 23 to hit.
Wow. Good turn.
Well, it's a +10.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see.
Sorry, that was really aggressive. 39 points of damage.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm one of those, I am specifically aiming for his nuts.
Okay. You hit him with one of your punches, like you do like the little Jean-Claude Van Damme splitting, and you just see like the crotch piece of his armor fall off.
That's what I thought. This was my turn.
Okay.
Spooky, scary skeletons go running for their lives.
I'm sorry, Alex.
You see this one go. It's like Evil Dead where I'm in Darkness where the skeletons can emote.
We see them all leave single file out the door.
Alright, these two are gonna
Gonna hit
attack
me, yeah.
you, yeah. They saw you like significantly hurt their master.
I completely forgot about the guided bolt infused stink.
16 and 7.
Nope.
Then this one's gonna attack Fiernan.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shadows.
10.
That's not hit. I'm
Ouch.
going to use my sentinel reaction to opportunity attack him.
Okay.
And let's see, that's going to be a hit. And he's undead.
It's 15 on the die.
It's 15 plus 11.
Yeah.
Yep. It's going to be, 8, 9, 10 plus 9. It's going to be 19 radiant.
Okay. He just explodes. And Strahd's gonna use legendary action to disappear.
Should have run
into
with the rest
floor.
of them.
We don't get an opportunity attack.
No.
Because it just disappears.
Lock.
Just vanishes into
This
thin air.
bitch.
Oh shit, that's yours.
Okay, so I guess...
I like
Those
your
turned out really
collection.
well.
They
well.
did.
So since it's a bonus
Wow.
action from...
Oh, round 4. Sorry. Go ahead.
Round 4.
Fight! So since it's a bonus action for me to drink a healing potion, is it bonus action for me to dump healing potion in someone's mouth?
Sure.
Okay.
Something.
So I cast. So first I cast Spare the Dying. So that takes you straight up to 0. So that's going to make you at 0 hit points.
He's already at 0.
Well, but he's technically negative, so it makes him 0 and stable.
Not in this version. He stays at 0.
Yeah, right now it says current HP is 0. I'm just succeeding
Yeah.
there.
I hate 5e sometimes. Okay. So anyway, so I guess there's no use for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna say what just doing.
While
If she
you're
gave
hearing
me,
it,
The spell is useful
bathroom.
for when you can't heal them and stops them time to make saving throws.
Right.
right, and if
Well,
she gave
but
me
I'm
the
thinking-
bottle, I would just regain whatever health, right?
Yeah.
So just give me the
Okay.
bottle as a bonus action.
So-
that way you have
And then
your
you
action.
use your action
I
for
can use
everyone.
to
Yeah.
do damage to someone.
Just give me the strongest one you got.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
What happened?
You just heard him go, ah!
Yeah, I set up a trap for him in there. Just in case it didn't go our way. So far, I'm pretty pleased with the way it's going.
Right? It could be going a lot worse. It could be going better. It could be going worse.
And like, I knew I was putting myself at harm's way, but I'm like, I need
But
to
that
get
grenade
this out,
was
right? I
beautiful.
was like, I need to get this grenade out.
It was beautiful.
75 radiant damage.
I still also have the ability to go Radiant Soul, which allows me to add an extra additional 11 radiant damage once per turn.
Yeah, I feel like once his armor's down,
Yeah, that's what I was waiting
That's-
for.
he might run
The big
downstairs
kicker.
or something, and we might have like another.
Oh, you're right. There's the downstairs.
That's when we fight the big baddie.
Yeah, right. That's when Cyrus comes out. It's the lantern, so hobbles and whisks his way out there.
Not Cyrus. Also, you good? Or you gave a little scream when you were on ready to
I almost stepped on bears.
Take 22.
I thought it was a toy at first because it was just so still.
Give yourself 22 back.
They were
22?
just discussing it, and we just heard you go, ah!
I, however, am going to turn around and touch the horse. Not that I have to turn very far.
You're going to do what to this horse?
I'm going to touch
Touch
it.
it.
When I touch it, no consent.
Ooh.
It's getting touched.
So when I go out to touch it,
Yeah.
a shadow comes out from my hand, and that shadow siphons the life from the horse into me.
Okay.
I just cast Vampire Touch.
What kind of does it need to make a save, or is that an attack?
It's an
It's an
attack.
attack. That's right. 13.
So 13 to hit.
Yep.
That'll hit.
Wait,
I got 19, so then I'm going to take.
Yeah, we're good. I don't know
No,
how
not
many
those.
does.
I want bigger ones.
You know how many you have. You just got to be able to recognize what's yours.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody else has the llama set. Nobody else has the druidic set.
So it's gonna take. It's gonna take 11 damage,
Okay.
and I get life back.
Yeah, I do. Like, you haven't talked about winning dice in a hot minute.
Because I can,
It's just
I can print minis, and it's so much more exciting.
Right.
You can also print dice now too.
It is true.
It's not as satisfying.
It's not as satisfying.
However, did look into making resin dice.
Yes, like with horrible resin.
Shit's expensive.
And sadly, that is the end of my turn.
Okay, that's the end of your turn.
That is the end of my turn.
All right.
Where's the big bad popping up this time?
Do it.
I'm stressed. Oh, I knew it.
He has his blade out, and you see it enlarge a little bit.
Hey, I can grow too.
No, Trey.
What? I'm
No.
twice my height. I grew to a large creature.
No.
13.
No.
Okay.
That was that's what he said moment.
Oh, you're just one taking it there.
I worked at a bar for 2.5 years. What do you expect of me?
Nothing less. Absolutely nothing less.
It's a good view.
I've also found, like,
Let's just say that.
So that's you when you're giant.
Yeah.
He's going to use a legendary action to make another
This is
attack
normal
against
size.
you.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, "You played with him
26.
for forever." And
That
I'm like,
does
"Who
hit.
the fuck is that character?"
That's me.
And then I realized it was you playing, and I was like, "Did you get a new character?" No, you just freaking.
is he hitting me with a sword or with his talons?
Sword.
Goddamn. Is it necrotic damage?
It is.
Is it disease or poison?
It's necrotic.
Can't you be poisoned?
I'd be happy with poison. But I'm
well,
also
I
not
guess
resistant.
technically
You're gonna
you
take
have to pass it.
51 necrotic damage.
I'm not. I'm gonna take half that because I'm resistant.
Okay.
That was a little sassy,
I'm
sorry.
not saying DM can fight back with you if he can sass you.
So would it be 26 or 25?
26 because you rounded up.
26, yes. What she said. That's what she said.
Okay. Cool.
And as he hits you, you see the blade shrink back down to normal size.
Can I turn around and be like, big boy, eh?
The horse. Can't forget the horse.
The horse?
Forget the horse.
Of course, of course, of course, of course.
He's gonna attack Loch.
Of course.
no.
Is your, if he attacks another target, is your sentinel thing?
I already used my reaction.
Okay, gotcha.
That would be OP if you could do it continuously.
10.
Does not hit.
My rolls are garbage.
I think
Like,
they're great.
yeah, you're overly
Well, don't be so
fantastic.
hard on yourself.
To be fair, I guess Strahd's doing okay. It's the skeletons and everybody else that suck.
Yeah.
No.
Amir.
Keep in mind, Mir almost died.
Take my movement action to stand up.
No.
Make sure there's no more fucking banana peels around me.
It
Rhunon.
wasn't me.
Okay.
So you were cast prone because of the banana peel, and then you were killed because of the...
Fireball.
Yep.
Yep.
Crucified.
Fireball.
Yeah, the battlefield is burnt to a crisp. It's not even there anymore.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn to this nightmare and load up 2 radiant or guided bolt pellets in my
Okay.
shotgun and let loose. Oof. Damn. Oh, I get to add this thing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to one of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So one of them's gonna hit, and one of them misses.
Is that a natural one?
No, it was a 2. So I had a 2.
Oh, that's a
and
4.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Good.
So it's plus 8 for the. So
Okay.
that one gets up to 16 in total,
Yeah, you need a 13.
and that one only gets up to 10. So one of them's gonna hit, and it's gonna be. $22 radiant damage.
Describe your fatality.
I say trample this bitch. Fucking blow it away.
You just see this black goo just spray all over the wall.
Oh yeah.
Gross.
Nice.
Anything else? How much health you got there, Mariah?
66. I don't like that question.
Right, that's a scary question.
Why?
That's it.
That's it?
Yep,
Would you like
it's
to
all
know,
good.
what boy?
Alright, Strahd's gonna take his legendary action to swipe you with his sword.
I respect it. I don't-
27.
God damn!
You take another 20 necrotic.
Is that already halved or?
That is not halved.
10.
10.
It hurts so good.
Come on!
Alright.
Hero of the swamp! Flank him! Get it, vanish!
So he's gonna... Alright. You see Talon go this way, and Strahd with his spare hand catches the blade and deflects it away from him. Talon rolled a 16, not good enough.
You know, if you weren't such an asshole, you'd be pretty attractive.
And I had
Those reflexes.
I had forgotten, and it's okay if you don't give it to me, but is it alright if I had to use the bonus action to chug another potion?
Sure, go ahead.
I'll
I'll talk Ivanova, it's fine.
Ivanova is going to target the two skeletons.
I respect it. And I appreciate it. Because if not, I was going to have to take a Fiona moment. Go away, Fisher.
An arrow explodes with psychic energy and takes one of them out. The other one just thunks right off its skull. Rhunon.
Alright, let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Backwards, that's impressive.
On my way, I'm using my bonus action to chug
Giant now, it's easy.
greater healing potion.
Okay.
Chug-a-lug-lug.
Let's see, that is...
Swipe it with the pretty sword. Swipe
I'm
it with
going
the pretty
to!
sword. Ow, duck!
I don't think I need to. And then he waddled away. I don't understand how you keep your dice tray managed because you have so many dice in it.
I know exactly what everything... I did not mean to take 12 damage, I meant to take 12 HP.
That was silly of you.
Alright, and then I'm going to, thanks to my large reach size, attack Strahd.
Okay. You 21.
And you still have blessed.
Is this considered advantage as Talon's on the other side of him?
No, because you're not immediately on the other side.
That's
If
fair.
you were where,
And Darren is.
yeah, sort of, if you were on you were like one square over.
I mean, at least it did not go underneath the stove or the fridge.
That's going to be 15 plus 11 for the first one.
Okay.
26.
It's going to be 15 radiant and 1 fire for the first attack. And then for the second one, let's see, I already rolled for the second one. That was also one less the other one. They're both hits. Ooh, that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
13 plus 9 is going to be 22 radiant.
Okay.
And then Furion is going to use all his movement, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And that's our turn.
His armor is not so pretty anymore, but it still kind of glows with this red aura. And then he's going to use his legendary action to sink into the floor. Your turn.
I'm gonna be like, well, I'm a little disappointed, and then I'm gonna kick out to the zombie thing. 14?
Yeah.
I'll take it. Sure. It's gonna be 18 points of damage.
Okay. Care to describe your fatality on this last skeleton?
I'm just he gets kicked through the face, straight through the face with lightning going through it.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I mean, I still have another attack, but nothing is really.
Does his face
around
get
me.
stuck to your foot? Do you have to shake him off?
Shake it.
Shake it off.
I know I have healing potions.
Push your healing right there.
Do I really only have
healing potions?
Do I really only have?
You have a greater right there.
I do have a greater. I don't know that I want to use it right now.
Use it.
Can I? So I have 2 attacks. Can I use my second attack to chug a potion?
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to take dodge.
Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here. But what about Master? Paylor is more powerful. And you see them crawl back into their coffins and close the lid.
Did I technically defeat them?
Round 5. Loch.
Healing is needed around the house.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yep.
And Urine and Rooney Bear could greatly use them.
Yeah, definitely then.
I mean, I would not complain. I'm down 30.
I'm down 51.
He also has 1 more hit point than me right now. To put it into perspective. That curse really does take it out of you. If
It really does.
Anybody else, like that
I'm taking more damage from the curse than anything else.
That would have been something I would have gotten. I would have died
Oh,
so many
much.
times. If you constantly limping on one
To
HP.
be fair, if I was not resistant to necrotic damage, I would be out.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'd be like, I can manage. I'm okay. Are we just waiting for Strahd to show back up?
Or
Whatever she's
wait for Loch
gonna
to
do.
take turn.
Oh, actually, so I said the bonus action. Can I also move a little bit? If not, it's okay.
No.
Okay.
It's been a couple turns.
Yeah. If it was still Skeleton's turn, I might have given it to you.
They just ran away so quickly.
Taylor was scary. And they waddled away. Waddle. And they waddled away.
What's gonna happen after 10 turns?
They're probably going to come back up like, wait a minute! Fuck Paylor! Master?
He ain't shit. Strahd's here and now and scarier.
They're either going to wake up to our corpses or his.
That's true. And if Strahd's gone, maybe they can't be animated.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe the whole castle will crumble in the dust with them inside it.
Oh
not with us
god.
inside.
Round 2! That's what happens
Round
to
three?
the mattresses.
Right. Finally found the mattress.
Round 2 of Crummy Castles, it'll be round 3 of Strahd.
Yeah, we're gonna figure Strahd. But I'm not interested in Strahd. I'm interested in crumbling castles right now.
Start with crumpling armor. Then you can crumple the castle.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. You know what? I think I'm gonna hold action.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hold it so that.
How long does your run last?
10 turns.
How many times do you have?
Whenever her blessings. So I'm using to keep track of it.
Awesome. That's such a weak note.
You said you're holding an action?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold Guiding Bolt. It's probably
Okay.
the best thing that I can hold. So if he pops back up, I'm gonna throw a building.
You can always bonus action to Healing Lightos.
I'm fine.
Is that
Do healing what?
Healing Light is your bonus action. You give people up to 4 d6s of healing. You have 7 total d6s.
No, you guys have to be within
Within 60 feet.
60 feet. I thought it was within.
Trust me, I used it a lot while you were gone.
is that your final decision?
I was just ready to fuck this up with Strahd.
Or another nightmare.
Who's in need of a healing light right now?
She's at 73, I'm at 74.
A lot of us still is 69 out of 94. And it looks like Amir's 38 out of 58.
So you're at what out of what, Trey?
I'm at 74 out of 125.
You're at what?
73 out of 102.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw 2 dice your way each.
It's okay.
So you're each gonna take 5.
Thank you.
You're a blessing.
And then I'm gonna hold Guiding Bolt.
Okay. All right.
Strahd be generous, Strahd be kind.
Come at me, whore.
He pops up over here,
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
and he's gonna cast Chain Lightning.
Oh, fuck.
So does he cast before I do?
I'm resistant to lightning today. You can find the armor.
You
Chain lightning.
prepared an action, right?
Yeah, I prepared an action.
So technically no, so you would go first.
Okay. How about a nat 20?
Do it.
That beat for you.
I'll
Big
do.
boy.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Mystify him. Mystify him. He's quite mystifying.
It was guided light
chain lightning.
Oh god.
So you can, I think, if I remember from Creed, it's up to 4. The initial plus 3.
Depends on what level you cast it at, probably.
And that just adds damage, not bolts. I think. Or it might add bolts. I don't remember.
It probably adds bolts.
It might add bolts.
Is it a
Needs
dex
a-
save?
I
I'm
think
gonna
so.
do 44 radiant damage.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
As you hit like his chest, the chest piece just falls off him, and it's just like
Yes.
little pieces of armor, and his helmets are still on.
Chipping away.
It's because I went for the cod piece instead of the head. Chain lightning.
Chain lightning
Okay.
is spooky.
I need his fingers light up with electricity. I need you, and you to make a dex saving throw at 17.
Alright, I gotta do advantage because I took dodge
add
as a
your
bonus
4.
action.
Ooh. Don't need it. That's 26.
I mean, roll it
29.
anyway.
29.
Because you have it regardless of whether you,
Resistant to lightning today, so quarter damage.
Nice.
you guys have it for 4 more rounds.
I'm also large for 4 more rounds.
How'd you do there, Darren?
24.
I need you to roll 5d8 for me.
Five
Give me the
D8.
number,
Oh boy.
'cause I don't have enough.
I have 5d8.
Well, he asked me. I regret him asking me.
Yeah, me fucking too.
23 plus 5. That's gonna be 28. Roll 2
Okay.
8s.
It's a total of 53 damage.
Half is 26. Half again is 13.
You see Talon get blasted across the room and knocked, you think, unconscious.
Oh boy.
Okay, I take no damage because
You made
I'm
the deck
shit.
save.
Ivanova got blasted pretty badly too. Did you take a lot? Take
I
the
took
damage as
quarter
well?
damage because I'm resistant to lightning.
I'm gonna brush off my shoulder and make eye contact with Strahd. I'm gonna go with this
You
bitch.
see your monk badass. You sit there with your arms crossed, your big beefy arms.
Oh, and I got advantage because I had taken the dodge as a bonus action.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I want to give the final blow.
We promise nothing.
I promise absolutely
We promise-
nothing.
We're-
I want
We
to
do
be
not
the
have
one
that
that
luxury.
fucking kill my husband.
We do not have that
I
luxury.
respect that. I will not
He's
promise
going to
it.
use a legendary action on you.
Yeah, it's fair. I am
You
goaded.
guys can just make the damage non-fatal. So you'll be knocking.
No.
You'll just keep knocking
It
down
is
his
time
HP
to
until
end
he's to
this.
0.
26,
Yeah, it is.
20 necrotic.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to use another legendary action to attack you.
I'm going to opportunity attack him as well.
Sentinel.
Is this second one at me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I love that I'm just hiding in my little
That
protective
one.
bubble.
Fuck, Trey.
Just gonna get a little safe
You
zone.
do have the thingy thing, but that won't help
Yeah,
unless
doesn't
you
have
guys
that
get
a
away
way
to
to get away from damage.
Yeah, it really does.
Swear to God, if you hit
Stupid
me-
nightmare. Apparently, you can come right in.
Well, because I have to choose a type.
Yeah,
So
I know.
You
Right.
hit yourself.
he's not undead,
Dang it.
which is stupid.
But yeah,
Well,
it's
I'm not
better to
undead,
keep
so I don't
Strahd
get the
out.
extra damage.
Did you take damage for them?
Yes, I did. I rolled 2 1s, thank goodness. Oh, god damn it, 8.
Max?
Did you take the d4s for
Yes,
everybody?
I did. Luckily, she dodged completely, so only 2 of them got hit.
Dirty 20.
Little hit.
Another 20 necrotic. And then he's going to use his last legendary action to hit you again. Natural 20.
Oh, that's why I knew it.
40 necrotic.
My last thing to make him reroll. My last thing for the day.
Okay.
Make him reroll.
Yes.
19.
It'll hit.
But it's
So
not in
that's
that 20.
Yeah, right. It's not
I appreciate that because it lowers the damage for me.
good.
Can I thematically just like reach out and lightly slap him? I'm just goading.
Not for damage.
Not for damage. I just
Yeah.
want to like a
Here, tink,
like
tink,
a
tink.
like a mother going, nice job.
Nice try.
Okay. Amir.
Okay. So he's going to pull out these 2 silver discs, kind of look like little mini UFOs. He's going to push these little buttons on the bottom of them, and they're going to start to levitate and fly. And then both of those are going to fly over here, just behind him, and they're going to attack him with guided bolt, each one of them.
Okay.
So that's
Of all the spells, the only spell I had is
It's a good one.
does a whole shit ton of
Come
damage.
on, D4. Well, let's see. What do I need to hit?
21.
I don't hit at all. I miss. Both of them miss. So they expend a charge, they miss, and then they kind of come right back to me. I put them away. I'm disappointed.
You
I'm a
see the
piece of
bolts, and
shit.
he just deflects them with his lightsaber.
I said,
Anything
God
else?
damn Darth Vader.
Who's this Vader you speak of?
Do not understand-
Daddy?
Do not understand this reference.
Dark Daddy?
Oh boy.
That's what I call my papa when he's mad at me.
Or would it be Daddy Death?
I need to just give you the button for my Mickey Mouse oh boy. So
I'm
you
sorry,
can just
anything
push the
else?
button.
I'm still.
Why do I need a button when I can do
You
it?
do it very well.
Yes, I guess for like my movement, I'm gonna give Crunk my movement, and I'm gonna put him down on the ground. He's gonna put his little legs up, and he's gonna start running this way.
Okay.
So this is Crunk. 5, 10,
Do you want Mushu to be Kronk?
No, I want that to be. Here's Crunk. Here's my little backpack. Running that way. That's it.
Pretty nice.
Okay.
It's so fucking pretty. Oh shit, is Talon making death saves?
She staggers up.
Is Talon making death saves?
You don't know, he's clear across the room.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And he, again, makes the same mistake.
I respect that.
I said steak.
Missed ape.
Did you say steak?
I don't have another one of those. That was fun though.
Yeah. I'm glad it actually worked. I forgot that I gave it to you.
Rhunon.
I have several.
You have several?
I have several.
It stakes imbued with guiding bolts.
Yes.
You want to pass me one real
Yeah.
quick?
Jay needs to get that.
I have a... Holy shit.
I haven't used any.
Yeah. I gave him to you because you were up close and personal.
Which is...
Now his armor's off. Stab him.
Yeah.
Can't have to be because I have better and
I'm trying to decide.
Oh, and it's your turn.
No, you have the have the sword. Just
decide
do the sword.
decide on what. Go in there and start
Well,
wailing, bro.
do I want to heal myself with a spell or wail on him?
Or
You
do
want to
damage.
start wailing on him.
We can deal with the health part with you.
That's
we can
fair.
revive you. We got healer
That's fair.
still. Do damage while his
Do-
armor's
go
falling
and
off.
flank
So
him.
I'm going to.
Before he goes to bed and regenerates and gets out
As
his
we scooping it
get out
again.
his blue set of armor. This is just kind of weaker.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
That'll do it.
I'll do donkey.
Yeah. It's AC being 21. That's rough.
This is steep.
It's a steep one. Sorry.
That's going to be 19 radiant for the first one. And then that's going to
for
be
advantage.
right. And then that's going to be like 29 for the second one to hit.
That one just doesn't hit for some reason. Just fucking
Strahd said no.
just bitch slaps you.
That's going to be 20 radiant and 5 fire.
Hell yeah, that was a good one.
Describe your fatality.
I wanted to.
I'm just going to plunge the radiant sword to his chest and let it start burning him.
Okay.
Is he still facing me?
As you do, you see him facing you, you see through his chest, and you just see what there pretty much just his helmet left fall to the ground.
Yes!
I was
So
not
Trey.
prepared.
Go Trey. I'm a little salty, but go Trey.
I'm sorry, Loch, it had to be done.
He's my fucking husband. I wanted to fucking kill
So
him.
is there like a pile of ash? Is there smoke? What do we see?
You don't see any ash, you just see what the remnants of his armor.
Oh shit, he can turn into mist.
But we normally see the mist, right?
I don't know. I don't know shit about vampires.
Can I
would say it's
do-
probably safer to assume he's not dead yet.
Can I do perception check?
Sure.
See if I
There's a
know
coffin
if
here
he
for all
turned
the
to
zombies.
mist,
There's not an extra
or if he's
one that
actually
you
dead?
saw, is
Not
there?
that you can see.
We don't know where his coffin is.
Probably
So if I'm
not
trying to
dead.
determine if he's actually dead, what do you want me to roll?
Make an Arcana check.
Arcana. 23.
You're pretty sure that he's not dead. You know that from talking with Talon several days ago that this specific a master vampire has to be killed and staked in his coffin, otherwise he's just going to keep coming back.
since he was right in front of me, can I see if like I felt the wind go in any specific way?
Make a perception check.
Can I be
Can I make the same check?
Sure.
Can I get biscuits out? He's still here.
That's
He's
going to
just-
be a
He's
His
been
is
here the whole
27
time.
perception.
You felt the floor shake and the tremor kind of went this way.
Wait, this way?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Before we do anything, can we heal?
Take potions, do other things.
I can do.
Oh shit, Talon!
Yeah, tell on.
Are we out of combat?
So I can either do a mass cure wounds, or I can do prayer of healing.
What does Mass Cure Wounds do? And what does Prayer Healing do?
So
Talon is down and he was making saving throws.
Maybe.
Educated guessing it.
Right.
Where are they?
That's what Conco's going to do about that. Depending, he's going
I'm
to
gonna-
run all the way over there to the ministry.
I'm going to give Talon a
That's
potion
what
of healing.
You feel a right hand grab you, and he says, "Do you see that?"
See what?
And he looks to his left. You see a bright white light appear, and you see a hooded figure standing there. And a small Yanti child comes out from behind him, and Talon, tell Kodoff I fought well. And you notice that he has 2 arms now, and you see all the wounds kind of wash away.
What?
And he leans down, and you hear the Yanti child, Erasmus, yell, "Daddy!" and runs into his arms. And he gets up. He says, "Valen be with you, my friends." And he walks into the light. And the hooded figure falls through him, falls with him, and then the portal closes.
I'm glad he's always with me.
Did I see that from here?
Everybody saw it.
Okay.
Talon? Did you just go to heaven?
Group up. Group
Yeah,
up.
let's go. Let's go.
Come to us, Loch.
You notice that he left his katana behind.
Ooh, ooh.
okay, so I can do this 2 ways. I can either do mass cure wounds,
Which does what?
which will use up the rest of my slots on my staff of healing, or I can do prayer of healing. But both of them will heal you guys 3d8
Will you get the prayer of
each
healing?
for up to 6 people.
Will the prayer of healing? Can it be replenished by doing a short rest for you?
We don't want to do a short rest, though.
We just want to go ahead and go.
A cat nap, 10 minutes. It might be enough time for these guys to wake up, but we can deal with those guys easy.
Those guys are probably coming up right about now.
Can I
Or-
pick
or
up the
the one-
katana?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna walk back over with it.
But it's just a suggestion, I know.
Well, because I
know
have
it's
spell of
kinda tough,
refueling, and I still have the ability to replenish spell slots using one of my
Okay.
feats.
No, say
So
don't
she's
worry
probably
about it.
good, yeah.
Yeah,
Whichever one you think is better. What was the thing with his katana again? Was
It
it?
was just his special katana, the one he used.
Is there anything special about it?
It's just custom made.
Yeah, say isn't it like
It's
blue or
got-
something?
Oh, anything what?
Isn't it like blue or something?
Yeah, it's got like a blue blade to it. It's got his name written in Yanti on the hilt. It's a very nice saber.
You want to hold on to it for now?
I can.
I'll say you want to just put it back on.
You
back
get the
on.
sense that maybe you could, when you guys get home, you could return it to his wife.
Yeah.
Put it in the bag of holding, then you forget.
I'm gonna put it in the bag of holding.
Slide it on there.
I'm gonna hand you.
So you guys are
You got both
each going to heal 28.
Oh,
Total.
yeah.
Thank you. You said 3 of those?
Yep.
Does that include Ivanova?
Yes, all of us, because we've got less than 6 people.
Yeah, we do.
Till we're back.
How many healing potions do you have?
I have
Jesus.
1 greater and 4 regular.
How many healing potions do you have?
I have 1 greater left, and 9 regular.
Can I take 2 of those regular?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna take them right now. I only have 3, which is why I asked you.
I'm gonna cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds on me as well, since I don't use those spell slots very often.
I don't want to do any other healing in case we end up having to do more fighting, because
Oh,
I'm
we're
kind
gonna have to do more fighting.
Yeah,
I'm kind of
Look at that roll.
We gotta find this.
Right.
shy on
Look
spells.
at that roll.
that's so lovely.
I got 2 8s and a 7 on my 3d8.
Nice. Okay. Spawns katanas now in the bag of holding.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Yep. I felt Tremors head towards this door over here when he died.
Do you have any charges left on the Wand of Secret Things? Do we want to go there and like open it up and see?
I have 1 more charge on it.
Okay. Do we want to follow that path then and then go?
I would just follow to where you guys felt the tremors.
Okay.
Quickly.
Last time we
Quickly.
just skipped a door that was obviously there. It was took us around for about 2
Make a dex
hours.
saving throw.
Oh, God.
You,
Oh wow.
Mister, I don't
But
check for traps.
we were just over here talking.
That's 20.
He's just walking over. Alright. It's like, yeah, I think that's the door.
Quickly, I said.
Okay, so we all
I
just
was
watch.
already there.
You take 5 lightning damage as you.
Hey, I'm resistant.
And it's so hard.
Damn it.
Your glasses fall off.
Your DM's glasses fall off. Alright, after he triggers the trap.
Is the door open now, though?
You also make a dex saving throw.
Oh shit.
Jesus.
Jesus, well, I'm gonna walk right here.
Alright, can I Arcana check this door?
19.
Okay. Well, you don't take anything on halves, do you?
No.
No, you just dodge right out of the way.
Can I Arcana check this door, check out this trap?
Sure.
Can I help?
I'm Arcana anyways. It's gonna be a 25.
Okay, you notice that it's faint, but there are parts of the floor that has been enchanted, and the one that you stepped on, the one that she stepped on, and then one over here is enchanted. This is the one that has not been tricked yet.
Don't step on these plates.
Where we're standing right now. Everybody else file through.
And now we can go.
Okay. You open up the door.
I mean, I was gonna check it for traps first, because I haven't actually gotten to the door yet.
Okay. Check for traps. Make an investigation check. Just asking. I mean,
Can I help him?
it's a fair question.
I've learned my lesson too many times this campaign.
I don't think we have.
I don't know about that.
That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Okay. You notice there's an arrow trap, but you think you can disable it.
I want to disable it.
Okay. Make a nature survival check.
You gotta survive nature, man.
That's gonna be
Oh, damn.
25.
Okay. You disable it
Roll
without
me
any
with
problems.
me. Alright, now I think it's safe.
Open the door.
I open the door.
Yep. Okay.
Black marble steps descend from this dark tomb. The essence of evil penetrates the very air that you breathe. And you see before you see a total of 5 coffins. 4 of them are against the walls, and then one is in the very center of the room. It's decadent and has the House of Strahd painted on all 4 sides, and in addition to the top. And you see what looks like a dummy that you would expect armor to hold, there to be armor there, but there's nothing on it.
So, if you guys lift the coffin, can I be the one to stake him? Please.
I think we should all have stakes prepared.
So these other 4 coffins. Do you think they were for his brides?
Probably.
I mean, like, we can go check real quick.
I would do
would-
them last.
Ignore them and not risk waking anybody up.
Yeah, we should do Strahd first.
Well, at this point, all of the brides are dead.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Because if we can kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just a little afraid it was going to be an Nosferatu.
I say maybe some of us. So how big is this room? Then.
It's probably about 30 by 30 feet.
Okay. So like
Yeah.
maybe get the healer and Ivanova over to like the corners, posted up as far away from the coffin in case something blows up. Well, I guess you want to stab. So
I want to kill my hubby.
I mean, I'm cool with it.
You are more than welcome to. I am going to have a stake
Oh,
out though.
Yeah, we're gonna be
just
next to you
in
with backup stakes just in case.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You get first stab though.
That's fine.
And I'm just gonna prepare an action.
Okay.
So just load up a crossbow, and just a silver crossbow, and just train it on it.
Yeah, we're also gonna have prepared actions
Yeah.
for.
One of the raised 2 arrows. And you see like
Are you speaking
Yes.
for me?
lights, flashes of light in her eyes.
We have prepared actions for if the stake doesn't kill him.
Okay. Are you going to remove the top of the coffin?
We need to check the traps first.
Yeah.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Take advantage because someone's helping you.
That's going to be what is my investigation?
I think it's going to be 21.
Yeah, that's going to be 22.
It does not appear to be trapped.
My bad.
Okay.
It looks safe. I'm nervous.
Can I
'cause it's
have
his coffin, but yes.
someone's stake? Because I was only given one, just so I could stake him at the very beginning, and that was all I was given.
Want to give her one of yours since you have 3?
Don't you still have one left? 2 left?
I have 2, yeah, but then we'll each have 2 that she'll have.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pass you a steak, and it's a special steak.
I have this joyous look on my face.
Okay.
Okay.
The lid is still on.
Yeah,
So who's lifting?
We can lift, and then I will lift, and I guess if you don't want
Fiernan
to.
will push.
All right, Fiernan and I are gonna
I need
get the
everybody
lid
who's
off.
lifting to make a strength check.
Oh God,
It's a good thing I'm not doing it.
I'm not great at strength. That's gonna be a 9 from me,
What is Fiernan's strength?
bitch. You're gonna have to do it.
Well,
It's gonna be
technically,
a 16
aren't
for
they all
Fiernan.
helping each other?
Yeah.
It's gonna be 16 for Fiernan. Is that
Oh,
enough?
it's gonna be a 10.
Okay. So it's just Spirit and you.
Yeah.
It's like if your arms are more for shadow.
You're good.
Spirit and just like, what did Spirit roll?
16, yeah.
Okay. Just like carries most of the weight. you two, it slips out of your arms, and of course, Spirit can't hold on all by himself. He goes, you just hear it echo throughout this chamber.
I'm
Yeah.
well.
Before you see Strahd. Well, you see basically this minus the sword. He's just laying there. You see burns all over his face. He's just really fucked up, and you very slowly he's starting to regenerate.
Can I?
Yeah,
Advantage? Do I even have to roll to hit?
sure.
I do have to roll to hit?
Yes, but yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay.
go ahead with advantage.
22.
All right, describe your penetration.
From the bride.
Hey, we get to be here to see it.
Woo! Spicy.
Get it, girl.
So I'm a weak little thing. So I don't just go stab. I go stab and then I kick it in. Because I'm a weak little thing.
Okay, you hear his rib cages just crack right open, and you see his bones and flesh start to wither and fall apart, and this dark energy surrounds him, and he disappears, and the stake just sort of falls, and you feel the castle shake around you, and a whirlwind of bright light just flails about all of you. It's almost blinding, and as you like look around, all you see is plains, and off in the distance you see Castle Ravenloft in ruin.
Oh.
I think we did it, guys.
Thank the
Oh,
Lord
shit.
I'm not married to that man for forever.
Hey guys, did I miss anything? You hear this behind you.
I'm gonna like grab him and I'm gonna hug him and I'm gonna be like, hi, how are you?
Great. So, when are we going to the castle?
It was a beautiful wedding. You missed it. It's all good.
Oh.
Where's my son? Or daughter? Or whatever. I don't know. Where is he?
I pull out Crunk and get into that little secret compartment, and I need that paper.
I want to know where my child is. I don't care. I mean, I'm happy that Strahd is dead. It's not celebration time yet.
What?
Can I see if anybody's around us? If it looks like anybody's listening.
I don't even care.
I'm just
you
staring
don't.
at the castle ruins.
Don't even care.
20.
Hopefully that's
20.
I'm not going to look at it. I'm going to pass it to you.
Perception.
These are mine.
22.
As you guys are conversing, you hear
Oh boy.
Shit!
And you see the vampire dragon land. What have you done with my master?
I fucking killed him.
I'm gonna be like, she's your master.
I will feast upon your bones. I will drink every ounce of your... What's that? Do you hear that? And the clouds begin to clear apart.
Oh boy.
And you see a dragon-like thumb come down and squish him like this. And you see this giant figure just come out of the sky. Which one of you is a lineal?
A lineal.
I'm sorry, Darren. And this dragon is silver all over. He's got these fanned out ears and long horns. His thumb was big enough to kill a gargantuan dragon with one hit, so he's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
But yeah, as the sun, which you're seeing for the first time over Barovia, just like kind of like shines off his scales.
I mean, like, I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna be like, hi! And then I'm gonna bow.
Fiorin's bowing.
I heard your prayers, child. I am the one called Bahamut.
And I'm gonna bow again, and I'm gonna essentially then go from being hello to I thank you for your offer of companionship through Mushu and guidance along this
I was
journey.
originally going to send you one of my other, more qualified sons, but someone took the spell.
That sounds about right.
I'm gonna go from like bowing to look up and be like, I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere. I only died a few times. It's all good.
Even a god of my tier cannot go against the wills of death, but I was able to find a loophole. Now that the curse and spell is lifted, I am here at your prayers and service. And when he talks, like, the ground just shakes, like you're all just trying not to fall over.
I'm not trying to not fall over, I'm just sitting on my ass. It seems more appropriate.
I'm gonna turn around and look at everybody and be like, do we want to go home?
Well, my child supposedly is with my parents, but I don't get it, because she gave you this in the town, right?
The
So...
parents were at the wedding, right?
Right.
Like-
So, supposedly she sent my child to my parents
They could have
before
put
the wedding.
They could have put him with your grandfather.
But if they were charmed... I just want to go home and make sure Sunny's okay.
Okay. I'm gonna.
I can send you home, and there is someone who is going to be very, very badly punished for this insurrection.
I am going to
Insurrection
sweep
or
Mushu.
insubordination?
Both.
I'm gonna sweep Mushu behind me, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh, great one. I understand that sometimes children are the worst. My own parents have told me this many a times, but I think he learned a lot, and I think he was very, very valuable. He was a valuable teammate for everybody." And I'm gonna like kick at whoever's closest to me to be like, "Play along."
Well, he did start his own religion, and he's got a whole people who worship him now, so he's kind of like you in another dimension.
I just think that you.
You hear him say, "Really?"
It was impressive. I just go easy on him, or let him stay with me. Because
Dream, I don't remember.
we're
If
buddies
you
now.
wish, you can be your responsibility.
My responsibility or my guardian angel? I'm fine with either.
As long as you live, his life force shall be tied to yours.
I'm gonna look at Mushu and I'm gonna be like, "Are you okay with that, or do
I
you
would
want
love that.
Okay.
All my brothers do is pick on me. At least here I feel like I have a purpose. That's all I ever wanted, Father, was to have a purpose.
And I'm gonna scratch like the scales under his chin, and I'm gonna be like, "My roommates are gonna fucking love you." And then I'm gonna look back at Bahamut, and I'm gonna be like, "Your servant thanks you for everything. I've tried to live in the way that you would deem wise, but I think we would all really appreciate not being here. So if you could give us a ride home, that would be like fantastic."
It's the least I can do for you ridding the lands of this evil, and allowing me to stamp out that abomination.
That was so impressive, by the way. I'm gonna spread that throughout the Nardorf area.
I suddenly get a curious look on my face, and I'm looking at this giant dragon before he sends us off.
You see, like, a couple of fingers come and scoop you guys up, and he picks you up like this. Go home.
Can I hug you first?
I want to ask him something first.
That's fine.
What?
So you're a god, right?
Some would say so.
Do you know Paylor?
Yes.
Can you say hi to him for me when you go back?
I will say hi to him at the next reunion.
Thank you.
Can I hug you?
If you can find a scale that's of size, I guess.
Alright, I'm gonna try and hug him.
You find like a little scale that is like about the size of like a 20-foot person.
You're like hugging us.
Alright, thank you.
Go
Thank
home.
you, my
Be well. And he blows, and you guys like turn into dust. And then the next moment, you feel somebody poking you with a stick.
Yeah.
I think he's alive. Zathras, what do you think? Zathras don't know. And you feel two sticks poking you. Child of Delin and Milo. Is it really you? We've been looking for you. And you see three furbolgs like staring down at all of you.
Are we back?
Zathras?
Yeah, as you guys kind of sit up, you see the town of Nardorf kind of about 100 yards off in the distance.
Zathras, is that you?
You hear all three of them
Was
say
that another
yes at the same time.
Yep, that's Zathras.
Was that another dream?
Yep.
Is Mushu with me?
Yeah, he's with you.
I'm gonna pull Mushu and be like, no.
I say, Lushu's real.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Can you help us get to our parent? Hi. Have you seen our parents recently? Have you seen my mother?
They're all in town and in their respective houses. They went missing for a little while, and they don't have any memory of where the hell they went. But they've been very concerned and anxious for each of your returns.
Then I'm going fucking home. I start walking off.
Do you want company or do you want to go alone?
I don't care if you guys follow, but I've got a one-track mind right now.
You guys each converse, and you kind of do like Ivanova instigates a group hug, and through this adventure, you feel like you have this newfound group friendship. But you think some time apart might be good. Sort of absorb everything that you've been through. And you kind of all like agree, like maybe in another 3 months or so, you guys will meet for coffee or something. But you'll see each other around town. But just to sort of regather, you'll meet in about 3 months. But individually, you think that each of you needs to go like do something real quick and then just
go back to
settle
normal.
down for a little bit. So what I want to do is I want to go around the table, and I want to start with Rhunon. Where's the first place you go, and you care to describe that for everybody?
Oh goodness, let's see. He's probably just going to start the long trek back to his parents' house he hasn't seen in probably years.
Okay.
This has made him miss them a lot. So he's going to go back to his parents' house and just have a reunion and stay with them for probably that entire time until he comes back to meet them in 3 months.
So your parents don't live in Nardorf?
No.
Okay.
They are strangers that live out in the wilds.
That informs a lot about you.
Anything else?
Not particularly. I mean, in 3 months, you're going to come back to Nardorf, meet up with these crazy people, and just going to keep bonding with Fiorin.
Okay.
Still relatively new.
Okay. Now I'm going to stop tormenting you. You
That's
go
fair.
ahead, Loch. I'm stop tormenting her because I know she's anxious.
Yeah, so I just kind of, like, I stick around begrudgingly for the little talk. Not that I don't care, I just have other things that I care more for
Sure.
at the moment. And as soon as our little talk is over, I go practically sprinting home.
Okay.
And when I come up to my house, I'm just going to throw my door open. I would normally be gentler, but I'm just going to throw it open. And I'm calling, Mom! Dad! Are you here?
You don't see them anywhere, but you see a woman sitting at your dining room table. She has long, curly black hair, and she's got a little bit of a bandana, and you see she's got 2 metallic legs, and you see next to her this big canister with your child in it, and she's just got this charcoal black skin to her. Sorry, I kind of just let myself in. Are you Loch? And you can see she's got battle scars, like a lot of them.
I am? Who are you?
How rude of me. Esmeralda.
Oh, nice to meet you. Are you the one who's been taking care of my child?
I was freed. Gosh, I can't believe I'm saying this. I was freed by one of the brides, and she said the condition that I get to leave Barovia is that I take this child and I deliver it to this town.
Well, thank you.
You're very
and
welcome.
I'm like practically crying.
I'm
emotional right now.
And I have another question. I have a close friend. He's more of a father figure, really. Did you guys did you and your group happen to meet with Van Richten?
And I start crying even harder. I'm like, yes. He's with his child now. And I'm just like sobbing and I'm barely getting the words out.
Erasmir?
Yeah. Because I'm like trying to wipe my eyes. I'm sorry. Strahd.
He was a good man.
Yeah, Strahd killed him. I killed Strahd though. I killed my fucking husband and I'm glad. So sorry.
Husband? You should sit down and fill me in. But as far from what I've been told, I have the books and all the stuff that you're going to need to. God, I hate to say it this way, but this is the way Lumella put it. Program him, because I know he's been implanted with some memories already. But I mean, I don't think he's been finished developing yet. I don't know anything about this stuff. It's all new to me. I was just told to give you all this stuff, and she kind of points to these pile of books out in front of her.
Well, thank you. Do you want to at least stay for dinner? I'm sure once my
I
parents
would love
get
to
here.
stay around for a while. I know that Van Richten said he was married. I would love to meet his wife. I heard that she was amazing. Anything else for you there, Loch?
No, at this point I'm just waiting for my parents to get home so I can introduce my child.
Okay. Darren.
Alright, before leaving you, I'm gonna be like, do you want me to give the katana to his wife, or do you want to? I think you had a better bond with him.
Yeah, I'd like to do it.
Yeah.
My hero. He was my hero after all.
Hero.
I think he got up to like 47 confirmed kills. I got to witness him.
I mean, that was 45 more than what he did in campaign 1.
I'm gonna pat you on the back awkwardly and be like, he was a good man. He was a good man.
Really was.
And then I'm gonna be like, can I give you a hug?
Yeah,
So I'm gonna hug him here, and then Isabella.
Big beefy arms.
Yeah, I'm gonna lift you
I'm
up.
gonna say he's gonna lift me up.
We got the drill down.
Yeah.
And
My
then,
legs.
is Ivanova still there? Or did she already peace out?
She pieced out.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go to my mom's house, which in my mind looks like a mixture between a tree and a mushroom just outside of Nardorf. Very, very naturally grown. Not like the Feywilds, but like just some kind of conglomeration of things. And I'm gonna be like, alright, Moshi, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna knock on the door and be like, company, please don't exit naked. Thank you. And I'm gonna wait and see if anybody responds.
Your mother's home.
Okay, cool. So now I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna hug her, and then I'm gonna start crying, and then I'm gonna hug her again, and then I'll be like, this is Mushi. His life force is bonded to my life force.
I'm her protector.
He's my protector. He does a very good job of it.
I'm sorry, Bart.
I thank you for coming to the wedding. I don't think you remember
Your mother
anything.
looks confused when you said this. When you say this.
I'm gonna be like, I'm not married. Don't you worry. Loch's got a real weird. She's a widower. She's a widow now, and her husband was a piece of shit. And then I'm just gonna like start talking to her, and I'm gonna specifically ask and be like, did Dad send you any letters, or did any of like my friends from the monastery send me any letters? And if she has any for me, I'm gonna collect them. And once we talk, I'll go and read them.
You'd say that upon your disappearance, that your father was diligently looking for you and trying to figure out what the hell happened. As far as the contents of those letters, it's just like reports on like the places he's gone, and he's like a celestial being, right?
Yeah, he's an Asamari traveler.
Okay, so he's gone far and wide looking for you, and you get the impression that your mother is anxious to tell him. I don't know what kind of relationship they have, like now.
One that makes me announce that I'm home and that I don't want to see her naked.
Oh. Okay. Fair enough. Anything else?
No, that's about it.
All right, Amir.
Going home. Running
Okay.
back home to the church where we live.
Mm-hmm.
Milo lives in a church.
It's the church.
Still it.
It's
That
still
makes sense for Milo.
Yeah, I know. And are they home?
You hear somebody behind you. You're late.
I'm late. Who is it?
It's your mom.
That's,
Olkesh said you'd be back soon. And she kind of takes the book down. You know, she looks a little bit like bigger or like rounder around the belly. He wasn't clear on whether or not you would make it back until recently, but I knew in my heart that one way or another that you would return.
that floating robot guy? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
He
Yes.
told you? Okay.
Our
Well,
spiritual leader.
I'm going to give her a big old hug first.
Okay. You feel like a clear baby bump as your like head hits her belly. You've missed a little bit. I can't wait to hear all about your adventures and the new friends that you've made. This is Kess, your baby sister.
I'm going to have a sister?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
And you'll be happy to know, like, after I have her, I'll be retiring from the monastery. Part-time. I'll be still as an advisor to Ranger 1, but I want to spend more time with you and your father, especially after all this.
Good.
And, of course, raising the new spark of life.
Yeah, definitely.
Uh,
I'm happy to hear that. Where's Dad?
He had a nightmare of sorts, and he's been drinking at the tavern. He planned to go out with a couple of the rangers to search more leads and to try to figure out where you've gone off to. Let's go see him. Let's go see him.
Okay. Off to the bar we go.
Okay, she like holds out her hand.
Yeah, definitely. I'm taking her.
He just said, "Yeah, definitely." No.
Is she waddling? Does she have the
Is
type
she
of
like
waddle?
that?
Not,
Pregnant?
no, not yet. Of course, what would I know?
How
Yeah.
pregnant is she?
About 2.5 months.
Then no.
Oh, yeah.
No waddle. She's showing a little bit.
Yeah, and yeah, each of you have your reunions, and then about 3 months pass, and you get a letter from a Susan saying time, date, and where to meet. You guys are going to meet at the Prancing Pony, and it's that day, and you're actually fashionably early, and you are the first. Do you secure a table for you and your friends?
Yeah. I'm going to, and I'm going to drop the bartender a wink, and then I'm going to be like, I think we're going to be spending a lot of money tonight. Just a gut feeling. And then I'm going to, like, put some money on the table and be like, to start,
We're
can I
so
get some
rich.
mead?
By the way, when you go to check all your money and all of your
Oh no.
stuff, everything that you gained while you were in Barovia is gone.
No!
I don't have my gauntlets anymore.
Except that. Anything that you made yourself is still there, but like
The
gold,
tears, the gold.
the gold, any healing potions, and then the stuff that was given to you by the tarot cards are also missing.
Is that good Sun Sword's gone?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You think that it disintegrated back to the afterlife and rejoined with its master.
So no more rings of warmth.
Correct.
No more cloak of arachnid. Damn.
But yeah, you start to sit down and you feel a familiar presence come up behind you, and you just feel a warm hug wrap around you. Good to see you, and you just hear like this. You hear Ivanova, and You almost don't recognize her at first. She has a streak of white through her hair, and you notice that she's wearing ranger clothes. But it's not just any ranger's clothes, it's Ranger 1's cloak. You see the familiar symbol that you've seen Rhunon wear.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I got a job offer.
I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna be like, that's amazing. I promise I will never throw flaming shit at you.
I appreciate that. You know, Naroon, when he was training me, he told me a little bit. He's decided to retire. A chance battle with the Beholders has left him badly wounded. And, it's strange. I was just walking through town, and Dylan said that she wanted to offer me the position of Ranger 1, and that it was a family right of sorts, which I didn't really understand at the time. But you know, you should sit down. I just want you to know, being Ranger 1, I have privy to some truths and information, and I just want you to know, tell your mom we're cool.
I'm gonna like bump her with my shoulder and be like, can I still call you big sister, or should I call you auntie? Which one would you prefer?
I still don't understand how the hell that works. It's time travel, right? I
Yeah.
mean, this magic thing is all weird for me, but I guess I'm gonna have to get used to it, especially since I have a talking jukebox as like my main spiritual advisor.
Okay, all of this is weird, right? Like, that's not just me. I have a theory, but like, what the fuck is up with that?
I don't know, but it's like I try to peer a little bit into his mind, and that's.
Yeah, I think Amir would have an idea. No, I will convey to my
And
mom.
Glenn's also retiring from being the main advisor to Ranger 1 outside Volkesh, of course, and you know, you always kept Naroon on his toes, so I was hoping you would take her position.
Give me some time to think about it. I would love to serve the people of Nardorf and do that. I just got some
Awesome.
people I want to.
Oh, Amir, over here. Yeah, you and Rhunon and Loch, go over here. What'd you guys do, carpool?
Something like that. You know,
Not quite. Oh my gosh.
Be like, did it happen? Did it happen?
Talk about it. Guess girl talk.
Yeah, sit down. Apparently, Darren's buying.
Darren's buying.
I did not say that. I just said we would probably spend some money.
You guys are in the woods,
You gotta
right?
spend some money.
I'll cover you. I'm not covering you. I know how
You're
you
not
drink.
covering me.
I know how you drink.
Well, you know who I come from.
I do know who you come
You know,
from.
it's in my blood. I was born with a pint of whiskey in my blood.
That's gonna feel.
All I've got to
awesome.
say
Help.
is, a couple of months ago, being at a table with a bunch of people, I wouldn't like it all that much. But you know what? To friendship and fuck vampires.
To
Fuck
friendship.
vampires.
Fuck
Save that
vampires.
Fuck my husband.
And speaking of which,
Late husband.
child.
Yes.
And you guys
Yep.
just delved into all sorts of conversation, like just talking about your adventures, and if this is a movie, the camera would pan out, and the credits would start rolling.
Thank you.
Woo, thank
That was
you.
amazing.
That was a lot of fun.
That was so good.
And thank you guys for letting me kill my hubby.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
I've never once in my life thought that I would take joy in killing my own husband.
Life's weird like that.
We did plan a breakdown for tonight. What time do you have to leave?
Breakdown.
Yeah, just like talking about the campaign overall. I
Yeah,
know that
just like
people
going
have,
into like the behind the scenes kind
burning
of stuff.
questions.
Right.
What was
just
my
like,
purse?
Right.
We'll get to that too. So it's like I broke it. I actually organized it this time. I broke it down into sections. But there's a specific section for each of our characters. So if you want to do yours real quick,
If you don't mind.
yeah. So basically, my plan was to go around the table. If anybody had any questions about somebody's character.
Oh no.
Did you break something?
No, I
No.
just spilled some rings.
Oh no. So, did anybody have questions about Loch? About her character, decisions that she made throughout the campaign, anything really?
Oh boy.
And if it's stuff that you don't want to divulge because it could affect a future thing, potential thing, you just shrug.
Was it mostly because of your dark past that you were so comfortable? She was so comfortable with going the route. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So a little extra background on Loch. So she was taken at 8. I can't tell you too much. So she was taken at 8 and was made a slave by the demons, and she wasn't saved until she was 12 by Elendil and Penelevon. So she went through some shit. Was probably forced to do things that she didn't necessarily like, and so Strahd, as much of an evil bastard as he was not nearly so bad as some of the other creatures she's dealt with.
He is still a nobleman. He is still a noble.
Right. Didn't necessarily like him. I thought he was a gross, pretentious bastard. But at the same time, I figured if it meant that everybody else was okay, then I didn't necessarily mind so much. But as long as I could kill him, I was happy.
You did do that. You did do that.
You're like, no, I want to kill my husband.
So I was okay with marrying him. It just didn't necessarily make me happy to marry him. I was happier killing him.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he was a gross, pretentious bastard. He kidnapped me. And at the beginning, I didn't think he was so bad because he was a vampire and that's just what vampires do. But then the longer we were there, the more it was just like, oh, he's just a gross, pretentious bastard. With cold skin and fishy lips and didn't want it.
So, like, her personality when she would answer, like, questions just yes, and just, like, go forward with things, what was that about? Like, why was she so just kind of blunt in a way? Not in, like, a mean way, just
Because she's blunt. She doesn't necessarily care how people feel. She doesn't necessarily feel a need to explain things. She just does what she feels like she needs to do.
Now, is that just comes from her...
Comes from her past and from her alignment.
Okay. So she kind of just does what she feels right and then just sticks with her guns. And...
She sticks with her guns.
Okay.
And every once in a while she makes stupid decisions.
Don't we all?
No, don't we?
Me indoors, man. Me indoors.
You and wisdom check.
That turned out to be like a
Running.
running enemy of us. It damn near killed me like twice in the beginning of the campaign.
Me too.
Yeah. I had 1 HP after one of those.
But if you notice, as blunt as she was, the moment she knew she had a child, regardless of anything else, as far as she was concerned, that was her child, and that mattered more than anything else in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Regardless of the fact that, her blood was stolen and her DNA was used without her knowledge, and she had this weird creature child.
What would you say is your favorite, if you could pick one, either your favorite or a favorite moment of yours in the campaign?
I'm not sure what her favorite moment would have been.
No, I mean yours. As
Well,
like,
mine. Okay, so as a player, things that we did. I honestly don't know.
that's okay.
I could say it was killing Strahd, but that seems like the easy answer.
I mean, for your character, it's pretty substantial.
Pretty important.
Though it was a shit ton of fun going through a wedding ceremony. And, drinking a pet soda right in the middle of the most important part.
your amount of disgust.
I was trying to hold it back and not make those, but it was like, yeah. Any other questions that you guys had for Loch? Probably not.
That's not that I can think of.
No,
That
I
covered
enjoyed how
them all.
you played her though.
You did?
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to see her kind of like develop more care for certain characters. Like Ivanova was the first person she really latched onto.
What? Yeah, why was that?
Because you were the most relatable. Okay, so despite Locke's crazy, because Locke is kind of crazy, she's also kind of reserved and doesn't say a lot sometimes. And Ivanova's kind of similar. And I figured you probably already read my deepest, darkest secrets in my head. So, and if you were still around me, you probably didn't care so much.
Yeah.
Not that I think you ever did try to read Deep Dark Secrets, but...
I'm trying to avoid that. Especially at the beginning. That's for you. That's for campaign 3. You can, and for the top thing there, you can either just put your name or your character's name. And then the piece of paper that everybody's going to get is basically kind of trying to explain what brings you to Airborne. And if it's something that's like, this doesn't fit my backstory at all, or if I overstep something, just let me know and we'll work around it.
Okay.
But I think I did all right. Cheers.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you.
Of course, it's black. You know me all so well. You know how I like it.
And if you have any questions, you can text me.
Okay. I was going to ask you a question, and I was trying to be not so...
I did have another question for Loch.
Yeah.
Because, so you developed her to have really high values in family. So I don't know, she's an offspring. So where did that... Because since you were abandoned and kind of just fucked over as a kid and stuff, and you knew that you were adopted,
Well, because my parents...
Where did that value for family come into play? Instead of becoming a loner, why did she become so family-oriented?
Well, I was kind of a loner. Like, I'm a loner except for my family. So, because I have memories of my family, even if they're vague from before I was taken. But then, I was 12, and I was saved by Elenial and Petalavon, and they took me in as their own child. And
you saw that you saw, how great that was of them to do that? Like you saw as a kid?
Correct. And so, they played a big role in that, and the way that they treated me is much the way that I feel like I should be treating my own child.
So it's kind of like...
Because I'm aware...
We're carrying the family that you never really had, that you never have.
Okay.
Okay. I like that. Cool. Yeah, I was going to keep these ones.
It's a campfire.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that was the only other question I had.
So those were the only questions you guys had for Loch?
I think so.
Yeah.
Great character.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as, and that's a compliment to all of you too. Because when I tell my girlfriend about this, she's like, it's like you're talking about a TV show you're really into.
That's good.
That is good. That really happened.
I see Loch being like the quiet, sassy character that, actually really cares about people a lot, but doesn't like to show it.
And she had her moments of shining, a lot of moments. Even if some of them were me driving her to...
My favorite moment of hers is when she kills Chester.
The surgery. Oh, I forgot about that. She was just like, I'm gonna do surgery and save him, and then within the end of the day, she just murders him.
Yep.
I mean, he was hungry.
10 out of 10.
He's hungry.
All of that work to save a chicken, and then she kills him.
The cockatoos. No, that was delightful, Haley. Hi, buddy. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Loch was a very good character.
Okay.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Sometimes
played a
I
good
worry
healer.
because I'm not vocal, but I know sometimes some of the characters that I play should be more vocal, and so I'm not always sure that I'm playing things to the best of my ability. But you guys saying that makes me feel better.
Yeah, no.
absolutely.
Locke was like, when she felt something, it was very clear, and otherwise she was just kind of like, it's a bunch of idiots doing a bunch of idiotic things,
Right.
and I guess I'm here.
And when you weren't here to be Loch and stuff, we kept saying how we were missing that balance. It's like it's pure chaos. Like
Yes.
there's no order, and that's what Loch brought was a lot of order and just like common sense.
Yeah.
But
There was no common sense between us. We were sharing one brain cell. Pass it around.
It was a Bonema and Locke, so the brain
But
cells.
she only had a baby and a blind guy.
And yes, and Loch is just like, no, we're just gonna kill you both.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
That was-
assisted suicide.
That was delightful.
And she doesn't ask anyone. She's not like, how do you guys feel about it? She's like, no, I'm gonna kill you because you can't go over my thing like that.
Yeah.
Like it's not gonna work.
Yeah, you played really well. That's she was like our order and our stern.
So next campaign, are you guys planning to be the crazies again?
No, my
What?
character is going to be significantly different, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine. I don't know. It could go either way because it's me. Because I can. I don't know if I can contain it.
He has the range, but the range includes
Jesus.
He includes chaos.
I'm gonna write that in my notebook now. It's cut to my island. Spilt by rain.
Sorry.
Yeah. What was you saying?
I'm playing
Chaos.
this. Yes.
How chaotic our characters are going to be. How
Oh,
chaotic
yes,
is your
I
character
don't
going to be?
Have you all seen Rogue One, the Star Wars movie?
Well, mine's
Yes.
gonna be
You know
lawful
K2 the
good.
robot?
Yes.
That's I'm thinking about playing a
And I
very
don't think our
sarcastic,
characters are.
analytical robot.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's gonna make things interesting.
That's awesome. Hell yeah, that's a good character.
Oh, I'm excited.
Congratulations!
To see
Yeah,
You're
that's-
being rescued.
That's fantastic.
So I might be calm or I might be crazy. It depends on how you guys play your characters. It'll change how I have to play mine.
Well, my guy's gonna be low in charisma, so I'm kind of trying to figure out ways to play that because I haven't played it. And it's -8, so he's like supposed to be really uncharismatic.
Same.
Right. So you're gonna be like,
I'm gonna be the robot who can't connect to people.
so you
Pretty
say
much.
things that are insensitive, not really knowing that they are,
Yes.
but also not caring that they are.
Or like when
Okay.
C-3PO walks in on Han and Leia and doesn't realize that that's
Yeah.
that happens.
Oh, yeah.
Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. They're having a moment, he just walks in. Nothing's wrong with this.
But I think Corey's, because he's supposed to come from an area where like weakness is just not a thing. Like you're just not supposed to show weakness at all. It's conflict
Yes.
all the time and challenging. That he's just going to be kind of arrogant. Not, but I don't want him to be just an asshole. Like I just want him to be like.
He can grow from an asshole.
Right?
I'm just gonna say my character might annoy you guys a little bit.
I heard it.
I'm ignoring it. My character might annoy you guys a little bit next campaign, just fair warning, because it's a purely support character, so none of the spells or abilities I take will allow me to directly deal any kind of damage.
Interesting.
That'll be fun.
Period.
Yeah, it'd be cool to play that into. Like figure out.
But there are some weird things that are gonna happen, so yeah. And he knows. Kind of. I don't know if you looked at my character sheet and therefore know what I took.
My character's gonna be pretty straightforward with combat. Like I'm just gonna do hand-to-hand stuff and like a bunch of like maneuvers and shit.
Don't
So I'm-
punch.
Right, getting up in your face as a big man and just punching the shit out of people and just manhandling them.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all I got because I haven't played a character like that yet.
Hopefully
I've
my
always been
character
on the
won't be so
outside.
squishy though.
That's fair. I will say so essentially I'm not a blood mage, but I'm a blood hunter, so I am very against necromancers.
Okay.
That's just gonna be an ongoing thing.
Okay. So you despise the idea.
No, I mean like I will actively seek out to kill a necromancer
Okay.
if I see that they are raising the undead.
Necromancers are people who might have a couple of necromancy spells.
We'll see how that goes.
Depends on the kind of spells.
It depends on if I know the person or not. Like, if the
Probably
first thing that I
the
saw
intent
was you
with it.
raising the undead, it would not end well. If I got to know you as a person first and I saw you do that, we would have like a heart-to-heart where I'd be like, what the fuck?
You are really going to enjoy my island. You're gonna fucking lose your shit. Hell yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm definitely playing that into it.
But yeah, so I mean, like, I'm gonna be chaotic neutral with like absolutely no shits in taking people's purses, killing people, like,
Yeah, you and I might have some issues.
we might.
I'm lawful,
There might be some rubbing.
but my laws are like a strict set of like that I know. You guys might find out if you ask me about them.
We're gonna
I
find
think
out.
you're gonna enjoy my island. I think you're the one that's gonna enjoy it the most. I think everyone's gonna get benefits from the island though. You might
yeah.
have some fun with it.
Yeah, you guys will walk out with something. Most definitely.
So
Perfect.
next week, are we starting with Airborne? Are we starting the Airborne
I would
campaign?
love to.
Can we say, are we ready to jump into it?
Banners?
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
ask?
Big banners.
So, Do you want to give me an idea of like what you want in your banners, or you want me to hold off the banners so I can see how your characters play and then surprise you with what I put on them? That's what I've done with the past ones.
Yeah, up until now, you all have just kind of been surprised at what he's done for banners. But we can also, if you give him an idea, he can like design something specifically with that in mind.
Like a couple things that relate to your character traits, then I might be able to fit that in.
Like,
otherwise, as you play them, I'll figure out what you do with your character.
Like the one letter in the name or something. Because I essentially didn't design these, but I final
For
proofed
me,
it.
do it the latter way. I'm just waiting to see how he plays out. Because I don't know how
maybe after we do our escape room thing. Because it's will be about 2 weeks in there, or by then.
That's good.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do, is just wait to see, because I don't really know how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
I still can't.
We can just use our ones for Curse of Strahd. I'll just have to remember.
If, however, I send you a print file sometime this week, could you print out my new character? Because I didn't realize we would be starting next week, so I don't have a character yet
Yeah.
to play with. And then I'll leave it here whenever he gets it for me if you want to paint it again. If you want to have fun.
And is it okay if I send you some emails for those pictures of the maps that I need for my island?
Yes.
Okay.
I might not have them for you next week, but I definitely have them for you this following.
That's fine. That leads into my next question, which is, do you have some sort of idea as to when our islands will start to become integrated into the campaign?
No.
Like, like you haven't kind of designed something out to where there's probably going to take like a month before that becomes even a possibility? Or
I think he's going to need info on all our islands first.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, as I want to get everybody like settled in first.
Right.
The biggest difference between this one and the one we just finished is that it's going to be a giant sandbox, and I'm going to give you guys as much free reign as I can, depending on like what you guys decide to do with the information I've given you and how you respond to the different shops, the NPCs or whatever. I'm going to do my best to make sure it's not as railroaded. Not that like Curse of Strahd was super railroaded,
but there's an obvious direct path.
Yeah. So my goal is to have more commerce involved too, where you guys like have reasons to earn money and do stuff like that before. So I don't think like the big overarching story will really show up until like level 10 or 12.
Okay.
So it'll be a while.
So we're kind of just exploring these islands.
And then I figure...
so we could end up in islands at any point.
Sure, technically. And then I know that we were talking about exchanging being DMs. Is everybody interested in doing something like that?
I'm undecided.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I mean, like somebody is the DM for their specific island.
I'm DMing my island.
Okay. And that was another thing I wanted to talk about. You don't have to necessarily DM your island. You can be like, well, I want to DM a whole different campaign that has nothing to do with that, and that's fine too. And we don't have to necessarily decide that. I just kind of want to know what everybody's wanting to do. And if a couple of you are like, I don't want to DM at all, that's totally fine. I mean, we're all friends here. It's a friendly game. We're just here to have fun. But I'm totally fine with being a player, whether we are playing these new characters or whether or not we're building characters for a one-off that somebody wants to run. Whatever you want to do, I'm open for it.
I've already talked to you about it, and I wanted to tell you guys, and I mentioned it kind of, but I have a big campaign that I would like to run after we do Airborne. The only caveat is because I built the campaign expecting my brother to play it, and I built it based off of things that he told me. And it's a big one. Problem is he decided that he didn't want to play. So, I have a nice big campaign that I built. The only caveat is someone would have to agree that their character has a fairly sizable portion of their life missing from them.
Sure.
Okay. Somebody would have to agree to that, and you have to have an NPC character who is functioning as your parent.
Okay. You want to do that?
I am open to. I enjoy chaotic characters, and I don't think it could get any more chaotic. Shut up. I don't think it could get any more chaotic than not remembering some things about me.
It's like if nobody else is going to do it, I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, but I
It would
be
be
more than happy to.
easier if you.
If you want to sit down and like
You're-
actually discuss the build
Okay.
that you're looking for and what would make it most easy for the campaign, we can definitely do that.
Okay. And that we don't have to do that obviously
Yeah.
right away. So
Yeah.
And
But
you're
yeah.
wanting to do that after Airborne.
after Airborne, because that would be something that would probably maybe take us a couple of months to get through. So because it's a big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Airborne's supposed to be a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like I know that you and I have discussed. I'll try to make, depending on how many times you're wanting to DM throughout campaign 3, I'll try to make good segues into what you're trying to do. Whether it is, hey, I need you guys to run a package over to this island or whatever. You know, something as simple as that.
Well, I think that's just going to depend because I have. My island basically turned into a mini campaign. It's probably going to take 4 to 6 weeks. Is what I told him. My island's going to take you guys a little while to get through, but I think you guys are going to enjoy it. I don't know. I haven't really decided what I want to do beyond the island. I think.
And if you
that's
don't
gonna
want to do
depend-
anything else after that, that's totally fine.
I mean, I want to do more, but I think that's just going to depend on what happens at the island
Yeah.
and what happens with that story.
It's like once you learn more about the world,
Right.
you might get more ideas or whatever. So, show of hands, who wants to DM for campaign 3 for their islands that they created? And does anybody want, maybe?
Yeah.
Undecided.
Okay. It doesn't need to be now, but I think for those that are newer to DMing, I think DMing at a lower level might be a good idea as opposed to having you try to like run monsters that are like 15th level or whatever once we get more powerful.
Right.
So
like, do our islands earlier on.
yeah, and I'll do my best to get there.
Yeah. I'll send you my information. Probably not either tomorrow or Thursday. It'll just be depending when I can sit down on my computer to actually.
So
make
since
it
they're all
consistent.
sending it to you, can you just send it to me?
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll be easier.
Yeah, you want me to email them or print them off for you? Well, I can email them. You can just
Email them to me and I can print them.
Okay.
I have to do more work on stuff this weekend, so it just sucks. I never have time during the week. But
Big move.
Mood.
But yeah, I have no more training to do. Good lord! I mean, I have to get 2 more certifications by Thursday, and I'm annoyed.
That's stressful.
But I think the main thing to remember, if I can get on a soapbox for a second, is that, I mean, I said earlier that we're all here to have a good time, and it's like we're all buddies and everything. So, like, there's no pressure. As, like, if you do end up DMing in something, if you mess up a rule, it's not a big deal. I've been playing this game since the 7th grade, and I still forget things.
I fudge things.
I get acrobatics and athletics mixed up all the time.
I fudge things and I just go with it.
Yeah.
Like if I'm not sure about something, unless I feel like it's imperative to what I'm doing, that it's right, I fudge it. As when I'm dealing with you guys. I'm not one of those DMs that's stuck on the rules.
Me neither.
You might not agree with that after you go to my island, but that's okay. We'll see.
Yeah, just sticking with simple for mine. I didn't go overcomplicated. Simple, straightforward, but fun.
There's tons of sources online for like on YouTube where you can watch like how to DM. I think Matt Mercer's ones are probably my favorite.
Oh, he has some great ones.
Yeah, so
Your free times.
Every time's all over the place.
Yeah, it is.
So one of the things that I do when I'm setting up my DMing, I don't know if Alex wants to share how he sets up his DMing, but all I do is I create like a key, like a map key or whatever, where I have my maps and I've got my characters and where they're located, and I've got like quick descriptions of my character, and then I have like major plot points, just a couple of major plot points, and then it's just so that I have a general guideline of where I want you guys to go, and then the rest of it's on you. And sometimes my guidelines completely change if you guys like turn around and do something and I'm like, well, that was just shit stupid. Yeah, like not going back when you guys were in the Underdark. So it's okay.
I'm going straight through the mirror. No thought about it.
No thought. It's okay. That'll come back to bite you in the butt. Oh, well. Oh, shoot. I forgot about that one, too.
You have another one for Nardorf, don't you?
Yeah, because I had the other half of that. I had a mini campaign where you guys go back into the Feywilds, and I build on the Feywilds, but we'll see what happens. We might just not do it.
It's like
Depends on what you
you and I were talking about this while we were working. That it's like I'm glad that everybody's so excited to do D&D, and it's like we're talking about stuff that is potentially like a year away.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I know, I love it.
It's great.
Yeah.
So that just gives me a year to fix up my campaign.
Yep.
Ever since we started doing D&D, it's just taken over. Every time we do normal
It's
campaigns,
just
when people
so
are
much
missing.
fun, right?
I know. I'm not complaining. I love it.
I love it.
I'm just glad we've, because again, like anytime I tell people about this group, they always say, it's like, I wish I had a group like that. And I'm like, it is really hard to find people to consistently come out week after week. I mean, we've almost been doing this for a year. It'll be 52 weeks in a row.
Yep.
52 weeks that we've all come out.
We haven't missed a single week. I missed a couple of people each for
Yeah.
2 weeks, but never missed a week.
Yeah.
I think, well, no, I do not think. I know that this is like 4 or 5 times longer than I've ever played with a group. And this is the first group I finished a campaign with. And I finished 2 campaigns with this group.
2 times longer than we
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I've never done this before, so.
Well, but it's just annoying when you go through like 3 or 4 different characters and you never get anywhere with them and
Yeah.
you never finish a story with them and you're just like annoyed.
Yep.
Talon was the first NPC I almost cried over because I told Melissa, I was like, before he got introduced into the thing, I was like, I think he's going to be their Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's probably going to die at the end.
It was so much fun.
It was.
It was such a good reveal.
All right, so I think now we're kind of all over the place, but I was thinking we'd start with Strahd himself. I mean, the campaign's named after him, so I wanted to start with. I didn't change a whole lot when it came to like Strahd. Like his whole backstory was still the same. Like I think my portrayal of him was inspired by Christopher Lee and Frank Langella's portrayal of Dracula.
Makes sense.
Because a lot of people, like when they were talking about playing that character through like as a DM, they did mostly Bela Lugosi, and I was like, nobody can really do Bela Lugosi without sounding like a parody, because like nobody can do that except for the original actor. So it's just like do kind of like a Christopher Lee, Frank Langella thing, try to change my voice somewhat. But yeah, it's like the key thing was making sure that he felt like a main character, like he's always around. Like there was stuff he was doing while you guys were off doing other things. Like he had his own timeline where he's almost playing through the game himself, and he had separate goals. Whereas like with the Sorceress was more like Sauron, where it was more like a force of nature, not really a character per se. So I didn't know if anybody had any questions about Strahd himself, anything that didn't make sense, your favorite part, or...
So why did Strahd decide to marry Loch?
I think because you were the most chaotic and he'd never really met anybody from the Feywilds before. And having you being from a place that is from another dimension, I think made him curious. I think that out of everybody in the group, he was most interested in you just as a character. You were also like, I think deep down there's a sliver of humanity left of him where maybe he thought you would be might be the only one to understand him, because everybody that has married him up to this point wanted something from him.
I kind of wanted something from him. I wanted him to send my friends home.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Well, I didn't know at the time I had a baby yet. That's true.
But yeah, it was just stuff like that. And I didn't know that at the beginning of the campaign. It just kind of
There's only a couple of...
informed itself as we continued playing.
Also have some Reese's.
We'll just eat it out.
Right, I thought.
And I like the way
Folks,
that you created the child.
Yeah.
Like the way that happened.
Uh-huh. So I figured with his relationship with the Abbey, that would be a cool way to do it, especially if you wanted to potentially play that character at some point. That would be a good way to sort of segue into it. It's like my attitude for DMing is to try to always give the players as much as they ask for, as long as it doesn't break the game.
You mean like when I stupidly let Milo get the Gollum flush suit?
Yeah.
One of your best decisions yet.
Gremlin for a lush suit.
Yeah.
And then of course you guys go to the Underdark and he's like, he looks like a gremlin and he gets the gremlin abilities. And I'm like, I should have done those.
Petrifying children. Glenn loved it though.
Yep. So, anything else about Strahd before we move on?
Can you explain that dragon thing with Escher? So what was he doing?
So his whole goal is to get out of Barovia. Like, that's like the top thing, because it's called Curse of Strahd. That is his curse. He is stuck there. That is part of his vampire curse. And the book actually doesn't name the deity that cursed him. It's just vaguely says that it's the god of death, and there's several of those in D&D. But it's like no matter what, he can't leave. Like there's no god above death that can circumvent that. So, but he doesn't know that. He thought, well, if I get this really powerful dragon and I make this sacrifice and I build him up and I sacrifice all my people to this dragon and get him really powerful, maybe he can break through the barrier. So that was the plan at some point, was for him to try to leave Barovia using this dragon, but it was never going to work.
Okay.
I thought how that went. Squish.
Yeah.
Squish.
That was delightful.
And the dragon was my idea. In the book, it's a giant tree. But I thought a vampiric dragon would be cooler.
That's terrifyingly cooler.
It was so neat.
I mean, the tree was still there, but it's just like a giant tree, 50-foot tree. It's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely not as ominous as the dragon
Yeah.
flying around.
Did Trey and I playing characters that were somewhat connected to dragons have any like bearing on that, or
Not really.
Okay.
Just
I just thought it sounded cool.
Yeah.
To be totally honest, I just
It
thought
was.
it sounded really badass. So yeah,
Terrifying.
that was the whole reason behind him doing that.
He's going to demolish your
Go
Reese's
for it,
stash.
please.
I
And
have-
the ice
I
cream
have
is
got a
there.
bunch.
I have one of those.
one of these.
Snuggle it.
There's M&M sandwiches, there's Snickers, there's Twix.
Can you give me a Snickers, please?
There's Thin Mint cookies. There's freaking Dean's ice cream sandwiches.
Dean Winchester's ice cream.
There's
I wanna
vegetables
take
for
one to
you
go.
freaks. What's
Can I
that?
take one to go?
Yeah.
No, you're only
Why
allowed to
would
eat
you
them
want-
here in his house.
As long as you promise to eat it with your feet.
No.
Then no, you can't take it. Oh, but you already know.
I already
And
opened it. I can lick it too first. if that has any bearing, if that makes the decision
It
final,
does.
I can eat
I
it.
rushed to do that. That's changed my mind. I'm so happy we got through the whole campaign.
Me too.
That's so freaking awesome.
Nobody died.
And I feel like we got through it fairly quick.
I mean,
it was 3 months. I mean, that's
Yeah.
it. That's what the book said. 2 to 5 months, just depending. I mean, there are people that have gone longer.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff you guys didn't explore, which you had no reason to, but
How much
Yeah.
did we miss with Trish? Because we buried like the first 2 sessions. Didn't we?
Never went back.
Peace out, Trish. And she's just like,
So-
bye. Remember we
there
said
were
that?
assassins that went to go try and kill her, and she ended up annihilating all of them. So if you guys would have come back, you would have just seen these dead guys on pikes, basically
back.
warning with her husband not to fuck with her.
Understandable.
And then she watched in horror as the dragon just wiped out the entire town, and she couldn't do anything.
She probably needed a hug.
But if you guys had like come back, and if somebody had the remove curse spell, if somebody had casted that on her, she could have left the house.
I had it, but
That's
we
right.
never went back after I had it.
Yeah.
You could have gotten Thing to leave the house too.
I wanted thing. I wanted a pet. Get your nose out of my rear, dog,
And speaking of
and erase that from the recording.
brides, that was another thing that I kind of changed significantly. The brides were really only supposed to show up until the beginning and at the very end. But I kind of wanted to have fun with them and have them be
It
like
was a lot of
main
fun.
characters.
It was so much fun.
And
It felt
what,
completely
Especially when they
natural to the
stabbed me through the
story.
back.
yeah, what I didn't expect,
That's
I
really
fully expected Lumella to still be a bad guy at the end, but I feel like her interacting with you guys, like steadily
Yeah.
changes.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Mostly
really
you.
hard on that one.
At first, it was just like a curiosity, like, oh, it's another artificer. But it's like there was no chance of changing Anastasia or Valinda.
It makes sense.
Yeah, because that relationship would have gone totally different if I was anything like Milo.
Right.
Because I was gay, so
Yeah.
you know. But she was like, you know, if I was Milo, I was straight. It would have been totally different. But I tried to.
I probably wouldn't have
into
played it that way either. I kind of did that to mess with you.
Yeah, yeah, because you knew I was gay from the very beginning. So you're like, well, let's make this pretty bride attracted to you. It's like,
Alright. I am squeezing on out. You guys have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll see you next week.
See you next
See ya.
week.
Good luck with your certificates.
With my what?
Certificates.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'll see you then. Have a good one.
Yeah, so the brides don't really have that much personality in the book. They're just named. So that's all me.
That
That
was
was-
so much fun. I kept looking at the boulder map, and I would be like, "Oh,
I need to take that with me.
yeah,
You did a great job with the brides.
they were
Yep.
so much fun like
Absolutely.
I completely thought that they were built into the campaign like that because it fit perfectly.
It-
Yeah,
did.
with
Yes.
Luella doing her artificer stuff. So you decided to make her an artificer just because I was
Yeah.
wanting to try to like
Yeah.
build that bond. Is that kind of what it was?
Yep.
Give you kind of an entry point to like.
Yeah, and I wanted them each to have specific personalities of like why he would keep them around. You know, Escher was the bard, Valinda was the rogue, and then Anastasia was the barbarian.
Anastasia was a fun fight.
Yes.
That was.
You
Immediate heart attack.
start throwing death saves. I was frightened, but I was like, well, I'm still in melee.
So, the castle. Anything about the castle? Because, I mean, you guys lucked out with the Taroko cards because it predicted that your final fight with Strahd was going to be in the catacombs.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere else it would have been difficult to defeat him and then go back down in the catacombs and stab him because he'd probably be back up again. So you
Oh, was
essentially
there
would-
different places we could fight him?
Yeah, so that's how the campaign is different each time. It's dictated where all the magic items are through the Taroko cards, your mysterious ally, and then your final battle with Strahd. So it's like with my dad who ran this, the Sun Sword was in the castle, so they never got it
Interesting.
because they never found it. The castle's so big.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it's like when I was building this thing, I was thinking about, man, they could end up getting totally fucked and not being able to find anything to help them. But you guys got real lucky.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the final showdown was in the crypt, and it's like his coffin is like literally next door. So if it had been on the other side of the castle, you guys probably would have fought him a good 3 or 4 times. Instead of just twice.
So would his armor come back?
No.
So, but what was his HP without the armor?
144.
What's
Wow.
it with the armor?
It was 306.
Holy shit.
And the radiant damage do double?
So it cancels out his
Vulnerability?
his vulnerability. Thank you, not resistance to radiant damage.
So I
Makes
just did
sense.
like 70, 75 flat damage.
Right.
And
It would have been 150 if
that
he had-
holy grenade, though, I'm so glad you gave that to
If he
me.
didn't have the armor, it would have one-shot him.
Yep.
Yeah,
Because
that's
150
true.
or 144, yeah.
That's why.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That, yeah. No, the Sun Sword definitely made a difference in, like, being able to get those along the way. Also having an artificer
Yes.
who, like, would specialty make things, because those gauntlets absolutely changed the game for
Did
me.
they?
Like, you don't know, because it was before that, like, it allowed me to deal the amount of damage for 1 hit that would typically be for 2.
Nice.
So, like, it boosted it a lot, and I had a hit still, but it
Dealing
was,
radiant damage still helped though.
Yeah.
Well, because you got the 1d8, and then he can't regenerate if he's taking radiant damage on that turn.
Yeah.
So the only way he was able to regain health was with his sword, which he gave. Anytime he did damage, he'd gain half of it. Because
Interesting.
it'd like absorb your life force.
Oh, when he was hitting me with the sword, then was he only taking 5 points back?
I'd thought about that like the other day, and I kind of like looked online. Of course, it's split. So I just decided to half and half it. So because technically he's still only doing like 10 damage to you.
Yeah.
By the way, your inventions were so much fun throughout the entire campaign. You did such a good job with
We
them.
literally would leave here and we would be like, the things that he does with this class is insane. It's amazing. It makes it so much fun to play. Like, it's so fun to see how it's incorporated.
And it's like he'd corner me at work and he'd be like,
Holy
this is
crap.
the castle, by
That's
the way.
so big. So
That's
you mean our
amazing.
Scooby chase could have lasted so much longer?
Oh my god.
Yep.
That's
That's
awesome.
I mean, you guys use your tools like smartly to figure out like where the hell he is. I mean, without
Biscuits.
without the dog or whatever.
We could have cut off all of last session just because we followed the dog.
We did follow the dog.
I am, however, really glad that we didn't, because it meant that like all of us got to be here for that, as
Yeah.
well as we got to kill her husband.
Yeah, they
Well,
went-
I mean, if you guys had gone down there earlier, I would have just ended the night right
Yeah,
there.
That makes sense.
and we
But
went
it was
over
fun
met
to get to
Cyrus.
explore the castle.
It was Cyrus.
Cyrus.
Come closer.
It's
No.
funny, so I read that character, it's like, he already sounds like Zathras, and I was like, well, I can't just change it because he's supposed to, I was obviously an homage to Igor from Frankenstein, so I was
Yeah.
like, I'll just keep it, I guess, because they literally describe him as talking in third person and being a hunchback.
Cyrus, yeah. It was funny.
When I think of Zathras, I think of like
Much more positive
Zathras?
and cheery
Right,
vibes.
exactly.
Like, yeah,
And he was just creepy.
He
was
and
straight.
Come follow my portal. I'll take you to Strahd.
No!
We're like, insight.
He wasn't lying.
Yeah, he's like, oh, he's
Yeah, so we want to walk in on Strahd on semi our own terms.
Right.
Yeah.
For all you know, you're going to set us in a pit with Strahd above us, just throwing stuff down on us and killing us.
Exactly.
So what about Rahadin, the butler?
Okay, so he's the one that got like the mouthpiece, right?
No,
That allowed him
that's the
carriage driver.
carriage
never mind.
driver.
Yes.
So Rahadin is like the one that's known Strahd the longest, and arguably probably the only one in the whole thing that actually cares about him. So
Including his mother?
it wasn't really his mother.
Oh.
The witch.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
That it was
The witch.
it was a maid that worked for his parents before he was turned, and she was teaching him black magic, and they were like,
So she was like his teacher.
yep.
did
Arguably,
not
it's
know
probably her fault he went down this path.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That tracks.
That fucking
That tree, dude.
Fucking tree.
Took you out so many times.
No.
But there were a couple times where you guys could, if you guys had gone to certain places, certain times, you could have run into Rahadin as he was trying to find cures for Strahd's vampirism. You know, fruitlessly, but still. But again, it's like I was trying to have each and every like character having their own thing they're doing, where you could potentially run into them at certain times. Difficult to keep track of, so
Oh,
I
I
would
bet.
not want to attempt that years ago. But yeah, and then I figured, speaking of locations, I figured we'd start with the village of Barovia. I mean, that's where we went first.
Yeah.
Any questions about characters in that town or encounters or anything else? That was like the town where everybody just wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody was
The-
apathetic, and we did the House of Horrors.
the werewolf child.
We were trying.
What a terrifying conflict.
That was very entertaining.
That's
Help! I'm in a hole with a werewolf!
it's so funny to like listen to that part of the YouTube channel, like that video, and then to listen to like later into
Yeah.
the campaign, like how much more we actually found out about the place. We were so new to it, we had no idea what the hell to expect.
No idea what questions to ask you.
Yes.
I know, like with Barovia,
Yeah.
because we didn't
I
really
think-
spend any time in there.
I think we would have more questions if we had gone back at any point,
Yeah.
but it was just continuously like.
And like on the map, the way the map made it look, it was so far out of the way to get back to
Yeah.
Barovia,
Yep.
because it was on the far
Yep.
east side of.
And Father Donovich's child did eventually get out, and the town had to deal with that whole thing.
Oh yeah.
So like, you guys had come back at a certain point. I don't remember what that would have been. You guys probably would have been able to cure him with the water that you got from Krez.
Yeah.
And I know that at some points you were considering trying to do that with the brides, and it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then speaking of Krez, a lot happened there. We had we had Kurzakov, who was the burgomaster. You had Hefferna, and then you had Guard, and then you had the lake where you took Irina, and she's another really important character. And then of course there's like the whole Abbey thing. So
Which was the highlight for me. That was my. I would say.
That was so fun.
I go ahead and say that was my favorite. One of my favorite parts of the entire campaign was deciding how we were going to murder
Yes.
this guy. and
That
his-
was so much fun.
Yeah,
for
it's
the
flesh
ancestors.
colored.
We're gonna go have
Yeah.
some
It
girls.
was, and it went so well.
It did.
That was amazing.
And what's even funnier is you guys weren't there for an important event because Strahd had a meeting with it.
Yeah.
him. So
Yeah.
he came and he's just not there, and all of his kids are telling him, "Yeah, our father ascended." And Strahd doesn't really take any of these people seriously. He's like, "Oh, he probably just died," and he just bounced like he didn't really investigate anything. And I was like thinking, how would that go over? I was like, well, he probably just wouldn't care to like really look into it. I mean, he's got a dragon and a thing to take care of and a bride to kill, and so it's just like he's like, well, he's fat and he's old. He probably just died.
So, what do you think would have happened if he would have had the meeting? If we wouldn't have done that?
He would have gone H-ship because remember he took Irina's face and put it
Yeah.
on the golem.
Yes.
So Strahd would have destroyed that entire town, like just out of anger.
Oh,
I said that.
yeah,
I said
yeah,
we
yeah.
talked about that.
Yes,
That was one,
like,
of, that
this
was
is
one
the-
of our fears.
yes.
It's like if he sees this and he's pissed, he's going to not only kill this thing, but like kill
Everybody
everything.
around him.
And
yes.
if you guys would have been there, he would have killed you too.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Holy shit.
So, would it have been possible to save Irina?
What do you mean?
So, like,
the
she
golem
got
or Irina
no,
the
like
first one?
to keep her from getting bit and prevent us having to race to the lake where she eventually passed away.
It would be extremely difficult. Like the whole goal was like reuniting her soul with Sergei's.
Yeah.
So I think honestly she would have been more of a burden if you guys had kept her all the way up to the end because constantly Strahd would be trying to get her back.
Yeah.
And if you hadn't taken her there, he might not have gotten interested in Loch.
Yeah.
So
Interesting. Because he
Yeah.
already had his next bride planned out, and we just kind of threw a wrench in those plans.
yeah.
A big fucking wrench.
Big fucking
Like
wrench.
killing his future wife wrench.
Yeah.
Well, technically, we did.
I enjoyed the crushed trap that was just dropped outside the cabin that we left in the window.
Yeah, right. That
It
was
like, good try.
the one you stepped on. We're like, yeah, it's just twigs. Are you sure?
They didn't even look down.
What's even funnier was Abominable was like, I'm gonna like say something in your mind, and I heard something audibly,
Yeah.
and I was like, Abominable, that you?
Right. I know. It was funny.
Hi, chaos. Calvin,
What about him?
is he okay?
So
Yeah.
I
It was,
care about my money.
the short answer is yes. So all the people in Barovia are cursed along with him because they're his people. So
It's like trapped in there with him.
yes. So how the campaign works is that essentially adventurers keep coming to the town again and again and again, and it'll eventually reset itself after enough chaos has ensued. So let's say hypothetically you guys had all died at the end. There would have been nobody left besides Strahd and the dragon, and eventually whatever god had cursed him would be like, all right, let's start over and just snap, and it would basically all reset itself, and Strahd would have no idea.
It's a good
Wild.
place.
But
It's
yeah,
Groundhog Day, but a lot longer time frame.
yes.
it's nuts.
And it's kind of weird because there are people that can come and go, but Strahd himself can't go. Like there's still like trade goods that go
Yeah,
outside
like
of
Big Smith.
Barovia. Yeah. And speaking of Big Smith, if you guys are ready to move from Krez to Valaki,
Yep.
Valaki was probably the most fun to plan out because I thought of like the Wicker Man movie where it was just like these people that were just in this gigantic cult all together.
Yeah.
Like it was arguably the most enjoyable town to be in, but at the same time it was probably the most dangerous because they all love Strahd.
Yeah.
Right.
One wrong word and everyone's just gonna.
Yeah,
rob
like
you.
we had Locke with her ring that was
Yeah.
like, it's like, yeah, we're allies.
That's
Look,
Strahd
he's
pride.
freaking- right. We're just her assistants.
Yep.
That helped
Oh
tremendously.
yes.
And I kind of changed it from the book because in the book they're just kind of lukewarm about Strahd. I was like, it'd be kind of more fun if there was this one town where
Super
There's
hype on
fanatics.
Strahd.
All the time.
yeah,
My man.
like, they make like weekly sacrifices to him because they think he's a god and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as Valaki, that was the biggest change, and it's like there was quests to be had surrounding the incoming burgomaster. Her name is Lady Wachter. Like if you guys had gone and talked to her, there would have been other quests, or if you'd broken into her house or whatever. But she definitely murdered and poisoned the previous burgomaster.
We kind of got her.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that one dude's name? The guy who believed in aliens?
Pete.
Yeah, so
Had he actually been abducted?
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you'd asked me if that has any relation to your character. I'd love to say yes, but not really. I just thought it'd be a fun character thing.
It was delightful.
It's just a happy accident.
Yeah.
Did Pete leave Barovia before we did that?
Yeah, he
whole
left.
thing?
He left before you guys even left town. Like the second you guys got done talking inside the gypsy camp or whatever, he bounced. He bounced out
Where
of
you
there.
left the man
And-
tied up.
Oh yeah, did he ever get set free?
Yeah, what happened to the guy that I just...
I mean, technically, he got set free because
Yeah?
he's in Barovia, so it's like his spirit probably.
Oh, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
So if you guys were to go back there, it would just be ruins and stuff. Like there'd be nobody there.
Oh,
It-
help it.
I mean, they're in a better place. They're not in
Yeah.
this constant cycle of suffering.
Well, what I mean is, like, for how long when I left that guy tied
Was
up in
he
the
stuck
post,
tied up?
what was his story?
I would
Did
say
he get eaten by wolves?
I would say
because there's no campfire
Did he turn into
anymore.
a werewolf?
Because Pete just walked off, and I turned around, and I had my blind companion who didn't see him either.
I would
It's just
say
like,
that
guys-
somebody, a guard, probably eventually found him, or somebody that went out hunting probably came across him. Because wolves don't really come around Valaki all that much because it's friendly to Strahd.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say something else about the werewolf, but I'll wait for her to get back because I've been waiting to talk about that one.
Looks like we didn't have
The
that
tiny
many
werewolf.
interactions with the werewolves.
The tiny werewolf. We had a little tiny werewolf. Which is the only thing that
Yes.
not one of us to change.
Yes.
That was such an awesome demise of one of our characters. Like this epic battle we all survive, except for this tiny little...
Tiny little werewolf just.
And I was shocked when she said she poured it into her hand, because I was still coming up with an idea of what should we do, and she's like, it's like, I pour it out. I look at Alex, I'm like,
She does
poured
what?
it out. She put it in your hand. You're like, he's going to attack you.
The same, pretty much the same reaction at when she just pulled a card out of the deck of many. Oh boy!
So those tarot cards actually predicted certain parts of the campaign that we were going to have to
like
go to?
they go specifically, so that's why my dad's played Curse of Strahd 3 times, and it's been different each time for
That's
him.
cool.
I mean, there's like aspects of it that stay the same.
Right.
Like the
Obviously.
overarching story.
Right.
Yeah, but I think it's different enough where if you DM it and then next time you want to play as a player, it'd be. I mean, of course, it'd be different.
There'll still be some surprises.
Yeah, and of course, whoever runs it is going to run it however they
Yeah.
decide to run it.
Right, true.
I watched a video of a guy who decided to run it like a Mel Brooks movie, like Dead, like the Dracula Dead and Loving It, so it was a comedy.
Yeah.
This would be fun in its own right.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the werewolves. So those guys have been tracking you for a good while. And if you guys had rolled high enough, you would have been able to figure it out, but you never did.
Sounds all right.
It was the second or third time you went to Van Richten's tower where they figured out you were there, and they tracked you to Valaki, and they tested you by sending in the just normal
the
wolves to
wolves.
attack you. And then once you left Valaki, because they couldn't go in and just cause havoc in town,
Makes sense.
they followed you guys to where you guys were going to the Amber Temple. So it's like they followed you through the plains and stuff, and
Killed
they
the
were
witch.
yep. After they killed the witch, they decided to finally attack you.
Makes sense. Then the
I
freaking
killed
tiny
the
werewolf.
fucking alpha in like 3 hits,
And
and then
then-
I got bit by a werewolf and
A tiny
died.
werewolf.
Tiny
A
werewolf.
tiny werewolf.
I know.
Yeah,
I
you
was just
poured out of a
talking
jar
about that.
into your
Right.
hand.
The moment you said that, I was shocked because I was still trying to figure out, like, what am I going to do with this tiny werewolf? And you're like, I poured out. I'm like, you poured it out
Into your bare hand.
It is like,
But was it not in character?
it was perfect. No, it was amazing.
And
Oh,
speaking
that
of
was amazing.
Berez, because that's where like the whole witches thing was. I think for me, I don't know, like the boss fight with Strahd was pretty cool, but I like all the witch
Yeah.
stuff.
The
because
witch was a lot of fun.
I think that
Cool.
she was more powerful than you guys expected,
Yes.
especially like just hitting you with the fucking cane.
It's just like,
And they
Wow.
did saving throws so well because I expected at least 1 or 2 of you to die during that because she could.
Gingerbread.
Oh, the bless is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, not.
Because she had ability where she could just kill you outright with the finger of death. Like if you hit 0, you're basically turned to ash. And then she had the gingerbread thing, which is she turns you into a sweet and then she eats you.
Yep.
And she can only do that a certain amount of times. But I was like, she missed almost every single one. She missed every single one.
Yeah,
Yes.
none of us.
She
None
did.
of us it was
Yeah.
mostly directed at
Yeah, I
him.
think almost exclusively my saves came down to the D4 that I got from Millennials or
Loch's.
Loch's Bless.
Yeah. And it's funny that we spent almost 2 sessions in
I know, that's
one
Yes.
little area.
Yeah, we
Yes.
spent the entire time there.
And then, of course, after that, we went to the Amber Temple.
That was a lot of fun. That
Yeah.
started some crazy chaos.
Yep. So the guy making the deals downstairs, was that in the campaign? Or was that you?
Yeah. It's kind of... The book is kind of vague on what sort of offerings that he can give to the players, but that was like one of the suggested options, that they get killed and come back with the curse, but they level up a certain amount of levels or whatever, or they get a magic item or something like to that extent. But I thought leveling up would be kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
Especially since we were like in the last week.
Yeah,
before
that was a lot of
battle
fun.
with. Yeah.
Yep.
Strahd.
And as far as like allies, any allies we want to cover coming from Irina, Talon, or anybody?
Did you know from the beginning, like when you planned doing Curse of Strahd, did you know that you wanted to bring Talon back?
Yeah, because because I drew the Taroka deck, I kind of had to set it up to where when she drew it, she'd hand you specific cards, but it's like I did it randomly before the game, and then I kind of rigged it.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was random. But it literally described a hero who isn't what he's supposed to. There's like a mask to him.
Yeah.
And I thought it had more impact if it was a character from like that you guys knew. I mean, if you made completely new characters, I probably would have just gone with Van Richten. But I basically gave Talon all Van Richten's stats and spells and all that stuff like that. I pretty much had the idea that it was going to be him from the beginning.
And us knowing him from the previous, which made him so much more important to us.
Right.
I know.
Yes.
I
Yes.
had to make Amir talk him up because I knew, like, I didn't know
That
if
just
people
fit so well.
either didn't know about him or
Yeah.
like knew that the truth is that he only got like one
Yeah,
minute.
and
But
it
I
was,
wanted to really
it was cool,
amplify
like
it.
revisiting that character, like how he is, as an older man.
Yeah,
now.
he's grown.
He's like a seasoned veteran since
yeah.
he's been here fighting
Yeah.
vampires and stuff.
From like the last time you guys saw him as players, as a very excitable young ranger who
Who didn't
is-
do much in the...
right, because he's just in over his head.
Yeah.
Yep, and then we watched him.
He was
his
an
demise.
expert vampire hunter trying to take down
It's like
master vampire.
I kind of figured that Van Richten would probably die at the end too, because he's like a lower level too.
Yeah,
he's like he
level
only
5.
takes so much damage, and then it's like he rolled 2 natural ones on his death saving throws.
Oh shit.
But I was like, I knew that Strahd was about to probably bite the dust. I was like, I need to hit Talon as hard as I can because I wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
Right.
Chain lightning.
Yeah, it actually.
I was like, oh, that's perfect. 2 natural ones.
It was
Nice.
perfect. Like thematically speaking, it worked out really, really well.
Oh, yeah, especially with just how all of us were
Right.
positioned.
Right, blown over into the corner and
Yep.
how we all just finished combat and watched it happen. Yeah, that was actually really good.
Were you trying to kill Ivanova too, or was that just
No.
rolling poorly? Okay.
No. The thing with playing her was making sure that there wasn't any favoritism.
Yeah.
And it's like, again, it's I consider it to be our story, not mine. So it's like I don't like show any favoritism towards anybody really. But the big thing is like making sure that the whether it's for campaign 1, 2, or 3 or whatever, that I don't make it's too easy. But at the same time, I don't want to just like kill you guys. But I never want you guys to feel like completely safe. Where it's like, oh, Alex is just gonna not kill me,
Yeah.
The curses definitely made it very interesting. It's like, we are expecting to die, we just don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
As I feel like we kind of got overconfident, we just like, oh, he's just squeaking. And then the curses got worse after that.
Yeah.
Like,
So
that definitely made us very
badly in love with
overconfident.
And I can read like the most interesting curses because I've got a lot. Like
Oh,
some of
yeah.
them aren't that interesting. Some are just like you have vulnerabilities to fire.
Yeah.
But there's one for lycanthropy. You become a vampire. Blindness. And then your
Yep.
curse. You didn't have one. You lucked out.
Hey!
Yeah, holy shit.
There's one where your shadow tries to attack you during each combat.
Nice.
This is one that I kind of wish we would have gotten to do. You grow a second head that seeks to sabotage just about everything you do.
Dude.
That would have been so much fun to play
That would have
out.
been chaos.
Shit.
And then, of course, there's the xenomorph.
That was a
That was a
great
good
time.
one.
That was a fun night.
There's one that makes you deaf because you have no ears. There's one that makes you switch your dexterity and strength saving core.
That would have messed
score.
with my build so much.
Yeah.
This is another one that probably would have fit for Loch. You cannot willingly give someone else your possessions.
Interesting.
Locke never died.
Loch never died.
She was
not
the
once.
squishiest among us, and she never
Well, she
died.
always stayed like far back.
Yeah,
and
we did a good job protecting
Protect the
Yeah.
healer.
Yeah.
That's one of the rules.
Right.
Protect the
And I
healer.
think
We did that, keeping her safe.
Another thing that was my favorite was your squeaky feet, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, that was good.
That was so much fun.
Here's one that's actually not bad. You grow gills and you breathe underwater.
Loch
that's a good
Loch
one.
was like, you can swim with me.
Right.
Depending on the person, she
That's
never
true.
leave.
If it was a bottom, but Loch would have so much fun taking her to swim.
And there's one where if you're in combat with Strahd, you have disadvantage against attacking him no matter what.
Wow. That sucks.
There's one that turns you
Holy
into a
crap.
giant bat.
Oh, that would have been so
That'd be
fun.
That
really
would have been a
cool.
lot of fun.
There's one where you always say the opposite of what you mean, so you're like Bizarro. That was one of mine.
That'd be hard to role play.
Right? You have to really think about everything
Think about
you
what you're
say.
gonna say. Say it backwards.
Or just like say
Everything's
everything
a
outright
lie.
and then just right like I mean the opposite. Like what the fuck?
And there's two more that I wanted to sound off. There's one where you only speak in questions, and if you don't do that, you take 10 necrotic damage. And then this is another one that would be kind of fun, where somebody gets turned into a black cat, and anybody that is within 10 feet of you always rolls with a disadvantage.
You're unlucky. Well, you're unlucky.
That's fun.
Oh my
That's a lot of
gosh.
fun.
We got to see some pretty good ones.
And now going into our main cast, I mean, we did Loch already. So, Amir, I want to start first because I'm curious from your point of view.
Yeah.
What kind of parents do you think Dylan and Milo are?
I feel like Dylan has always been like a hard worker and has always been like dedicated to her work, and what she saw in Milo was that fun aspect that she was kind of missing.
Sure.
Especially in the time that she was working with the Ranger 1 and all that stressful shit that was going on.
Yeah.
I felt like that was like a big stress reliever for her. So I feel like they balance each other out somewhat, although Milo does go too far. He doesn't know when to stop sometimes.
Yeah, you think that she has helped him get away from that a little bit? Not like obviously not completely.
Yeah, it's like not completely enough to where he doesn't like he's never going to give up his drink, never going to give up the inn. That's through the bar, the tavern. That's what he always does.
He's a bard, of
Right,
course.
and he's a bard, and the way I see the relationship is that she does support him in that endeavor. She keeps herself busy with the church and with when she was working with Ranger 1 before she retired. She kept herself busy with all those things. So when Milo would leave for a little bit to go explore, do whatever he was doing, visiting local towns, performing because he was still an entertainer.
Yeah.
That's how he brought in some more money. And now he's famous for that whole sorcerer's thing. He brings in lots of money. Everybody wants to see him. He's big and popular. But when he comes home, they live a modest life. Like,
Yeah.
he's not showy unless he's drunk at the tavern.
Yeah.
Or in the bedroom.
Okay, I think that answers my question. What about you guys?
Any questions for...
Were there any
Yeah.
gadgets you wanted to make but didn't get a chance to?
Yeah, or anything that was in the works, but you just didn't have time.
Luckily, I think I got to everything.
Nice.
Because, like you were saying, I track him down like every week and ask him, "Thank you for not getting annoyed with me." Because sometimes it had to be we were busy and I had to like talk to him like right when we're at like the driver's station, clicking out runs, and I'm like, "Real fast, just if I was to do this, would you give that to me?"
And then it's like we'd be in the middle of a conversation, the phone ring, and of course nobody else wants to get it. I was like, fuck off, fine, I guess I'll get it.
Right. So you go, we'll finish this later. So I ended up just typing out some. I was disappointed I didn't get to see Loch rehearse to work. The bending, like the elements.
Yeah.
I really, really wanted to see that. Maybe one day she'll let me see that. But other than that, no. I kind of wanted to add more to Krunk. Like I just didn't have time.
Yeah.
Like, I guess that's the one thing I missed was Krunk's. I was gonna beef up his arms and make him like actually an opponent.
Yeah.
That if I was in combat,
Like,
he
he
could
can
like
just throw
grab
punches on
things,
his shoulders,
right? Or if
yeah.
I was about to fall off a ledge, I could have a button to have him react to grab on. And give me
That's
range and
so
stuff like
cool,
that. So I
yeah.
was gonna add stuff to that for Krunk and make him a little beefier, but I ended up finding a lot of stuff to help you guys.
Yes,
And,
that
like,
was
so amazing.
The pellet system.
And
is my
I got to
favorite
give you
easily.
credit because, I mean, you're still kind of a new player, and it's like
Very new player.
The Artificer class is probably one of the more complicated
Oh,
ones.
absolutely.
And you did really well with it.
Yeah.
Like, there was a few times where it's just like we had to like stop the game to figure out something. I think maybe it happened once or twice. But yeah, I think that for overall it felt well balanced. I know that something that we discussed was stuff getting OP'd, but I never felt like you outshined any of the other players or anybody for that matter.
Especially because you focus on helping us, so you helped us shine.
I really
which
wanted
is
to
really fun.
give you guys some additional like gadgets, like those
Yeah.
those stakes with the enlarge and stakes with the guided bolts and
Yes.
stuff like
The baby carrier system, had I not been able to fly, would have been like
Yeah.
so much fun.
that. Yeah,
Told
that was
me,
just
like-
like.
Told me to put the baby on
Like,
you.
for real, I thought about you just sitting there hovering around in your little freaking UFO, shooting little firebolts and shit.
That would be if I had been like a ranged
Right.
fighter, it would have been like amazing. If Ivanova had been a baby.
She would not have liked that. Anything else for Amir?
You guys want to know what that fluid was?
What was the
The
fluid?
special fluid that I had that I developed in
Oh,
order to
yes.
absorb elements that
Yep.
literally everything I ever imbued or made was being covered in at one point in time.
Oh, no.
It's 90% water, 10% the special ingredient.
What's this?
It's an organic fluid.
I'm afraid. This is getting worse the more you say.
I don't know.
It's exactly what you think it is.
Oh, boy.
That's how I keep an even supply of it. And I make some.
So it's spit?
No.
Further south?
Yes, it's further south. It's
Oh, boy.
Let's ruin your inspiration.
it's Amir's
Secret
ranch
sauce?
dressing. Yes, it's his ranch dressing. So, Loch, that entire hand of rings that you have, your whole hand, all of that's been
So,
covered in my
what
goo.
Mushu would smash in his belt.
The whole, yes, everything I ever imbued or carved. Your sword,
Oh,
your rapier,
boy.
the first thing I ever did that first night, I just dip it in. That's how he makes it. He carves it in. He carves in special sigils that activate the specific spells, and then to infuse it and to complete it, he has to dip it in his fluid that absorbs the elements and then holds it in place.
I hate you so much.
So on my inventory list, I have a jug of ESF, Amir special fluid, and that's what it is. And I collect it. And I make
Oh, boy.
That's so funny.
There's the Milo in him. There's the Milo.
That's been a whole thing throughout the entire
How many
campaign.
times have you like wanted to laugh with me?
A lot. It's just like, should I like? I didn't want to
Thank goodness
like.
it has ate the pellets.
Well, I didn't want to force it. Right. Like I dropped those pellets in that fluid, and then I created this vapor. That
Yep.
vapor is a little bit of me.
Breathing in a little bit of beer.
But yes, I didn't want to like force it to like, because I'm like Amir wouldn't want anybody to know that.
Yeah.
He's not going
This
to tell
is
anybody.
secret fluid.
Right, this is behind the scenes. This is his special fluid.
The look of pure glee on your face when you're like, it's my time to share the knowledge.
You guys want to know? Big secret. So that whole thing, like where she was going to bend it. That's another reason I wanted to see her bend it.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Would you have been able to keep a straight face when she was doing it?
No, I was just playing it off. It's like, oh, I'm just so excited. Like you get to use my.
She's gonna be so
gadget.
mad at you.
She would have murdered you.
She's so happy about those rings. Like, could you fill up all hand? I'm like, oh yeah. Oh, I got you. Don't you worry. I got enough goo to go around, baby.
I am Milo's son. You don't have to worry. Woo.
All right, so going on to Rhunon,
Oh, boy.
inspiration. He was sort of the outsider of the group because I mean,
Yeah.
everybody else kind of knew each other.
But at the same time, he was like the leader. So we kind of like made you the designated leader.
It was kind of like the only outsider from Nardorf. Like, you just been there a couple times.
Which is funny, because you did not routinely have the brain cell.
No, I did not routinely have the brain cell that we shared.
How'd you feel about us, like, kind of promoting you as a leader? Anytime, like, we come into a situation where we had someone to go to the door first, lead the party to the woods, Even though your nature wasn't the highest or whatever, we just decided.
It was a
You
little
were
hard
the
to play, but
mean
it's also fun just because I like to be analytical, so it helped me be analytical and like direct where I thought it would be nice for us to go.
Yeah.
You just didn't remember to check the tracks.
Yes, yes. I'm so forgetful analytical.
Did you feel more comfortable role playing this time around, or was it my imagination that Creve was a bit more reserved?
Creve, I did play a bit more reserved, but I think I was also more comfortable this time around.
Right. Because I noticed like there's a big difference between like when we first started. I mean,
Oh,
obviously, because I think we all know each other a lot better now.
Yeah.
But
Much better.
yeah,
Creve had a much more traumatic backstory.
Yeah.
I don't actually know Creve's backstory.
His entire village got wiped out by a unknown sorceress, so I assume it was the sorceress we killed, but I
Yeah.
don't technically know.
That's dark.
Yes.
And instead, Rhunon was just like, somehow I ended up with a baby dragon.
I mean, a character who was paid to protect got wiped out by a dragon, but yeah, I ended up with freedom, so that's great.
That was a fun little backstory.
and it was cool that you got to deliver the final blow with
That was
his
fun.
brother's
Right.
blade.
That was
awesome.
That was some
So
nice
nice.
fate.
Yeah. It's just like his health is getting down real low. I think Rhunin's gonna be the one to take him out, and it's like he's out of legendary actions. So
And you rolled really well on those hits
Yes.
too. Like, so yeah.
It's
Yeah,
really
that was
nice that I'm pretty sure it was a +2 sword, so I got +11 to every roll.
Yeah.
yeah,
So that was really nice. Especially because I can have some abysmal rolls.
but it's funny, and I didn't intend it this way. That you had the MacGuffin in this one and in last
Yes,
campaign.
both of them magical
Yeah.
swords.
Yeah, which I didn't intend it for that way, but I was just
It
like,
was fun. It's like, here we go again.
I liked it because you were much more competent with the sword this time around versus Creve was like,
He hadn't touched a sword the entire campaign. He's like, this is my time, I guess.
Right.
you almost failed in getting it.
but I came up with that as like a redemption for your character because you had betrayed us so many times up to that point. Where I was just like, okay, just gonna have to have like a pep talk with him.
I just can't make saves. I don't know what it is. I just can't roll well on wisdom saves unless I'm blessed.
I'd say I really enjoyed Fiernan.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was a really good addition to the team. He's like
I enjoyed having a little dragon
you
companion.
animated him really well, like that specific scenes and stuff where you gave him stuff to do, and like he was right.
That interaction, he was like, I guess you're fine. Fiernan was great.
Fiernan was a good addition.
And was there anything for your character that we didn't get to cover that you would have liked to? Whether it be through like role playing or leveling up.
I
or
guess
whatever.
it's... So you all knew each other's families, but what you all didn't know is that after he failed the caravan that got slaughtered, he was too ashamed to go back to his parents. He hadn't seen him for years. So I guess that's the only thing you all didn't know much about his backstory, is he was too ashamed to go back home after failing, so he just lived alone with Fiernan pretty much until he got pulled into Strahd.
So you think like his experience throughout Barovia was like maybe I should go.
A little bit of a redemption, being able to
Yeah.
help all people in Barovia and
I
help
mean,
you
you
all.
you killed this big evil guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
You done did it, my dude.
Got him the courage to go back home, see his family.
That's wholesome.
Right.
So Darren, now that we've gone to you, anybody have any questions for Darren? Why try to think of something?
I feel like Darren was very open about what happened, at least through most of it.
So yeah, so with her her personality, what were you aiming for? Like when you thought of like how she was
What
gonna.
was your inspiration?
There's a mix of like, she is the little shit. So like you think of a young child who is intentionally getting into trouble. That inspired by them getting tossed into a situation with a lot of rules and like rigidity, but finding friends in it. So kind of like retaining that aspect of I like chaos. I'm gonna go towards the
So
chaos.
becoming like refined chaos.
Refined chaos, but more like I have more people to care about now, and I recognize that like I can care about more people versus I don't really have this like chip on my shoulder that she felt initially in Nardorf. So being able to get some time away from Nardorf and to go explore other areas and make friends outside of people who knew her family.
Yeah.
It was really kind of like what helped her step up, and always going back to the chaos, but being more and more willing to step outside of her own expectations for herself.
Well, I have to say that when Darren was in baby form,
Yes.
and the way you played that,
It makes sense why she was sent to a boarding school in the
right,
monastery.
as unfiltered,
Yes.
chaos. I feel like that actually showed us a lot of
Why,
Darren's
yes.
like true character and
It was
stuff. and, like,
fittingly annoying.
Yes.
Without any sort of barrier,
Right.
yeah.
So it's like exactly. So without like the monastery's training and all
Yes.
that discipline that you had, that were like that filter that you had
That
created,
really-
that they've kind of forced into you.
Yeah, yeah. Or that the other,
but you never lost the rebellious spirit.
Yeah.
You just became like more intelligent the way you manifested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you all seen like Avatar: The Last Airbender when Aang is with Gyatso and they're like airbending pies at other monks, that was the the mood that I was like. So that's what she found in the monastery. But there was an element of discipline and an element of like you can't do that all
That
the
makes
time.
so much more sense.
You
about
have you have to have certain
Yes.
rules and responsibilities and stuff. So gaining responsibility was really good because before that she was just a free for all shit who was literally making a mess anywhere she could.
And do you think she would eventually have taken up Ivanova's offer?
Yeah. It would have. She might have taken a little bit longer and gone to see some like friends from the monastery after they had left and all was on traveling and stuff. But she probably would have made her way back to Nardorf and taken up Ivanova's offer to help in some way.
And I think I pictured at some point that Naroon would have tracked you down at some point to sort of talk to you about it, and you guys might have even like playfully sparred like a little bit with, bow staffs.
Yeah.
And it would have been like a turning. I think maybe not to speak for you, but seeing how weak he'd become from like fighting a terrible monster, because it's like at this point he's like it's almost like he's gone through like cancer, like because he's just like so much weaker. Then maybe he's not such a bad guy.
I think like the anger that she felt towards Naroon was less about him as a person and more about the position he held.
Yeah.
I'm so kind of like getting some time away. Had she just approached Nardorf before, she probably still would have been rude to him, but she would have felt bad about it, and given enough time, she might have eventually matured to the point where it's like, you're not a bad individual.
Yeah, it's like another thing that like I tried to do with all of you guys. It's like when you guys would like say, "Hey, it'd be cool if my character found this," like with the staff of healing, and then it's like you were like, "I'm praying to my God, hoping that He'll send me some sort of sign." And I always try to give you guys what you want, but not necessarily in the way you want it.
Yeah.
Mushu was fantastic.
That was just a random idea of mine. I was like, "Well, I'm gonna send her help, but there's gonna be a little bit of a caveat. Like he'll be like just barely useful."
Very
That changed and made so much of the campaign, just having that personality there.
flavor.
Question for you,
Yeah,
Pete.
yeah.
Any chance he ever comes back to Port of Nardorf?
I don't think he's ever been there, so I don't think he would know about it.
Where's like how far away is he? Is there any chance of me or whatever run into him in the next couple of years?
How many
I
NPCs
don't.
you gonna romance?
I don't know because it just kind of depends.
I travel a lot. Like I go with my dad, and I travel like to different locations. So it's possible, depending on what he's up to, what he does, that he might be visiting.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how much
And I
he
spend a lot of
sticks,
time in taverns.
he sticks his nose into what happened to him, he could just end up disappearing.
Okay.
Could he end up in Nardorf if he goes that route as well?
Maybe, I mean, especially if somebody like says, "Hey, there's this like weird jukebox guy that talks in riddles and could potentially be related to what you've been through." Maybe that would bring him there.
Could I get you to agree that at some point within like, because you said airborne is what, 5 years after?
I think I said
this?
2 or 5 years.
I think you said 5.
Yeah,
5 years from where we're ending now.
yeah.
Within that time period, that he had met Pete and got into an abusive and toxic relationship with him for like a couple of weeks. And then it fell out.
Who's the abusive one though? I mean, it'd have to be Pete.
Yeah, Pete.
I just don't see how it would work because they don't. I never got the sense that they liked each other.
He was on like vacation and he got drunk and we just got talking about.
Maybe.
And then we just like spent the
woke
2
up next to
weeks
each other.
and just
angry.
pegging, angry, aggressive, getting it out. Fuck you, Pete.
Maybe.
Some emotional releases.
Fuck me, Amir.
The implication that Pete's the bottom.
He's the bottom. Krunk's holding his wrists.
Again, it just kind of depends on where his adventures take him. But I'm not saying it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Okay, I kind of need an answer on it.
That's
It's
terrifying.
important for...
Why they can't have a baby together?
No, it's just...
I mean, I guess it is D&D. Who knows?
Well, if he can just get you to agree with, like, that's possible, then it would...
I'd say it's within the realm of possibility that he...
So I could roll with it, and theoretically.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I would say it's
Don't read into it.
I would say it's possible because, I mean, again, with Olkesh being there, him thinking that potential entity could be connected to what happened to him, he might be going there to figure that out.
Alkesh got a lot of weird knowledge.
Yeah, he got some bad news from old Cash, and he was just feeling down. I ran into him at the bar.
Somebody dragged you out
One
of that
thing
bar
led
one
to
of these
another. Oh, no, you weren't there. You weren't there for that magical 2 weeks that we spent making sweet love
Back
before
to
it became ugly.
Darren. Yeah, so I agree. The Mushu thing was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
As like he could have been a poison dragon, a shadow dragon, the fire dragon, obviously a red dragon, a blue dragon, and there was
The lucky dragon?
What was the other one? I feel like there was another one because I rolled a d6 every time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I did with my
Where
chart.
did he come back as his last time?
Yeah, we never
A
established
red
that.
dragon.
Oh, okay.
So he's back to his normal.
Yeah,
red
I
dragon.
just
Love
happened to
shadow,
re-roll
poison.
it.
Red, blue. Oh, what's the other dragon?
Ice.
place?
Oh, ice.
Ice,
That's
white,
probably
yeah.
it. Yep. So
No, he was fun. That was, and like the thing of like, I wasn't supposed to be sent. Love it.
yeah,
Love
I
it.
knew that from the beginning too. I was like, I can't wait
Very
to
Rhunon
eventually get
vibes.
that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, initially somebody else was supposed to come and help you out, which would have made your guys' thing a whole lot easier having a real dragon on your side.
I'd imagine so.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
All of it wild. If it was a real dragon, just dropped a bird, and that became the vampire dragon.
I would have fucking killed. I would lay hands. No, that was a fun
That
way
was
to tie it in.
fantastic. Yes.
okay. So wrapping it up, is there anything else that we want to cover?
It did. So, like, how is the campaign written to end? Because you had Bahamut kind of come in and take us back. Was it always like some greater deity, or did it?
Not really. That was sort of my idea, and I'd had that idea pretty much since the first time you prayed to him that he would be the one, and assuming that you survived the final fight, that he would be the one to take you home. But it's just kind of written that like once you stake Strahd, everything just fades away and you just find your way back home. Like it's not too particular.
Gotcha.
Because I think the book wants to be open as far as like how you create your characters. I mean, obviously writing the book, they have no idea that we're creating characters that are connected in any way or whatever. So it's pretty open.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I think the big question is which one was better, Curse of Strahd or Nardorf? If
That's hard to say. I don't know if we can say better. They were different in their own ways.
yeah,
I got to play a full campaign in this one,
Right.
it's true.
and that was really fun.
But you integrated really well into the
You
first
did.
one.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like as if you were always there. Like you've been
Big
working.
croak, big
Yeah.
squirrel talk. I love that.
And is there anything specific you would like to see for campaign 3? Is there anything that I could improve upon or expand upon, or is there just any ideas you could throw out that I might have already thought of? But
I'd say one thing I'd like to see is just a lot more varied, crazy monsters.
yeah,
Just get to explore more and fight different
I
things.
feel like everyone's going to bring that a lot.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like different islands, just bring different types of
Yeah.
combat and stuff.
Because you said you haven't looked at my island yet, have you?
no,
It's fun. It's fun.
yeah. It's like with Barovia, it's like they had some really cool stuff,
Oh, yeah.
but it's like I had to keep it very much within like the gothic vampire theme, like all sorts of undead stuff. Like most of the stuff you fought was undead in some fashion or form,
Right.
with the exception of wolves and werewolves.
I have to say it's nothing you do more of, but I think it really helped a lot every time we did that. I called it Mushu's dice game
what the
Yeah.
fuck is up with that?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was fun.
That,
Like,
that whole
just-
thing wasn't even my idea. I got that from watching
Critical
Critical
Role,
Role.
yeah.
Right. But
I don't think it's unfair to say that at some point it'll probably integrate
Oh,
itself
yeah.
into the campaign
It's
for
just
me at
such a
some
good
point.
like character
right,
bonding
even
and
if it's
learning
not
experience.
like that, just having moments like we had in the spa
Yeah.
and stuff like that, where it's just like
just
times
relax
of
and talk
debriefing,
time.
right, and just like talking through and giving opportunities to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That heavy
that's fun.
role playing.
And I'm totally fine with if you guys like once you guys like all your characters are like finally a group and you guys like feel comfortable. If somebody's like, I had this game with my friends or whatever, I'm totally fine with like me not being the one that integrates that, but I can have my character do it too. But it's like whenever it feels natural, I think is when it should happen.
Yeah, but having those, like doing that a couple times, if you like listen through the like the videos, every time that happened, it like just took the campaign
Oh,
to a different
yeah.
level because it's just like
It
Yeah.
just
our
built the
characters,
world
right?
so
We're
much
so
more.
right, exactly. Like we knew what we were all fighting for. We knew what
But
we had to
that helped play it a
lose.
lot better too because we
Right.
knew each other better.
Exactly.
And how is it? Do you think you got? How do you think you guys do with having a member of the group that is played by the DM?
I really enjoy
Whether
it.
it be me or her, because I think I could probably speak for her too. Is make sure there's no like favoritism. Because I've like read online, everybody's like, don't do it. Just play an NPC or whatever. It's easier to do as Krunk because he's an idiot. It's like he had nothing really to say. Like when there was stuff planned, he's like, okay, when do we just go kill stuff? I mean, I'm just sitting here
Card
picking
smash.
my nose, you know?
Right, but the way you made Ivanova guarded,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
that worked really well because
Yeah.
she was quiet. You know, she was like
But
kind
then
of like
also-
no bullshit, but at the same time, we caught her having fun every now and again.
And the reading minds really helped with the DM knows all aspect of
does.
it.
Right,
I
that was
also wanted to make sure it wasn't OP, so that way you guys couldn't just get easy answer to things. Because again, it's like her being psychic is still new to her.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And
that was.
it's tied to like a tough spot in her life. That's also like one of the best parts of her life is simultaneously.
Yes.
that
So
makes
you
me
played it
really
really well. It
proud.
felt like she was just like, if you weren't the DM, you were just sitting next to us. It felt the same.
Yeah.
yeah. I feel like she didn't outshine anybody.
But she was still an integral part and
Right.
part of everybody.
And her personality was a very big part of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
we could when things would happen,
Ivanova is God.
and
Mama's
or
the big sister.
or people would look to Ivanova to see what reaction she had, just because her reactions were that important to us in the group. I like.
So that was the only thing that I would say is like my least favorite part of this one was that I didn't get to play her as a player, except for that part where we did the dreams. I'm glad we did
Yeah.
it at all
Yeah.
because it's like that felt. I mean, as much as I love DMing, I'd say I love them both almost
Yeah.
equally. DMing like maybe just slightly more because being a writer, I like creating like big worlds and stuff. But it is kind of freeing to like let somebody else take the reins for a little bit. So I'm looking forward to everybody else, whether it's an airborne or whatever, doing their own thing, and me just getting to be like just be a player
yeah,
and being there for moral support.
yeah. I'm looking forward to being God.
Terrifying. I'm also looking forward to it.
You being like, oh, you're gonna love my island. Am I?
The characters will lose their shit.
There's some dramatic things back there. This will be fun.
So, random question about Airborne with like the realm we're on with floating islands. Is it like floating islands over like a gas planet, or is it floating islands over a giant ocean?
Can you
Like,
kind of
how-
like tell us, like, just like including that, just kind of like give us what is Airborne?
I mean, it's my inspiration for it was from like Cloud City, but the planet is gaseous. Like if you went below the clouds, you'd be crushed underneath. And I would say like your characters, from like hearing from this place, have heard like surface knowledge about it, like kind of like how like everybody at this table knows like basic knowledge about Europe.
Yeah.
Like we don't know specifics about things unless you've been there or whatever, but it's like we know certain truths about it, but you obviously learn more by actually going there. But I would say that your characters would be informed that it's a gas realm or whatever, and these planets or the continents or islands or whatever you want to call them are held aloft by something like nobody knows. It's just always has been that way.
magic. It's always magic.
But as far as like the technology and stuff, it's like far above most places that you're familiar with. The only place that might come close to it is Sharn, which is also a floating island somewhere else. But I would say, like, within our like world that we've created, like traveling between like actual different planets is like a relatively new thing. And they're not even necessarily different planets; they're just different realms. Yeah.
I imagine the different realms, like if you've seen the second Thor movie, where like when all the realms are aligning, it's just different planes that you can see through them if you open up a portal.
Yep.
That's how I kind of picture it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need an idea of like how what the islands were.
Yep.
Okay.
And you said travel by airship, right?
I'll be mostly airships, and there'll be like animals that people ride on. Like it won't necessarily be horses, but there'll be creatures that can fly that are common there. That are like how horses are common in other places.
Gotcha. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
There are roads technically between some of the islands, but for the most part, people will like buy their ways onto airships, and that's how the trade and stuff happens.
That makes sense. I was picturing Treasure Planet, 100%.
I was about to say,
Treasure Planet.
Are there pirates?
Air pirates?
Yeah, airship pirates.
I very nearly made that
I'll
up.
have to go visit there and find out. I'm not saying anything about that.
All I'm saying is there's crime everywhere.
I mean, it's fair to say there's crime anywhere you go. So I mean,
I'd say it's a good assumption.
That's cool.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Did you already tell us what kind of character you're going to be playing, what class?
Nope.
Okay.
Is it all a surprise?
Nope.
Okay.
I was about to say, you can't see it on the campaign board.
Yeah.
He's looked.
I looked.
What do you mean you can't see it?
Like, we see your character, we can't see what, like, your race, class, and
Oh, really?
are. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So I can see what his abilities are. I can't see his background or anything like that, or hers. So I know, like, their race or class-ish, but I don't
Does
know
the
how many
name
background.
show up?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It just has, like, your name and I think your profile picture, but then I don't think it has a race or class, if I remember correctly.
Yep. I felt like the fact that I was the DM, I felt like I could take some liberties and be
That's
like
fair.
a little mysterious about it.
It is fair.
Maybe we'll find out next week.
Yeah, I'm excited. So we get to start Airborne next week. Okay. So
I love that the campaign is built on a pun. Airborne.
Airborne.
Yeah.
So Goliath, monk.
Warforged, Blazing Wizard.
Okay. So you're gonna be doing area damage and stuff again.
Not really. It's going to be... My class will be focused on very high mobility and centered around a single cantrip where if I hit somebody or try to attack that cantrip, they can't move or else they take damage. And then my mobility, I'm going to have... My plan is eventually to get a feat where if I make an attack against somebody, I can run away with them without getting an opportunity attack.
He's going to be
So it's gonna
very
be hit and
squishy
runs.
melee.
Yes.
Very, very squishy
Wizards
melee.
have the smallest hit dice, so thankfully...
That's cool. So
yes.
magic combat, like
Yeah.
magic.
It's going to be
hand.
magically infused sword fighting.
Nice.
And
That's
does,
cool.
does everybody have miniatures for their new characters yet?
We have ours printed. We still need to pay them.
I'm gonna send
Yeah.
a file once I get it all.
Y'all should be able to email me. I just need the STL file.
My brother-in-law did mine
Nice.
because again I wanted it to be a surprise.
Makes sense.
Secret.
Keep it safe. Yeah.
I'm really excited.
I
for
will have
this.
to. I thought about painting it myself, but I'm not confident I could do a good job, especially with my hands being the way that they are. So I'll have somebody else do it if you guys don't mind. Like once the characters get introduced, it'll be obvious what they look like
Yeah.
and all that.
I got you. Yeah, I gotta get mine files sent over to you, so that way I can just get it printed and painted. So I haven't had one painted this whole time.
Oh yeah, you haven't painted me.
You've been painting them.
I did I tried a mirror and it just didn't come out really well, so I just gave up on that one.
Yeah.
But I got high hopes for Corey.
I'm really excited to see how you're making
A Goliath should be a little bit more straightforward too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, depending on what they're wearing, but I mean,
Yeah, well he goes shirtless. You're gonna see this man's pecs.
yeah.
10 out of 10.
I mean, Grog was always shirtless too.
Yes.
He's a beef man. Yeah, I mean that's essentially
Other than that, like he's pretty straightforward when it comes to that.
It's gonna be really fun
Just
seeing a Goliath
manhandling.
monk.
Right? Yeah. Like that was tough, and everything I looked up didn't recommend that.
Yeah.
It's just like
But
Same
that
thing
just kind of makes you want to do it more.
right, exactly. And I'm
Same
just
thing
like,
for Warforged. Everyone's like, don't do Wizard because their class spells are like extra Constitution and extra, I think it was 1 point Dexterity.
yeah.
And so it's like the opposite of what you want for a Wizard.
Yeah.
But it's like, this could be fun, especially since I need all the HP I can get, and also just because.
And speaking of which, just around the table, do you guys prefer more combat or more role playing or balance or?
I feel like before we know each other really well, it's really easy kind of to bounce from combat to combat. It makes things feel a little bit more natural. But
Yeah.
as like we as characters get to know each other, it's more fun to do the role play when you're not just kind of awkwardly sitting around looking at each other being like, I don't know any of you.
Right, because Corey's not going to want to talk to you guys, like,
Yeah,
especially
it's-
if he hasn't seen you guys in combat. So, like, I know
Yeah.
he's not.
It's
gonna,
easy shared death experiences to bond
Like, I'm-
early
yeah.
on.
Like I'll have to play him like that. He just won't give you guys anything. He
I
won't
think
tell you
the-
guys anything personal unless he respects
I
you.
think the big thing that's going to draw you guys together is this alien place, pretty much, because I
That's
mean it's
fair.
just like you're not going to know anybody there. Yeah, but I think there's going to be a lot of chances for like basically how I hope the setup is to have a lot of role playing options, especially like with what I've been giving you in each of your handouts.
Yeah.
And again, let me know if you have any problems with your handouts. I think I did. Okay.
I read it real quick. It looked pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll read over mine. But to answer your question, yeah, I would say the balance that we had with Curse of Strahd, I thought was a really good balance. There was moments where it was nothing but role playing, which was
Yes.
it was a lot. Like it was tiring
Yes.
in a way because it was just a lot of acting and stuff and like trying to figure out how we would play it as those characters. But it was ultimately really beneficial and fun, and it ended
Yes.
up.
I think we're getting a lot more comfortable with
Right.
it, so it's getting a lot easier.
And it created arcs from
Absolutely.
the beginning to the end. Like we actually got to see some things play out in its entirety.
Character development.
Yeah,
Yes.
which was
I feel like we did that a
fantastic.
lot better this
Right.
campaign than
We
last
did.
campaign.
Yeah, there was a lot more room for development.
Mm-hmm.
So, like presenting us with morally questionable choices, like assassinating,
Yes.
somebody. And
fun.
The
That was-
torturing the person in the cabin.
yeah, all of those presented opportunities for where our alignments could show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amir couldn't
You can
watch.
see
he
other
left.
people making decisions based on.
Right, Loch wanted to play with her water.
Fucking
Right.
terrifying.
Like, somebody was non-violently interrogating
Yep.
them, like utilizing like
Using tricks,
illusions and stuff like that. It just really showed everybody from the beginning, like
Yeah.
Where
where
they
they stood.
stand.
So, like presenting us with opportunities like that, like,
Yeah.
would be awesome.
Oh, don't worry, they'll be playing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
super
Right,
excited for that.
like because you're doing fantastic. Like as a
Oh,
DM,
absolutely.
like,
Yeah.
like I can't really throw any like.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but Nardorf was my first time running D&D. I've done like tons of other role-playing games, like mostly superhero and Star Wars stuff, but I think I might have mentioned my buddy Neil at my old gaming group that I had in high school would do the D&D stuff, and then I would do the superhero stuff.
Yeah.
And we'd swap back and forth. But I mean, I've been playing D&D since the 7th grade, so it's like it was an easy enough adjustment.
So that was your first time running an actual campaign as the DM for a D&D
Yep.
campaign.
Yep.
Did.
And,
Plus,
right, and it was
yes.
all homebrew, right? Like
Right.
there's inspirations, of course, but it was
Sure.
it was all homebrew.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
I could have asked for a better DM.
right. I'm
Well,
just
thanks,
saying-
I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
yeah, for real. Like, yeah, so like you're a fantastic DM. Like I don't know,
So just to be clear, Elizabeth is number 2.
definitely number 2. Yeah, but like watching you manage the things and like managing how, like I can see you really contemplating when we want to make a decision that could alter the game. Like
Bring
Elizabeth wanted to bring her parents,
Yes.
like bring her parents and stuff. It's just
It's
like,
like
oh,
one of my greatest suggestions.
right, yeah, and like getting a nat 20 and stuff, and just like letting that actually happen instead of just going no.
Yeah.
It's like this. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that happen.
Yeah.
And like
Again, it's like kind of giving you guys what you want, but not how you want it, because
Exactly.
they were
Yes.
mind controlled.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that was, to be fair, that was something I did kind of consider before somebody, I think it was you, mentioned it as a possibility.
right. And it definitely makes the campaign feel more personable.
Absolutely.
Like having Lumella as an artificer, like it gave me a lot to play on.
Yeah.
Like somebody else with these cool gadgets, and like they're like way better at it than I am because they've had so much time and stuff like that. Like giving characters their.
And I'm glad that everybody, like, it felt like everybody was equal at the tables. Like, there was never anybody that, like, just sold the spotlight, or when it was their time to shine, nobody tried to overstep that or whatever. So I've definitely played games where that's been the case, where there's, like, that one player that's like, I just want to kill everything, and so I don't,
Right, regardless of, what other people might want to do, instead of just running in full sail.
I think my worst D&D experience was when I was playing a monk, and I modeled him after the guy from Split, so it's like he had like different personalities, and he would like run up walls and stuff like that. So I chased the final bad guy into this building, and I ran up the walls, and I was like, my next turn I was literally about to take him out, and somebody threw in a fireball and killed me and him. And it's like, it's not like he didn't know I wasn't in there. It's like he saw me run up the building, but
I bet he wasn't even charmed by a gremlin.
No. No.
Yeah,
No.
So that would just, when I threw that fireball at the bird, I legitimately forgot you were on it.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh no, it would have been fucking funny.
Right. I mean, it still ended up hitting it. I mean, it ended up happening. But yeah, like I wouldn't have. Nobody in the group would
actively
will,
not care about other people's characters.
Like, he's like, oh, you'll be fine. We'll just heal you. It's like, yeah, but I mean, I clearly have this chance to take the bad guy out. It's like, you don't have to almost
Get
kill
greedy.
me.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. But,
Right. Exactly. It's just like let it play. Like your character, should be concerned that their party member might die in this attack. It's like, is it worth it?
Right.
Like, and play it instead of just being straight kill. Yeah.
Or as the famous term, murder hobos in a lot of D&D campaigns.
Yeah. Do you guys feel like the final confrontation with Strahd was satisfying?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was my biggest concern, was making sure that he didn't die within the first 2 or 3 rounds.
No.
And also make sure he wasn't at the same time OP, because he has a lot of really awesome abilities. I mean, he can instantly travel from one side of the castle to the other.
Yeah.
I mean, when he's in Castle Ravenloft, he's a force to be reckoned with. But that time where you guys surprised him at the wedding, technically I could have used a legendary resistance to have him not be affected by the symbol. But I was like, he wouldn't know that this is happening. I'm just going to kind of let it, unless I'm going to either have him succeed or fail, and he failed. So... yeah, that was my concern, was having him be not tough enough for the final thing. But I feel like having him and then 30 other skeletons.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, especially after watching him do his chain lightning.
Yeah.
That was intimidating.
I was so happy that my new scale, I had rolled lightning resistance for that day. Last campaign, I was like, last session, I was like, thank the Lord.
Monks.
Yeah,
Taking no thing
I'm
with
about
dexterity.
to live that life.
Yes.
Like, you have to get up to a certain level first, but it's...
Have fun with the projectile catching.
Yeah, because I never got to do that in this campaign. The only time I got to do it was
you
once.
threw that lantern right back inside his face. When it really counted, you got it.
But as a DM, it's definitely something you have to think about. You have to outthink your players in some way and know what their abilities are. Where you just I mean, I also gave him immunity to polymorph, because I didn't want somebody to just turn him into a rabbit or whatever. Because I've seen the video of Matt Mercer having a big giant,
big purple
yes.
And it's and I give him credit for being genuine, because he could have just been oh yeah, he's got resistance.
Oh yeah, legendary resistance.
But I mean, it would have been cool to do that to somebody like Rahadin or something.
Yeah.
But it would have been kind of dicky to have that sort of thing happen to the main bad guy.
Yeah.
It's he's giant turtle. All right, now that he's turtle, let's pick him up, put him in his coffin, and stab him.
Yeah. And another thing that you guys had mentioned about potentially destroying him was throwing him into the bag of holding or teleporting him to another dimension.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have worked because of his curse.
He has to remain there.
Yeah, it basically there would have been a force field that kept him from going inside or whatever. And I was like, kind of wondering if we were going to get to that point. Like,
That was like my last resort.
Yeah.
Like if 5 of us are dead and there's 1 person left, use the bags. Don't
Hail
worry.
Mary.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, those stairs that went straight down where he was standing in front of during the final battle, where did those go?
so the one that was like directly behind him at the very beginning, there was like a. There was a prayer room basically, like it was a little chapel, and then the one directly across from where his tomb is at is where Sergei's tomb is, and he has his brother's like original body there, and he goes and visits it sometime because he does deep down feel guilty about killing his brother.
I will say I greatly enjoyed the puzzle door at the tower.
And
Yes.
honestly, adding more puzzles.
Yeah.
Puzzles
Like,
are fun.
Puzzles are really fun.
Yeah.
It just gives us a chance to like deliberate and again shine in ways of solving the puzzles.
Yeah.
and stuff.
Try stupid shit.
Yes.
Or
And
fail.
to be fair, like that wasn't my edition; that was the whole book
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
That
But
is
that's what I'm
something
saying
that
for like airborne stuff.
Yeah.
We just like look up a couple different ones that just
I know that one of the books we have on D&D Beyond has a whole chapter of puzzles, and I completely avoided looking at it. So it's not DM because I don't want anything spoiled for me.
yeah.
But I know that there's like a whole chapter of puzzles.
Yeah, I think puzzles are it'd be a fun way to like.
I definitely
it's
have
conflict,
considered
but
that.
with the
Yes.
environment.
And there might be puzzle that you guys will be able to physically interact with as people, like not just like making checks.
hell
or
yeah,
whatever,
that's
so.
What do you mean? My dancing skills are not that.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean like, I mean like, Amir, make an Arcana check. Okay, this is what you know about this, but you actually have to like physically think about this. But yeah, as opposed to being zapped by the door.
Yeah.
That was very entertaining the first time.
It's like, I will say,
second time.
also the puzzle in the dream sequence where we're trying to figure out the.
oh god.
we spent so long
it was
trying to figure
30.
it
I
out.
think it was 35 minutes or
Yes.
something like that.
Yep.
Like in the
Yep.
chapter, it was like 35 minutes, and then we're just like no, and just like this zap. No, that's not it.
yeah,
It's like Jesus Christ, it took forever.
So we want more puzzles. We're not saying we're going to do
Right.
well with them.
Well, and they have some like mercy on the puzzles. Like sometimes, like that one felt like it was way too specific. Like we just couldn't figure out.
If there are going to be puzzles in Airborne, which I mean, to be fair, there'll probably be a couple. And now that you're asking for them, I'll probably try to add
Yeah.
more. They'll be
Yeah.
themed towards the world in some
Okay.
in some instance.
I gotcha.
That would be fun.
But overall,
I think that's pretty much. I mean, that's all I had. So, I mean, I'd broken it down into.
Was there anything that you wanted to tell us about Ivana that you didn't get to?
Ooh.
that's a good point.
I don't think so. I feel like we got everything.
Does she ever find her lady love again?
I don't know. I again, like, I almost want to. If that becomes a possibility and we revisit these characters, if somebody else wants. I think that'd be another smart thing to do. If somebody's wanting to DM and it's their first time, it might be helpful to do characters that everybody's familiar with.
Yeah.
As opposed to brand new characters, like making up new characters for a new adventure. So, I mean, that's something that could potentially be explored later down the line. But I think that she would probably try to use responsibly her resources as Ranger 1 to potentially find out what happened to Talia.
If I'm like her research person, Darren would be on that. She'd be like, yeah, let's go.
And I think that coming out of Barovia, she's a lot less jaded about to like she wouldn't like shoot Talia if she saw her. I think that she realizes after this experience that maybe Talia got teleported somewhere.
Yeah.
She didn't realize how strange and dangerous the universe is. But yeah, and I always maybe somewhat selfishly, I always envisioned her taking up the position of her brother at the end, assuming she survived at the end of the campaign.
I loved that. That was so nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
Good surprise.
With Lumella's the artificer, right?
Yep.
With Lumella, I'm completely blanking on what happened to her at the end of last session.
She
Strahd
died.
killed her.
She died.
Absorbed her.
That's right.
Yeah, he has the ability to free anybody for that is
Yeah.
directly cursed by vampires from him or down from his line or whatever. So he's like, yeah, if you don't want to be a vampire anymore, you don't have to be. And of course, I mean, not having the curse, she just aged to where she would have been had she not been a vampire.
So I'd say
Was that the question?
I was gonna be more of the person that she was looking for,
Yeah.
does that tie in to future campaign, or is that something you're hoping to do more for this campaign?
I just thought it'd be a cool thing, like, for her to have.
Like background for...
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, it could show
Yeah.
up. I love stuff like that because, I mean...
Stuff you could use
One
in
of
the
my
future?
Stephen King is one of my favorite authors, and he has like there are some of his books that like will connect together. Like the prison from Shawshank will be mentioned in one book or whatever, and I've done that with my own books too. So I think doing that in D&D is fun, and seeing the reactions to you guys picking up on things. Like I think in the future with more adventures, it might be more like subtle stuff where somebody might pick up on it, but somebody else on the other side of the table who maybe doesn't remember it doesn't get it right away. Or in Elizabeth's case, she's like, "Oh, Talon." I totally had forgotten that she wasn't there for that.
But I love the little nods to previous campaigns.
How do you feel about? I mean, like, not only was this like your first time running Curse of Strahd, being D&D, the DM, these last couple of times, but now you have like a YouTube channel that's got all your all your DM stuff. What do you think about that? Did you ever think that was going to be a thing? Is that something you've ever wanted to do or thought?
I mean, now after like doing it, it's, like it'd be cool. It'd be really cool to do something like that, as long as it like remained fun or whatever, not like a job.
Yeah,
I mean that's kind of what I do with my current YouTube channel. I just talk about movies and my books and other books that I read. But I think the guys at Critical Role do it so well, and it's like that would be like that would be like one of my dream jobs. Like just
that's current, or there's like guest show on the show.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, for like being, just a group and stuff for us. I mean, just having these videos.
I think it was a great idea. I wish we would have thought about it last campaign.
It's so nice to be able to just go back and listen to something.
Right.
Like, oh yes.
I think it was easier for me to remember stuff in for Nardorf because I'd created all of it.
Right.
Whereas like most of Curse of Strahd was from a book, and it was hard for me to recall stuff sometimes. But having that recording that I could listen to the day before was really helpful.
Yeah, is that how you used it?
Yeah, and it's like I would listen to, while I was delivering pizzas.
Yeah.
So I think it made my job a lot easier.
Nice. Okay.
With Nardorf, it wasn't that bad because the way my memory works is I'm able to just retain stuff like that really easily because I think having created it myself is easier for me to remember those little details.
Yeah, I got you. So to like the chapters and the way I structured it, did that help? Like when you were looking for specific things, maybe.
Yeah.
To like go to specific parts.
All that was done well. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else, but
so everybody else liked the way the videos were like uploaded and stuff, and like.
Because it's nice to be able to, if you want to do a full listen through, do a full listen through. Versus if you are looking for something specific, it's like, I don't really remember what happened here.
Right.
Went to the bathroom, something happened, they came back, it was chaos.
Right.
It's like I'm also not a perfect note taker, so I look at my notes and they occur like the main plot points. But I was like, I don't remember the specific interaction we had, so I can go back and listen to that interaction. That's not covering notes quote by quote.
Because that was the goal of, instead of just uploading it all as just one big file, taking the time to create those timestamps because it takes a lot of time to do that.
I bet.
To create those timestamps, that's the reason I do it. So that way you guys can go back and look at. Like I've listened to the horse scene when you're talking to the horse a bunch of times, where we have the horses go back and forth. I can't believe that made me laugh so hard. We have the horses talking in the background.
Yes, the neighs in the background.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
He was talking to the spectral horse.
Yeah.
And we actually had horses.
that was a while ago. I was like, when did they talk to the horse? I was thinking like that time you scared one off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wasn't that where I showed you the 10 hours of
Yeah, the horse. You showed me pull up this videos. I was like, and sometimes it lined up so perfectly. You would say something and go, it was fucking awesome.
chaos.
Is there anything that we did that you just did not expect, couldn't expect, or that just...
I mean, there's always stuff I don't expect because that's just the
What, anything that threw you for a loop where you're like, now what? Or how am I going to get around that or anything like that?
Probably the thing with the parents, like I was just like, this is going to be chaos, and I just kind of accepted that it wasn't going to go well for Strahd, and again, like just acknowledging that he's probably going to get fucked during that combat. But I mean, it's okay because he's just going to teleport down to his coffin.
Like, we also got fucked pretty bad.
Yeah, and the fact that our parents, because there was only one round, and like the second round was very short. Our parents, were all hypnotized or charmed. So
it was fun just
all my
to
daddy did was whip me.
yes, be reminded of how strong some of our old characters were. It's like we still have so far to go.
Yeah, because like the only two people to successfully save were Gwen and Pedo, and
What an abbreviation!
what an abbreviation.
I know she calls him Pedo too. It was a straight face. I'm like, what are you doing?
She gave up. No, that was a lot of fun seeing that go. Because it was a good time.
I think the biggest thing that took me by surprise was Chester. Like, I just added that in as, like, a cool thing. Like, oh, there's this weird chicken thing. I didn't expect somebody to, like, I'm going to take it with me. And I was like, I'm going to make him regret this.
I could just.
That's another thing I didn't expect was for him to get taken out, like, by the first person. Like, I didn't expect him to last, like, that long.
Yeah.
But to be taken out by, like, the first person to go.
Right.
Yeah, I was just like, I was like, oh, I'll just use like T-Rex stats and that'll be good enough. No.
It's funny.
And that was another moment where I could have like fudged it and been like,
Add an extra zero on there.
Yeah.
Right.
But I was like, no, it's too good of a moment to pass up.
Yeah.
All you see is the chicken.
Bad chicken.
Yeah, that was. I didn't know what the hell to expect from that at all. I was like, is this going to become a pet? Am I going to be able to ride it? No. He's just untamed.
He's
carnage.
basically a demon.
An abomination,
He ain't Lucian. He ripped it apart.
I really enjoy being able to print stuff that you need in paper. It's like, here's what you need. I don't know what you need them for, but here you go.
I mean, I think the chicken was kind of obvious.
Yeah, it was kind of obvious. But it was also like, I'm so excited for this.
Hey Mariah, go pick the cockatrice. I'm sorry, you want me to pick what? Cockatrice.
Yeah.
3 options for you to pick.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you wish we would do differently or more or less as players?
Is there anything you want to see from us?
I don't think so. I think you guys do pretty well. No, I feel like any like I don't want to say shortcomings, but anything like that, I think we've improved upon it greatly, and I think that's just like being new to playing D&D altogether. But I think overall we do pretty good. Yeah,
Good.
that's it. But I think like yeah, I think we do just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, because I know you and I talked about it beforehand, how we were really just new to role
Oh, yeah.
in and of itself.
So I know sometimes, like during combat, it can be hard to like be ready at like before your turn because sometimes, like if the villain or even one of the other players does something, and you thought about what you were going to do before,
And
and then it just changes, then it's like, oh shit, now it's my turn, and now I've got to completely change my thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of part of the reason why I enjoy being a melee character or somebody
It
with
makes
an
it so much
aspect.
simpler.
Because then you're just like, well, that target's gone. Who else can I punch?
Yep.
I am, I'm glad that your character, this future one, is going to be different, like because like, you already, as a person, going to have that bubbly, naturally charismatic, so seeing that in Gwen, and in Darren was really fun.
Yeah, oh, I'm
But
so excited.
I'm excited to see kind of the opposite of how you would play someone that's a little either charismatic in a different way or just not charismatic at all.
It's not even the fact because she's a tiefling, so it's not like they're not charismatic. It's that they don't give a fuck.
Okay.
We're half demon, so
This is the first time that I've been able to play a character because like my idea of D&D was always like loot the body. And
we noticed.
Is the first time. This is the first time that I'm actually going to be able to play a character whose moral alignment is like fuck it, loot the body. Because any other time that I've done it, I've either caught myself and been like, I need to rework this, or somebody else is like.
So it's not the type of person that would, to get in someone's good graces, present them with food or flour. She wouldn't give a fuck about what this person's impression.
This is the kind of person who would pick a pickpocket.
What's their alignment?
Chaotic. Neutral.
Chaotic neutral.
yeah.
The only
Pick a
reason it's
pickpocket
not
like
chaotic
that.
evil is because.
So basically, what's going on between Ashton and Fern?
I know.
Except she's an urchin, so she has proficiency with it.
Yeah.
Unlike Fern. I love that.
Cool references.
But no, so it's instead of hey, I'm gonna try and get into your good graces, it's I'm gonna wait until you turn around and then I'm stealing everything from your pockets. And if I get caught, I get caught.
So do they have a moral, any moral qualms with like they won't steal from someone who's clearly poorer than them, right? Or does that not matter? Because
As
it's
a
a neutral.
general, okay.
So where do they draw the line?
Or do you want to leave that as a surprise
Right.
for once we get into it?
Well, we're asking, is there a line?
There's a line.
Okay.
You will not be able to tell
Okay.
until it is like a hard facet.
And-
So at some points you ask me like, why did Darren do this? Or like, what the fuck was up with that? And there's typically a reason tied into the backstory because of it. I asked you, and so you know this a little bit, but I was like, a little bit of a cultish upbringing. And so like some things she's just gonna have to learn.
Okay, I got you. No, I like that.
And it's like, to be fair, it's hard to play against your instincts. Like, there
Yes.
are professional actors that they kind of play the same character in every movie. I
Yeah.
mean, John Wayne, who's like one of the most famous actors ever, is pretty much the same character in every film.
Nicolas Cage, did you say?
I wouldn't...
And like the last 15 years, Raising Arizona was a gem.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say like there's like... Then there's aspects of like characters that are all the same, and I think Cage is a good example of that. But I think like John Wayne is like the one I think of like as like he's like always.
Clint Eastwood kind of comes out the same.
Clint Eastwood's kind of the same
He's
too.
typically
There's a
harder
couple of
to-
like little instances where he's not like that. I think my favorite might be Pink Cadillac. He's like funny in that one.
Okay.
But yeah, and so I think that's why role playing can be hard. People, and there's nothing wrong with like playing characters that are like similar in some aspects, but it's like Krunk and Ivana are not the same.
Polar
at all.
opposites.
Right.
No, not the exact opposites.
Yeah,
but it's
but-
like
Right.
you got
They,
one-
they were quiet for certain reasons, or like
yeah.
right.
As like role playing Krunk, as like I know as a player, it's the worst idea to just go charging in, but he doesn't care.
Yeah.
I mean, and he kind of forgets there's somebody on his back.
Spinning
they
blades.
played really well, right.
And it's like you even knew it as a player. It's like I
Yeah.
think I'm going for Krunk, but I think I know what he's about to do. I mean, I see a big Minotaur, and Krunk probably is going to go straight for him.
So I just buff him, like I'm just around to make you stronger. Yeah, that's what I do. Just like make him stronger. I was like, I know what I got myself into. Yeah, you're right. Like playing against your instinct it's rough, and that's why I'm struggling with Corey. It's going to take me a little bit because he's not going to be. He's going to be kind of an asshole. Like he's just going to be like, unless you can show that you're a proven warrior, he's not going to respect you at all. And if you want to earn his respect, the fastest way is to just get in a fight with him.
Yeah.
That's fine. Like that's it. It's like,
Oh boy.
like you do that, it's like you earn respect. But if he sees you in combat, but before then, but it's going to be hard to play that because that's just not who I am.
Sure.
I'm not going to be very.
To be fair, it's like there's a lot of characters that I've played as a DM that are in no way, I would hope, no way, shape, or form like me. It's like
Yeah.
I'm not like a cruel vampire or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I
You've been a
think-
good example of how to do that.
I think probably the most evil person in the campaign is kind of a toss-up between Bobby Yasaga and Anastasia. Then you'd have Strahd at number 3. Because I don't think Anastasia cares about anything but herself, whereas like Strahd probably cares about Rahadin and then his son, and that'd probably be it. Like, Yeah.
He also kind of like he's evil, but he has the normal background, so he's like respectable evil.
Right, like he still pulls out chairs for his dates.
Yeah,
But if it goes wrong, he's totally willing to kill them.
yeah,
I'm evil, not rude.
exactly.
Undead, not unreasonable.
Yes,
That was funny. when you
yes,
said
that's
that.
a great line.
I wish I could take credit for that, but my favorite Dracula of all time said that, and I was like, I need to work it into
Yes.
the campaign
That
at
was,
some point.
yeah,
A
when you
plus.
said that was perfect.
They really just built a picture.
Or like when he said something about, even though my life is nearly endless, my patience isn't, or something
Yes.
like that.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yes. He had some great one-liners.
Right, he had some really
Yes.
good one-liners. That was good. Was that one yours or
That was mine.
nice? That was
Yes,
good.
that was really good.
It was memorable.
Yes.
Like damn it, Strahd knows how to make an entrance. Oh yeah. Wow.
I also liked having the NPCs to continuously interact with.
Yep.
So, like, to build a relationship with them, that was a lot of fun.
Yep, that was a lot of fun.
It's not the easiest thing, especially like if you're not like. I think I'm fortunate to have like somewhat of a theater background. Not that I'm like as good as like Matt Mercer, but it's like I can do some different inflections at some point, and not everybody can do that.
Yep.
Yeah. It was like when you illustrated Strahd, like the demeanor that you had, and then with the witch.
I think Pete was the most obvious.
Pete
Like in
was
the
fucking
record,
awesome.
I think I brought this up before in the recording. I was like, I don't sound that different in some characters, but with Pete,
It was
it's
so
very
Yes.
clear. I was talking like this.
That
It was
The
actually
reflection was on point.
It was.
that was awesome.
But, like, then the willingness to bring in props or
Yes,
something to help
it really
us
helped
differentiate
us
was
with
a lot of,
Yeah.
a lot of
I need to
fun.
grab that, by the way. Take it home, put it back in the box of props.
It's like we were still learning the wives. That was very helpful with us being able to differentiate them.
Right.
That was.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I completely forgot that one of the wives existed. But
Which one?
the one that turned
sneaky
into a
rogue?
werewolf.
Oh,
Oh, where was me, the giant monster?
Anastasia.
Yeah. Was
Yeah,
it
it's like-
Anastasia?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was on that.
Anastasia.
She was like the vampire lord or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was like, I mean, each bride had their own special thing. Like they had different abilities depending on their class or whatever. But hers was definitely like turning into the giant bat.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
She got taken out by the seahorse.
Yeah, I was just picturing the Skyrim when you transform into that vampire
Yeah,
lord. Yeah.
right. Yep. Oh,
Good times.
very, very good times.
Oh yeah, that heart attack was great.
I'm just amazed that all of us made it through, with the exception of Talon, of that boss battle.
And
Because
who was the closest to dying is probably you. And then is there anybody else that almost went down?
I mean, I was below
I was
a
below
third
a third.
at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, at that point, in comparison to
Your
everybody
necrotic
else,
resistance saved you.
my necrotic resistance saved my ass, but I knew that. And I want to say, like, I chose that. No, I just wanted to be able to grow wings and scare people.
And then my fire resistance saved me. Without those, we probably would have both been dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. If I was not resistant to necrotic, and if I did not have that monk ability where I could evade stuff, I would have been down at least
yeah,
twice.
that
Yes.
was really helpful.
Having him be able to just disappear and just appear behind one of us was terrifying.
That decision, by the way, of running up to Strahd to throw the grenade, it was. I thought it was going to get me killed.
Yeah.
Like that was the. Like I thought I was going to die. And
As
if,
soon as
if
I
I did,
like clear out those people
if I would
behind
have
you.
had like a moment to have like a last word, like Talon and shit, I was going to ask to be remembered as the hero of the crypts. Because I wanted to be a hero, so I wanted to.
I would've
like,
made you the
show
hero of the
Talon.
castle.
Right.
I would have made you the hero of Barovia. No, I was also watching you do that. I was like, "Where is that revivified dart?" It was like, "How far up is he? Yes, I can go and I can stab him with it."
I was
We're
more
good.
focused on give him an escape route, kill the skeleton
Well,
behind him.
kudos to Alex for like letting me do a lot of those gadgets.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he didn't say no to like any of them, and I was shocked when he would say yes. I'm like, really? You let me do that? Like,
Yeah, it's
okay,
like I
fuck
think
yeah.
I think we did an okay job balancing it. Like
Yeah, I try to do that too before presenting it to you. I'm like, I don't want it to be because it would be fun if I could just kill everything. Like, you know,
right.
it just I want to keep balance, but also
The challenge
Yeah.
makes it a lot of fun.
Fun
Right.
things, yeah. No,
No
it's
shoes,
good.
little bell. Make a little bell from your shoes.
He was an egg that entire time.
And do we still like the critical miss cards? Is that
Yes.
something that we want
Yeah.
to yeah.
Yep, I like those.
They add a lot more
Turn
risk.
it.
That's not like the generic.
Right, turning the witch invisible.
That was funny.
Big seahorse looking out for us. Oh man. So next week jumping into Airborne.
I'm so excited.
I know.
This means I have to paint my mini though.
Same.
Okay, so Alex, I asked you a little bit about this. Are you okay with me using like a homebrew option for that weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've got, like, I have a few, and then I also found some while going through the sections where it's like,
Yeah.
this would be a definitive character goal to get something like this.
I was surprised that
They don't have the option.
Am I crazy even trying to remember that 3.5 had a scythe?
So they.
And I'm sorry, I totally
No,
just.
you're fine. Because they have a sickle, but they don't have a scythe.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what I was.
They have the
And,
one-handed sickle, but not a
5e
full
has
size.
a sickle, but not a scythe.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
Because you're going to use, what, a glaive as the blade, which brings the same thing, just slightly different shape.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are going to see a tiefling with a scythe coming at you. There's a big
I've been
repel.
really wanting to see someone wield a scythe because
Have a scythe.